Of docket public hearing between the City Council of the City of Pearland and the Planning and Zoning Commission of the City of Pearland. And this time I'd like to have staff give us some indication and some directions on our procedures for tonight.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. Tonight's agenda, we have 3 CUP cases and a zone change request. The 3 CUPs are for 3320 Broadway Street, 3291 Broadway Street, 11213 and 11233 Shadow Creek Parkway, and then the Massey Oaks Plain Development. There were 2 items that were removed from the agenda for incorrect notification. They were 11041 Shadow Creek Parkway and 7501 Fight Road. The format of tonight's hearing will have a call to order, followed by the staff report, followed by the applicant's presentation. There will be a public comment opportunity for those either in support or in opposition. For those wishing to come up, please come and speak at the podium, speak into the microphone, state your name and address for the recorder. Please be brief and to the point and within a 3-minute time frame, and complete a speaker's card given to the recording secretary to my left. Then council, commission, and staff will have their discussion, followed by an adjournment for each item. After the joint public hearing, Planning and Zoning Commission will hold their regular meeting tonight after all of the public hearings are done. This is where the Planning and Zoning Commission votes on their recommendation. Speaking at the P&Z is at their discretion, and these items will go to the first and second consideration on May 8th and May 22nd.
That completes your report? Okay. Let me add a couple of things. Just be aware that this particular meeting tonight, docket public hearing, there is no decision made between the City Council and the Planning and Zoning Commission. We both want to hear the same story. And years ago, we used to have one of them one night, and then 2 weeks later, we'd have the council listen to the same story, and then they kind of delayed the process. So we decided we'd hear the same story at the same time. If you have any questions, go ahead and answer the question. I can't dialogue with you because of the type of meeting this is. It's a legal, state-required meeting, and we cannot discuss the dialogue with you when you ask the question. However, upon item number 6 on our agenda, we under 5 on the agenda, we can either a planning commissioner or a council member can ask that question on your behalf, and we can resolve it at that time. That's one way we can get around that process. And the other thing is, you're going to speak, be sure and fill this out, because it is required, because this is a posted meeting. It is a legally required meeting, and we want to make sure that we have a docketed reason of why you're here. In other words, which one you're going to be reporting on, and also your name and address and phone number so that you can, for the court record, we could have that available to us in the process of making the decisions. So that information in the record. And incidentally, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 docket public hearings. I will gavel each one of them open. At the end of it, I will gavel it closed. And the next one I'll gavel open and closed for each one of them. So they're standalone docketed public hearings. So at this time, I will open a meeting for conditional use permit CUP 17-0004 and ask the chairman of the Planning Commission to read into the record the reason for and the legal reason for this meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a request of Richard B. Greenwald for Limerick Spirits LLC, applicant on behalf of Pearland SC Ltd, owner, for approval of a conditional use permit, CUP, to allow for a liquor package store in the general business GB zoning district on approximately 2.832 acres of land. General location is 3320 East Broadway Street.
If you need a copy of the agenda, it's out on the table out underneath the stairwell if you need one. Let's move then with that information on the record. to Item number 3 on our collective agendas, application information case summary, staff report.
All right, as mentioned, this is a conditional use permit for a packaged liquor store within the general business zoning district. This is an aerial map showing the existing conditions of the site. This is the zoning map showing the general business zoning district. This is the future land use plan map showing retail offices and services. And then this is their site layout showing which suites they're looking to occupy. These are the 2 suites that are nearest Walnut Drive. This is a view looking north. This is a view looking east. This is a view looking south. And this is a view looking west. As I mentioned, this is a CUP request for a liquor package store within the general business zoning district. The site is currently developed as a shopping center. The applicant is proposing to utilize the existing drive-through pickup window in the 3,000 square foot suite at the far south end of the existing center along East Walnut Street. Staff has received 2 comment sheets, one in favor from the property owner and one in opposition from the daycare center across East Broadway, and no phone calls regarding the proposed request. Staff recommends approval of the requested CUP for a liquor package store on the approximate 2.832 acre site for the following reasons. The parcel is surrounded by other commercially zoned properties and is only partially adjacent to a multiple family zoned parcel of land developed as the Park Place Apartments. Location is not at an entrance to a residential neighborhood. The proposed use is a retail use of similar size and intensity to the surrounding retail and commercial uses, which is therefore compatible. And the location is an established shopping center, which mitigates the potential for negative aesthetic or activity that may accompany this type of retail use. And the applicant has not proposed any modifications to the suite, such as bars over the windows or additional lighting, which would negatively affect the surrounding businesses. If the CUP is considered for approval, staff recommends the following conditions. Bars over or behind the windows would be prohibited, and neon and LED strip lighting around the doors or windows would be prohibited. And this completes staff's report.
Okay. That information on the record. Let's move to item 3B, which let the applicant make a presentation. And thank you for being here tonight. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Rick Greenwald. I've never been to one of these meetings, so I really didn't know what to expect. I have no formal presentation per se. I will say that myself and my family have been residents here for 30 years. We are attempting to establish a family business that can move on, I don't know, in perpetuity, but for my son who lives walking distance from here in the Shady Crest area. And that's our plan to hand it down. We have retail experience for a number of years with some pizza places, so we know that market. We have engaged an architect and a designer to make a very nice presentation for the commercial environment that it's in. So it's a nice building. We have tenancy in that building already in part of that complex. And I think we know the community quite well, having lived here all this time, and we expect to make the community proud and our family proud with our business. So not having any other formal presentation, I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm not sure what we do now, but
good.
I'll be happy to answer any questions.
We may do that later. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Item C under this application, the staff wrap up. Any comments? No wrap up. Okay. Let's move in our collective agendas, item 4, which would permit anyone in the audience who would care to do so to enter into the record a comment or statement regarding either in support of or in opposition to this particular request. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to enter into the record a comment, statement, or testimony? Please come down. And have you filled out one of these forms? Come on, speak, and then fill it out before you leave. Thank you for being here.
Hello, my name's David Dale. I represent the property ownership group. Only thing I wanted to say is throughout our experiences to Rick Greenwald as a tenant and as doing multiple business, I guess have multiple business relationships with Mr. Greenwald. He does first class, everything he does. He knows what he's doing. He does quality work. And from what we've seen through numerous businesses that he's run, we expect nothing less from him. We entertained the idea with him after he put forth his plan, which was very well thought through. He has a nice, concept plan for it, so it's going to be a nicer build out than the normal liquor store, and we're excited to see what he does because he does everything first class, and just wanted to add that to the record.
Good. I appreciate those comments. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to enter into the record a comment, statement, or testimony regarding this proposed zoning request? Please come down. And thank you for being here. You fill out one of these and then return it before you leave. Thank you.
My name's Gregory Mead, and I'm here for another matter, but if this gentleman lives in Pearland, he wants to start a business, especially right there where the old bowling alley used to be, I support him, and I just wanted to say that. That's all. Never met the man in my life, but he seems like an honest guy, and if he's from Pearland, let's let him build his business. That's a good thing.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Get one of those copies and fill it out, please. It is a requirement. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else that would like to enter into the record a comment, statement, or testimony regarding this proposed zoning request? Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to enter into the record a comment, statement, or testimony regarding this proposed zoning request? For the third and final time, for the purpose of the record, before I move forward in the agenda, is there anyone in the audience who would like to enter into the record a comment or statement regarding CUP 00004 as presented on the application? Hearing none, let's then move to item number 5 on our collective agendas, which will let the Council Planning Commission and staff make any comments that we feel appropriate. And I'd like to start with Councilmember Perez on my left and ask him for any comments at this point.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm supportive of the use. I don't have any other comments.
Okay. Councilmember Hill?
Well, when I first looked at this, it seemed kind of odd that, and I know we'll get into the next item, but they're going to be essentially neighbors if they're approved. It just, I don't know. I'm more inclined to approve one, not two, but I don't know. It just seems odd. I'll reserve my comments for some other comments.
Okay. Councilmember Moore, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I think it's kind of odd, but, you know, that's what drives the market here is competition, so one of them will prevail, I'm sure.
Councilmember Reed, this one?
No comment, Mayor.
Okay, and Councilmember Carbone?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess to me, it's not too odd. We just passed this legislation, or the voters did, so we're going to see this. We've seen one already. We're going to see more. We should have had 3 tonight, but we only have 2. Yeah, there's going to be right next to each other, but I don't know how you approve one and not the other. I like that it's a Pearland resident looking to start another small business in Pearland. So I'm in favor of it. I guess the staff has two conditions. One would be bars over the windows, and the other one being the neon and LED strip lighting. Can we update, or should we update the UDC to cover that? Because do we want bars over anything? And same with the neon and LED strip lighting. So I'd rather see that done if
Okay,
we as a body are so inclined to do that for all the UDC, not just to have these specific conditions on these.
I agree with that.
Member Arnaud, you had any comments on it?
Yeah, sorry about that, Mayor and Council and audience. Tonight's going to be an interesting night for me with a couple of items on here. We'll see here in a minute, we have another liquor store looking to go in right across the street. I've stated multiple times, I don't think the governing body should set a market. I don't believe the governing body should set a market. I do believe liquor stores is a use that needs a CUP, a little stricter, control over liquor stores like some of the industrial uses, because the citizens, I truly believe, want that. And I think there's a need for it. So I'll be honest, I'm not sure where I am. I'm waiting to hear both presentations and see what we're looking at. And I don't know where my mind is on having two liquor stores that would basically, somebody could throw a football in between the two of them because they are relatively close. Besides that, I agree. I'm glad we have a resident looking to bring a business into Pearland and expand that. I have no problem with liquor stores in general. I would have a question if we look at UDC on there as far as what we can legally require or not allow once we step foot inside that building. But bars on the outside, LED on the outside, I guess if it can be seen, then we can. I don't know. I'll get legals on that. Because I guess I see why people have problems with bars on windows. I really don't care. That's where I think we get a little too involved from time to time. But like I said, I'll wait and see where we are. But thank you for coming in, and appreciate that you are a resident and you have business in Pearland. That does mean quite a bit.
Okay. My comment would be it's just one of the pluses is in proximity to a Starbucks coffee shop, which could leave a lot of inebriation in the store. Moving to the Planning Commission, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners? My only comment, Mayor, is I guess in looking at these tonight, that the unusual thing for the Planning and Zoning Commission is that these are conditional use permits, and we haven't really set a bar for what conditions we would place on the use and how that would be done. Ultimately, if your body decides one location is better than the other, that is a condition. One is approved and one's not. The comments I've received from people before this meeting were they do not want a liquor store on every corner. Or we end up with a street that has an unusual number of liquor stores, such like those that had an unusual number of gas stations, and caused us to take action on that, which some people opposed, I understand. But from the commission's point of view, we need some direction. If not, why do we have the conditional use on this business that's been approved by the state and the county? Personally, I feel I don't want a liquor store on every corner. That's not what I moved to 17 years ago. I moved to a town that did not have liquor stores. I certainly don't have a problem with them, but when they were approved, I kind of feel like a larger grand scheme, large box stores was what people envisioned coming to Pearland, some of the larger name brands. I certainly don't have a problem with the local resident wanting to open a business either. So it's kind of I need some direction for the commission to see what in the future, when these come up, and I'm sure there'll be more, what kind of conditions we should apply other than the lighting. Thank you.
Okay. Does the staff have any wrap-up comments at this point? Okay. Then if the council or planning commission have any final comments?
No, sir.
Hearing none, I will adjourn this conditional use permit, CUP 170004. And in a like manner, open a conditional use permit application, CUP 170005. Ask the chairman of the planning commission to read into the record the legal reason for this meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a request of Michelle Kreft, applicant, on behalf of Dairy Bell LP owner, represented by Kyle Tausch, manager, for approval of a conditional use permit, CUP, to allow for a liquor package store in the general business zoning district, approximately 0.4968 acres of land. General location is 3291 East Broadway.
That information in the record. Let's move to item 3 on our collective agendas, application information and case summary. 3A, staff report.
Again, this is another conditional use permit for a liquor package store within the general business zoning district. This is the aerial map showing the general condition of the property. This is the zoning map showing the general business zoning classification. And this is the future land use map showing retail offices and services. And then this is the site layout showing the property and its existing conditions from the applicant. This is a view looking northwest. This is a view looking south. This is a view looking east. And this is a view looking northeast. The site is currently developed as a shopping center. It was the site of the L&M trading company that did costume, jewelry, and handbags. It's an existing 4,500 square foot freestanding commercial structure with a retail front. Staff has received no comment sheets or phone calls for this request. Staff recommends approval of the requested conditional use permit. The parcel is surrounded on 3 sides by commercial properties. The location is not an entrance for a residential neighborhood. The proposed use is retail, which is similar size and intensity to the surrounding retail and commercial uses, therefore compatible. And the location is an out parcel of an established shopping center, which mitigates the potential for negative aesthetics or activity that might accompany this retail use. And the applicant has not proposed any modifications to the site, such as bars over the windows or additional light, which would negatively affect the surrounding businesses. If the conditional use permit is considered for approval, staff recommends the following conditions. 1, bars over or behind the windows would be prohibited. 2, neon and LED lighting around the doors or windows would also be prohibited. And 3, the bollards would be removed on the east side of the parcel, allowing cross access between the Walgreens to the east. And that comment came from engineering. This completes staff's report.
Okay, thank you. That information in the record. Let's move to item 3B. Just let the applicant make a presentation. Thank you for being here tonight.
Yes, sir. A little short, sorry. Just a little background on me.
Would you give us your name and address?
Michelle Kreft, address
Okay.
17125 County
Okay,
Road.
good. That's good.
Anyways, a little background on me. I was born and raised in Pearland. I was a graduate at Pearland High School 2006. I went to A&M, graduated from A&M in 2012. When I graduated, I wasn't really too sure what I wanted to do. The liquor business called my name for whatever reason. My grandpa was a liquor salesman his whole life. He lived in Pearland. He moved to Pearland in 1961. And he, like I said, he was a liquor salesman his whole life, so I guess I decided to follow in his footsteps. I currently have a liquor store open and running. It's, the name of the liquor store will be Pete's Liquor and Wine, which is after my grandpa. Anyways, we're just looking to come back to Pearland and open a business. It's family owned and operated, and to occupy a building that's been vacant for quite a while. I think that's all I got. I'm sorry, I'm nervous.
You're doing okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. But no, if you have any questions, just let me know.
Good.
Thank you.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you, ma'am. Does staff have any wrap-up comments at this point? Okay. Let's move on our agenda, item number 4, which will let anyone who would care to do so enter into the record a comment statement or testimony regarding the proposed zone change. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to enter into the record a comment statement or testimony regarding this proposed CUP zone request? Is there anyone in the audience who would like to enter into the record a comment statement or testimony regarding this proposed CUP zone request? For the third and final time, for the purpose of the record, before I move forward in the agenda, is there anyone in the audience who would like to enter into the record to speak in support of or in opposition to application CUP 170005? Lay Breaker, and thank you for being here.
Hi, my name is Buck Stevens. I live at 4701 West Orange in Pearland, Texas. Lived here for 53 years. I just wanted to say that I'm proud to see 2 Pearlanders come into town or come back to town to reinvest into our community. So that's a great asset to have. And in regards to Ms. Kress' application, the only thing I was kind of concerned about was traffic flow, but it looks like staff has addressed that, so looks like a good deal to me. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate those comments. For the third and final time, purpose of the record, is there anyone else in the audience who would like to enter into the record a comment, statement, or testimony regarding the CUP 17 4 zeros and a 5? And hearing none, let's move then to item number 5 on our collective agendas, which for the Council, Planning Commission, and staff tune in on this particular item, and let's start with Councilmember Carbone.
Thank you, Mayor. Pretty much the same comments as the first item. Glad to see a local Pearlander come back to start business. Again, I think we're going to see more of these, and same comments about the lighting in the bars.
Councilor Agreed. Councilor Moore.
No comment, Mayor.
I'll repeat what I ditto.
Yeah, well, let me comment on the lighting in the bars since no one had commented other than Carbone and Ordno. And I would agree that I don't think that bars should be visible, so I would agree with Councilmember Carbone on that. Same thing goes with the lighting. I will say that, and I agree, I think it's great to have some local Pearland folks come back, but I do want to caution council. I'm not going to be here after next month, but I do want to caution council in the future that you, and I think Commissioner Tunstall kind of mentioned it, but the voters approved this. A lot of us said that we'd be able to control where these things go in, and we can, and that was our intent if it were to pass. When the news media came, and they talked to us before, not just about liquor stores, but about bars as well. But I think that we do need to work on identifying where we want these things, if we're gonna have a location. If not, then are we just gonna let them pop up everywhere? But otherwise, we're just gonna be sort of running wild up here, not having any standards to go by when these things come before us. So I would just caution that we take note of that. But, and again, I do think it's odd. It's not odd from a market standpoint. That's not what I was trying to say. It's odd, to me, it looks odd to see 2 liquor stores just right there. Just from an aesthetic standpoint, it just looks odd. But again, that's my opinion. I'm not gonna let my opinion get in the way of what is best for Pearland or these local folks coming back. I do like that aspect of it.
Councilmember Perez.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, from my perspective, I think anytime you have similar businesses that are near each other, you hope that both of them survive, but maybe one does and one doesn't. I know that in Houston, the intersection, I think is Waugh and Shepherd, there's 3 Starbucks right at that intersection, and they all do well. It's the weirdest thing. I don't think it's our job to pick winners and losers. I don't particularly have an objection to the use of these spots. I think the only thing that happens to be odd is they happen to present on the same night. It highlights the fact that they're coming in close to each other. And I think you're right where you're going, right where I was about to say. We do talk about wanting to add the CUP for particular uses so we can get an opportunity to take a deeper look at it to see if it's appropriate or not. For me, it's just giving the opportunity for the citizens to provide us feedback whether they want to live next to it or not. If this was in front of, say, a shopping center, say in the middle of Lakes of Highland Glen or right outside a neighborhood in Shadow Creek, and we had a wash of people who said this is not where we want to be, we don't want to live next to a liquor store, then I think the CUP gives an opportunity to listen to those citizens and say we're not going to put a liquor store near where the citizens don't want to live next to it. We just don't have that. Nobody's really objecting to it. Seems like a great location for liquor stores since the citizens already said that they want them here. So I think I'm in support of both the uses. I have a couple of questions. One to address something Member Hill said. What zones do we allow the liquor stores in? So if we wanted to, we could take a look at an amendment to the UDC to revise what zones we allow it in, further restrict it. I think the zones that we have in are appropriate. But I mean, that's something we could, as a council, take a look at to maybe address that concern. Yeah.
No, I think that sounds good. If you guys wanted to do, I just wanted to point it out.
No, I think it's a good point. That's a good point. But like I said, I think I'm in favor of the zone. I do have one question for the applicant. It's not really related to the use, but how much renovation are you going to do of that facility?
Not much.
Just kind of occupy it as is?
Yes, we're going to paint the inside and redo the floors.
Sorry.
Podium, thank you.
We're just going to paint the inside. There's some carpet. We're going to rip the carpet up and redo the floors. We're probably going to paint the outside, and that's pretty much it. It's ready to move in.
Not a significant remodel?
No, nothing major.
Okay,
No,
thank
sir.
you very much.
Thank you.
Ends my comments, Mayor.
Okay, let's move for the Planning Commission, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly odd to have 2 of these come before us on the same night, the same thing, at the same location. But it's not, to my mind, 2 is not proliferation. It's not rampant. It's not gas stations on the east side of mattress stores on the west. It's just 2 today, and I'm fine with them both.
Anyone else? I guess I just wanted to capture a couple comments. It seems to be the items from the last 3 liquor store concerns with the bars on the windows and the lighting. So I hear that council supports an amendment to the UDC to remove those or not allow them inside the city limits. There are other businesses that have bars on their windows and LED lights, neon lights on their businesses. So we're saying that one business should not have these while others are allowed to have them. The UDC is not crystal clear on the LED lighting because of the type, string light versus an architectural component of the building, in my opinion. So I've heard support from council on the bars and the lighting for this, in this particular business, but is that supported across the board? That might be an issue for another meeting, but it's been brought up now 3 times, so I think we might need to do it. As far as, I heard notification of residents. The residents are outside the notification zone for these. So unless residents are real good about looking at their public notices online, they weren't notified of this directly via mail. So those probably aren't present. The only issue I had with that property was the parking connector, and it sounds like they're gonna take that out if approved. That's all I had.
Complete your comments.
Thank you, Mayor.
Council, have further comments, Councilman Carbone?
Mayor, in terms of notification, I mean, signs are posted, so if anybody drives by that regularly and saw a sign, they would have the opportunity to look into that further or call the city to get more information.
Okay. Any other question from council, or?
Yeah, well, just on the bars and stuff, I wouldn't have a problem with it citywide. The problem is, I think some of the places that have bars and neon lights are probably in existence prior to us making these changes to the UDC and the CUP. But if that were to come up, I'm just saying that I agree with Tony that I think that we shouldn't allow these folks to do it. And I think he suggested changing the UDC, and I would be okay with that. And again, I won't be here to vote on it.
It's when they're trying to break out. Huh? I think the planning commission staff have made adequate comments. Let me adjourn this conditional use permit CUP 17, 4 zeros and a 5. And in a like manner, open a docketed public hearing for conditional use permit CUP 17, 00007. And ask the chairman of the planning commission to read into the record the purpose of this hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a request of Sheila Taylor, applicant on behalf of ST Shadow Creek LLC, owner represented by Tri Wynn, for approval of a conditional use permit CUP to allow for an auto wash self-service in the planned development PD zoning district on approximately 1.4012 acres of land. This is at 11213 and 11233 Shadow Creek Parkway.
Okay, that information on the record. Let's move down to item 3 on our collective agendas. Application information case summary. 3A is staff report.
Yes, sir. As mentioned, this is a conditional use permit for a self-service auto wash within the planned development zoning district. This is the aerial map showing the parcel of land that they are interested in developing. This is the zoning map showing planned unit development, the future land use plan showing retail offices and services. This is the site layout that they've proposed with the car wash closest to the private access road there. Would kind of loop back around into the car wash bay. This is the landscape plan that they have provided. This is a view looking north into the property. This is a view looking east. This is a view looking south. And this is a view looking west. This request, again, is for the self-service car wash. The property is currently undeveloped. They have brought this to P&Z previously to have a variance, a P&Z variance to split the land into 2 parcels, which was denied. The applicant is developing or is proposing to develop the western half of the site for the 2,900 square foot tunnel style car wash. And then the eastern portion of the site would be proposed for another commercial use. There's been conversation about a restaurant with a drive-through. However, that portion of the development is not up for a conditional use permit right now. Staff has received no comment sheets or phone calls about this proposed request. Staff recommends denial of the requested CUP for the self-service auto wash on the approximate 1.4012 acre site for the following reason. This combination of two commercial uses on the single lot has the potential to exacerbate traffic concerns as the use shares an access passage parallel to Shadow Creek Parkway. While the services provided are worthwhile, the density in the location leaves little room for landscape and additional measures to help mitigate the site and surrounding developments. If the CUP is considered for approval, staff recommends the following conditions. To provide a 6-foot minimum planting strip against the access drive along the west property line to maintain adequate landscaping. The current site plan proposes 3 feet, which is inadequate for plant life to prosper in. This completes staff's report.
Okay. That information on the record, let's move to 3B, which will let the applicant make a presentation. Is the applicant here tonight?
Yes, sir, we are.
Yes, are you? Yeah. Please come down and give us your name and address and tell us your story.
I filled one out previously. My name's Brian Mallett. I represent Blue Wave Express. I'm their real estate representative. We had, as Mr. Epperson had said, we had applied for a variance previously and were denied due to lot width requirements. Our plan currently is to purchase the entire site to build our car wash, and then our plans are not yet concrete on what we're going to do with the eastern half. But would it be an appropriate time for me to ask questions regarding the staff's? Okay. We do, on the plans that were provided in the presentation along the western half, we have already gone in and amended our plans and included a 10-foot wide landscaping strip. So we would meet the requirements requested by the staff should the CUP be approved.
Complete your report?
I'm sorry?
Does that complete your report?
That's all I've got for right now, yes, sir, unless y'all have any questions for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments, and it's a good presentation. Staff have any wrap-up comments at this point? No wrap-ups, okay. Let's move to item number 4 on our collective agendas. The patients, which will permit anyone in the audience to enter into the record a comment, statement, or testimony regarding this proposed CUP request. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to enter into the record a comment, statement, or testimony regarding this proposed CUP request? Is there anyone in the audience who would like to enter into the record a comment, statement, or testimony regarding this CUP request? For the third and final time, for the purpose of the record, before I move forward in the agenda, is there anyone in the audience who would like to enter into the record a comment, statement, or testimony regarding CUP 17-00007? And hearing none, let me move to item number 5 on our collective agendas, which will let the council, planning commission, and the staff make any appropriate comments they feel desirable at this point. I'll start with Councilmember Perez.
Thank you, Mayor. This question's for staff. The site as it exists now, does it, well, as they're proposing, does that conform with the UDC?
The site would meet, the property lines could make a conforming lot, which is where I think you're going with that question.
Maybe. But currently, does the site as they propose it meet the requirements of the UDC?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to add that the site as proposed, one of the comments made was the landscaping strip is not wide enough for landscaping to grow, and that comes from the UDC saying if you propose trees or shrubs, you need a minimum of 6 feet. So that is a violation of the UDC if they show the planting. The other concern we had was since it's a CUP, the CUP specifically looks at if the site is suitable, what are other things that the applicant has done to mitigate the adverse impacts? And like this council decided, auto-related uses need additional scrutiny on things proposed by the applicant above and beyond the UDC requirements that would mitigate the adverse impacts of a use like this. And that is where staff has a concern that if you look at the site plan, that it is, the concern is that even the improvements that they're proposing may not be sustainable because they don't meet the width requirements. And obviously the site does not go above and beyond in any manner at all, so.
I don't disagree with that. I think if they're able to modify the site, I'll just say, I'm okay with the use so long as they're able to conform with the UDC. You know, if you have a 3-foot mow strip and you keep proposing bushes in there, obviously that's not gonna, you're not gonna have any plant life that grows in there. You know, we've got a shared drive. I think that's the specific purpose of having the shared drive that operates as a back-end road to the roadway is to alleviate any traffic concerns, pull the through traffic that's going to use these two facilities or potentially these two facilities, pull that off the through lanes and get it into the driveways where they're moving across the sites. So I think that in and of itself mitigates any traffic concerns. And even if they did a TIA, I don't think they would warrant enough traffic to justify a mitigation measure. We wouldn't even look at the signal. So I'd just say, if the site doesn't conform with the UDC, which sounds like it doesn't, and as I'm looking at it, it doesn't, not 100%. If y'all are able to conform with the UDC, I'm okay with the use.
Mayor, can I, if you don't mind, Councilman Hill, if I can jump ahead. I guess to follow up on staff's comments, I mean, this is a conditional use permit. Nowhere when we amended the UDC did I, for these auto-related uses, did I think that there had to be mitigating factors and adverse uses and go above beyond. To me, it was, are we okay with this use in this property? Yes or no? In my opinion, yes, I'm fine with it. Kind of with Councilman Perez, if it fits with the UDC, I'm fine with the use. If this body's fine with the use, let's check the box and move on. I don't know, you know, when we get into adverse uses and all this other stuff that we've spent a lot of time on, and I know staff spends a lot of time on it, I don't know that we need to. It's conditional use. We fine with the use, yes. Asking for all this other stuff, I mean, as long as it complies to the UDC, that's what the UDC is for. So anyway, I wanted to jump in there. Sorry.
Councilman Hill, back to our routine here.
Yeah, well, that was kind of, one of the questions I had was, I thought, and I don't know, I thought that we had, when we looked at the CUP process, that we came back and we said, okay, we pulled out auto wash self-service, and I think even just full service, did we not? To where they don't have to go through the CUP process. Did they apply for the CUP before we did all that?
Full service was left in.
Full service was left in. So it's just self-service?
No, self-service was left in, but because the way they operate is very much a gray between self-service and full service, their legal counsel requested that we go through the CUP just to cover any and all conditions.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know that I've got an issue with it as it's presented, but let's just make it.
Yeah, my unlegal advice would be, I view this as a full service in my definition with the tunnel wash. I view a self-service, you pull in, you grab the wand, you wash your own car. And that was just my definition, thinking about it. And not to beat a dead horse, but I am going to just slightly. Before we came up with all auto-related uses needed to CUP, would this use have been allowed without a CUP site? Does the base zoning allow for it? Okay, thank you. Then I'm in favor of it.
Good. Councilman Moore?
Well, I think that's probably only because it's probably a GB, because it's a planned development, so it would have had to been a GB within a PD, right?
So is the land use.
Okay,
Land
yeah,
use.
that's why, yeah, all right. Yeah.
Councilman Moore?
I think it makes sense where it's at, and knowing the base zoning now, it makes even more sense to me, so I don't have any issue with this.
Councilman Reed?
There's no car wash over there, in that area, so I don't think the use is bad. As far as traffic is concerned, the current in and outs that are on that strip, like, I think there's one, not I think, I know, there's one at Sonic that's just past this heading west, and then there's another at the UPS strip, maybe about another 100 yards down. And then that new daycare, you showed it on the map. I mean, from a traffic standpoint, going through that, I don't think the car wash will have much problem, but, I don't even know where the people at that daycare are gonna park. But I guess that's something for them to figure out. It was already built and it's being built. Personally, I don't have a problem with the car wash going there. I do have a problem, though, approving a CUP for 2 pieces of property when only one is being developed. I don't know why it can't just be 1, 1, 2, 3, 3. And I'm pretty sure if somebody on P&Z is probably voicing the same thing. I mean, we've run into that problem before where we approve a CUP and there's nothing there. And so, I'm not really sure why the second property, the second address can't be approved at a later date. Me personally, I wouldn't approve both of these. I would approve that use, and obviously I would approve it in compliance with the UDC for the 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, but I wouldn't approve, and I don't think, it should be approved, an empty lot where just something could potentially go there, because right now, we don't know what that something is.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up, can you clarify why we've got the 2 parcels and this approval or request tonight is for the conditional use for 1 car wash at this location?
Correct. It's based off the site plan, and the site plan only has the 1 car wash. Previously, the 2 addresses were given when it was looked at being split, but the 2 addresses are set up for 2 separate businesses to go in there, which was what was proposed previously.
Okay, but as of right now, tonight, it's
just 1 car wash.
Talking 1 car wash, okay.
And on 1 parcel.
1 parcel, okay. All right.
Well,
And
I'm sorry.
I guess to follow up on bars and lights, I guess we need to clarify the definition of self-service versus full-service car wash, right? Because I assume this is a tunnel that's full service, yet you can vacuum your own car, so that would be the self-service part, so we need to split hairs more in the UDC.
The only concern I have, really concern I have about car washes is that I hate to drive down and see them looking down through the bays of the car wash. Maybe we could orient them where it doesn't make maybe a little more aesthetical look and add to the ambiance of the area a little bit by orientation. Council have any further questions before I go to the planning commission?
Just a couple, Mayor. What's we alluded to this earlier about wanting to split, but it doesn't meet the lot dimensions. What are the lot dimensions? Do you know off the top of your head? How deficient were they when they tried to split the lots?
I think, if I remember correctly, they were off by 20 feet in width. If I had to, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think it was about 20 feet.
So we'll approve this CUP, and you'll be allowed to put a car wash in, as far as I'm concerned. A car wash of some site plan that meets the UDC somewhere on this lot, but that doesn't necessarily grant you the ability to develop the second tract, non-conformance with the UDC. So, I mean, if you only want to use half of it, and we've already had planning and zoning deny the use of the other half as a split, you're at risk. So, I mean, if you're willing to take the risk, I'm fine with it, but we're not going to, this CUP approval does not give you special consideration for the empty portion of the tract.
Any other comment from council? Mr. Chairman?
Commissioners? I think I remember this one, that was the issue, having two separate lots and a variance. So I'm not opposed to this use on one, but the risk is this is not an approval for a variance on the second, because now there's a business there and there's no use for the property. This is a risk that this could leave that piece of property unusable per our UDC.
Got a question. Has anybody thought about the noise that's going to generate from those high-speed fans, especially around that daycare and such when they're out? They are extremely, extremely noisy. I know, I live behind them. Is that something that I mean, I know that on the one that I live behind, they come out and they built a wall to try to mediate some of the noise and stuff. Is that a daycare that's directly behind it?
No, behind it is an office building. I mean, the street is so busy, I don't think that noise is gonna be any issue. And the daycare is.
The daycare's on the side? Well, that makes that makes it different.
Okay, council, or planning commission have any further comments? Staff have any wrap-up comments at this point? Good. I'll move to item 6 on my agenda. Let me adjourn this conditional use permit CUP 17-00007 and open a standalone docket public hearing for zone change 16-00010 and ask the chairman of the planning commission to read into the record the purpose of this hearing tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a request of Peter Bosher, applicant on behalf of Lewis Summers and Rogers families, owners, for approval of a change in zoning from single-family estate RE to planned development PD for the development of Massey Oaks, a single-family residential development, a portion of which will be annexed into the city prior to final consideration of the zone change on approximately 370.482 acres of land. The general location is approximately 2,900 feet east of FM 1128 on the south side of McKeever Road, County Road 100, extending east to the southwest corner of the future intersection of McKeever and Harkey Roads, and south and southeast to the future Hastings Cannon Road and east of the future Harkey Road, Pearland, Texas. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, that information in the record. Let's move to item 3, which is application information case summary. 3A is staff report.
All right, this is, again, for Massey Oaks. We've been going back and forth and discussing this development for quite a long time now, and this is finally their official joint public hearing. This is the aerial map showing the Massey tract on the west side and the Rogers tract on the east. This is the zoning map showing the Massey tract and the ETJ. It will be the portion that is brought into the city, and then the Rogers tract on the east, which is zoned RE. The future land use plan shows this whole area as suburban residential, which again is for kind of larger lot, larger acreage. That's what the utilities are meant to be set up for, and is what our future land use plan shows. The larger area, the proposed development will definitely set the tone for this whole area. It's some 370 acres. But this will definitely, be the first stepping stone for the 1,000 acres that goes to the east. You can see that this is the property exhibit that was set up, showing the two separate tracks and the center point easement, which runs from the north to the south in the Rogers Tract. This is their amenity plan. Largely, the amenities are around either the alley that goes through the Massey Tract from that first third, then the lakes, and then they're proposing to amenitize the center point easement and the lakes for detention of the Rogers Tract. This is an exhibit showing the alley with all of the entranceway and the roadway and the trees on either side. And then this is the phasing plan that they are proposing. It's broken down into 7 phases. This plan doesn't give an exhibit for what the lot sizes would be within each phase, but we'll go into that later. One thing to keep in mind, the road that Massey fronts out onto goes by County Road 100, McKeever, or Massey Ranch. So they're loosely interchangeable roadway names. This is a view looking down the intersection of Harkey and County Road 100. This is County Road 100 at the water canal. This is looking in towards Massey Ranch. And another view of Massey Ranch. This is the blown up design plan, basically showing the single family and where the detention areas would likely be. And again, this is a planned development which encompasses the 2 main tracks, the Massey Ranch and the Rogers Ranch estates. Both of these total up to around 370 acres, with 257 acres proposed to be developed for residential purposes, 41 acres as amenitized detention ponds or lakes, 36 acres in parkland, and 34 acres in easements or rights-of-way. The proposed plan includes 950 single-family residential lots with open spaces, amenities, preservation of existing hardwood and mature oak trees that are on the Massey Tract. The proposed base zoning district written into the plan development document is single-family residential SR3 or R3. If we were to take that R3 definition, the closest thing that it resembles within our Unified Development Code is R4. This permits a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet with a minimum lot width of 50 feet. Of the total 950 lots, 50%, half of them, are 475 lots, are proposed to be 55-foot wide. This is their R3 zone. 20% or 190 lots would be the 65-foot width, which they're calling the R2, and 20% or the 190 lots would be 75-foot, what they're calling R1, and 10% or 95 lots would be in the 85-foot wide category, which is, again, what they're calling R1. The 158-acre Rogers Tract is within the city limits and currently zoned single-family estate district, which is the RE district. This requires a minimum half-acre lot for single-family homes to be developed on. The 212-acre Massey Tract is within the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction, and it will look to be brought into the city through annexation. And this is for the ETJ generally goes for low-density residential zoning, or the RE, suburban residential SR12, or suburban residential 15. Staff and the applicant have prioritized first working through the off-site infrastructure improvements, which would be necessary to support the proposed use being developed on the property. Multiple meetings have been held between staff and the development team, working out a framework to improve the roadways and extending water and sanitary sewer lines to serve this new residential community. More details on the improvements can be found on page 7 of your staff report. The draft development and utility services agreement will be potentially considered in May. We're still working on the timing and completion of various improvements in relation to the number of lots approved by the final plat. Staff has received no comment sheets and 1 phone call regarding the proposed request. At this time, staff cannot recommend approval of the requested change in zoning from RE to planned development on the 370.482 acre site for the following reasons. The lot configuration and with widths, 50%, 20%, 20%, and 10 for the R4 to the R1 do not meet the expectations that were expressed by staff to the applicant more than a year ago of a more even distribution of lot sizes consistent with the market area, or more recently to the applicant based on the input from City Council of no 50-foot wide lots. The density is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. Staff request for the lot widths of 35, 45, and 20 percentages. The base zoning of the proposed R3, which is the 60-foot lot width, but they have proposed 50% of their lots meeting the UDC requirement of the R4 category. Instead of just calling it an R4, which is in conformance with the proposed 55-foot wide lot, they're calling it an R3 with a 5-foot reduction. They're also calling their R2 lots as R1 lots, and this is all, you get into such specifics of which are what. So we put this all into a table, which is more bite-sized explanation. So basically, we have our standard UDC at the top. So what we call an R4, an R3, an R2, and an R1. And then below that is the proposed R3, R2, R1, and R1. As you can see, the proposed width is 5 feet less in each category, and the proposed depth is generally 10 feet more. But we are looking to have their categories match our categories. And if it's going to be a 50-foot or a 50 to 59-foot lot, call it an R4 lot, not an R3 lot. As you can tell, or as you can see, the percentages were consistent throughout each of the submittals, right until the revised plan that we got in March, which had a breakdown of 50, 20, 20, and 10. Generally speaking, our larger lots are our rural estate, our suburban residential 15 and 12 lots. Our smaller lots are the R1 through R4 and the patio home, and then the higher density styles of development are the townhouse, multifamily, and mobile home. The developer has stated that our Pearland market supports 55-foot wide lots. The map that I'm fixing to show you shows about 2,000 acres from south of Magnolia, east to Manville, west to the railroad tracks, and north of Bailey. On that map, you'll see no 55-foot wide lots currently in existence within the market area, and the market has only produced larger lots. Almost all of this area has been developed over the past 20 to 30 years, and currently Meritage, KB Homes, and Ginn are all constructing or proposing to construct homes in the immediate market that are on 65 or 70-foot wide lots. This is the lot width map that I was alluding to, where you can see Canterbury Park has 70-foot wide lots. Park Village Estate has 60. Cypress Village has 60, West Leah has 150, but I mean, those were developed earlier. But still, the general area has no 55-foot wide lots. This bar chart shows Southern Trails, Highland Glen, and the proposed Massey Ranch, or Massey Oaks, where it's showing a breakdown of 50% for the 50 to 59-foot wide. Generally, Highland Glen and Southern Trails had about 35% for the 60 to 69. The 70 to 79 had around 30%, where Massey Oaks is proposing 20, and all three are proposing from 10 to 15%, or have built that. Number two, for phasing, there's no commitment to the design plan number of lots by size in any phase of the development. The completion of the amenities shown are not directly tied to a specific phase of the development. This level of detail will be beneficial to ensure that there's no ambiguity between staff and the developer when the property goes to be platted, and to ensure which amenities need to be completed before final plat, and when the subdivision improvement agreements are necessary, and what those subdivision improvement agreements will actually entail. Number three, we'll discuss landscaping, amenities, and the subdivision identification signs. Basically, we're looking at having Harkey, Hastings, Cannon Road, and McKeever all replicate the corridor overlay district standards. What they've proposed eliminates some of the ornamental tree requirements, and for Hastings Cannon Road, it reduces the buffer requirement or the landscape requirement from a 30-foot setback to a 20-foot setback. The development is remote from other recreational attractions or public spaces, and as such should expand the opportunities for its future residents. The amenity package presented within the planned development is limited in nature and includes land not owned by the developer. Staff would like to see expanded amenity opportunities throughout the development, including but not limited to enhanced walkways or bike trails connecting all portions of the development. This goes back to our safe and healthy community goal, and a variety of open spaces such as medium-sized parks spread throughout the development. As far as amenities, the current fee strip owned by CenterPoint Energy through the Rogers Tract is being counted towards the overall open space allotment as a greenway corridor. This 13.6 acre tract would provide access for recreational opportunities. However, the UDC does not allow property not owned by the applicant to be counted towards this requirement. Additionally, the UDC excludes utility easements from the definition of open space, and without this 13.6 acre tract, the PD does not meet the 20% open space requirement, and no alternative to make up the greenway corridor is provided by the applicant. To show you in context what that is and what their design plan shows, on the left, you'll see the Rogers Estate tract going right down the middle is the CenterPoint easement, and on their design plan, this is what they are showing as their proposal. Access to amenities, the proposed text within the PD description maintains that all lots will be within a quarter mile. However, their design plan does not demonstrate this as being the case. And for the subdivision identification sign, they are not showing any dimensions as far as height or width. And they would need to, it appears that that sign would be larger than 120 square feet, which would be allowed by the UDC. Residential facade treatment, the applicant proposes a 90% standard for masonry, stone, or glass for the front or any portion of the building visible from a public street or common area. However, only 50% standard is proposed for the side and rear of all other buildings. Staff requested an increase in the percentage of masonry, brick, or glass for the side and rear elevations. The recommendation was not incorporated into the proposed PD document. As far as connectivity goes, the design plan should include internal and external connectivity. There's a tract of land south of the Massey tract that's kind of a trapezoidal shape. And then there are some properties to the north and east of the Rogers tract that should have stub streets provided to them to reduce the burden of larger collector streets and provide secondary access for future expansions of development. If the zone change is considered for approval, staff recommends the following conditions, which are gone into further detail within the staff report. The lot sizes and density, the minimum lot size needs to be increased from the current UDC R4 to R3 and conform to the city's UDC requirements for R1, R2, and R3 with a distribution of no more than 35% of 60-foot wide lots, no less than 45% of 70-foot wide lots, and no less than 20% of 80-foot wide lots, and increase the minimum lot depth across the board. Phasing, need a commitment within the design plan to provide a minimum percentage of each lot size and type that is proportional to the overall distribution of lot sizes. Each phase should provide a detailed list matching the amenities package. As far as amenities, enhance the overall amenities package. Provide a list of all amenities per phase by the number of lots with amenities quantity, size, and location. This will make it substantially easier when we go through the SIA process and through the actual platting of each phase to make sure that both staff and the developer are clear on what will be required when. The landscape standards for McKeever, Harkey, and Hastings Canyon will meet the corridor overlay design standards for street and ornamental trees, and Hastings Canyon and Harkey landscape buffer will be 30 feet. Modify the design plan and include in the plan development standards applicable to the development that all lots be within a quarter mile of amenitized open space, and provide dimensional standards for the subdivision identification sign that would meet or exceed the UDC requirements. Greenways corridor and the center point easement. Without the center point property, the PD does not provide a substantial, meaningful open space for the Rogers tract. The applicant needs to acquire the center point property or provide an alternative location to make up for the 13.6 acres of open space related amenities for this portion of the development. For facade, all buildings will meet the 90% standard for masonry, stone, or glass for all portions of the buildings. And for connectivity, provide revised exhibits and text within the plan development stating that connections will be provided to adjacent tracts of land not currently within this development. And school districts, the Massey tract is partially within the PISD and partially within AISD. The Rogers tract is completely within AISD. The applicant will not plat any lot that is located in two school districts. This makes it very difficult for people to understand which school district they're in, and by doing this and recognizing that, it'll make it easier for future residents. This completes staff's report.
That completes your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That information in the record. Let's move to 3B, which will let the applicant make a presentation. And thank you, guys. It's going to be a tag team, huh? That's good. Appreciate you guys being here. And
may I?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Very much. Great. Good evening. My name is Chris Patterson with RVI Planning and Landscape Architecture. Thanks for your time. 19 Briar Hollow, Houston, Texas. I think first I'd like to introduce Ron Cobb with First Capital. He's the developer we've been working with for several months on this project, and then I can maybe walk through a little bit of the development itself.
Good evening, Councilman, Mayor, Commissioners. Thanks for getting this on the agenda. I'm actually going to talk more globally on the history of this ranch and kind of how we got from point A to point B. For a lot of reasons, I'm too old and I'm not the smartest one in this group, so I'll let them talk about all the details. During this kind of time we've spent with the Massey family, it's been, quite frankly, it's been 3 years that we've taken this journey with them. And I mentioned this last time, oil was $110 a barrel. Now today it's whatever it was, and yesterday it was 20-something. So it's taken a path of its own. But what I did throughout the whole thing is respect the legacy of the Massey family. Some of them are here tonight. Their legacy in this community is 107 years long. And one of the founding family members was a gentleman by the name of C.W. Massey. And it was very coincidence only that when he was a county commissioner in the 1920s and 30s, he was the champion of roads. Some of the roads that we take for granted today that may be good or bad, which is, 518, I-35, Highway 6, he was the champion to get out here to this rural area. And you can only imagine in 1920s, 30s, it was rural. But he was a champion to get those roads through. Now here we are, 2017, same deal. Obviously we're a lot more grown up since 1920s, but we're talking about roads and infrastructure. May or may not be ready for its time today. But here we are being pioneers again. And I've always said it's expensive to be a pioneer, but somebody's got to do it. And I've chosen to go down this path with the Massey's family, with the Rogers family. And both those families have, the utmost roots in this community and want to do a good thing. They have guided me through their history and to make sure that from preserving the trees to their name on the street. As mentioned before, we got County Road 100, we got McKeever, and we got Massey Ranch Road. Preserving the Massey name is big to them. And so with that I absolutely look for your guys' support, the commissioners tonight. I look for your support in this. I am, interested in hearing, when I guess the deliberation on some of the things that were represented tonight on the staff report. Seems to be a little bit of a disconnect on some things, and I'm sure it'll shake itself out tonight. But I'm available for any and all questions, and I look forward to moving this forward if you do wish to vote for it, I guess, later tonight. Thank you.
All right. Great, thanks, Ron.
But since we're taping this, you might identify which one of the two you are.
Ron Cobb, First Capital Partners, 275 Hill Street.
So we can tie your name to your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
I'm not on the witness protection program, so I'm good.
If you say something bad, don't sit down.
And I'm Chris Patterson with RVI Planning and Landscape Architecture.
Okay, that way we can.
Great.
Thank you.
So I had some information in here. What's the best way to scroll through? Do I need to click to scroll through here? Or? Yeah. Okay, this will work. So I had some information here on some of Ron's projects, but let me just, for the sake of time, go ahead and cut to a little bit about us. So RVI, we are land planners and landscape architects. We are a Texas-based firm. We've been in business over 35 years. We're very passionate about what we do and take great pride in designing award-winning spaces. Sorry, it's hard at a distance. This doesn't seem to be full screen either. This slide here just shows some of our experience with master plan communities throughout the country. During our 35 years of history, we've had the privilege of working with some of the best developers in the country, and this just is an example of some of our past and current projects. Is there an easier way to get the full screen here? L? Okay. So did want to just give you some samples of some of our current projects in the local market. This is Cane Island. It's in the city of Katy. It's a 1,000-acre master plan community. It's been under construction. It opened 2 years ago and actually is the 2016 award winner from the Greater Houston Builders Association for Community of the Year. Cinco Ranch Northwest, 500 acres, Newland Communities, also in the Katy area, in the unincorporated area of Houston's ETJ, but in the general Katy area, another master plan community we're very proud to have been associated with. Tavola, this is approximately 1,000 acres on the north side off Highway 59, developed by Friendswood Development Company. Again, a project we're very proud of. And of course, I think most of you guys are familiar with Meridiana as well. It's the one that's closest to home, certainly. Meridiana started, when we first got involved with it, it was approximately 2,600 acres. Now it's almost 3,000 acres. It's being developed for RISE communities that actually moved their operations here to Houston from Las Vegas. This is an ongoing project and one that we're very proud of. The graphic on the left is phase one, which is now all open. And we continue to work through this project. So just some samples of some of our current projects here in the local market. We're very passionate about what we do, which I mentioned, and we're certainly hoping to bring that passion to the Massey Oaks project. This shot, again, you guys probably all know this, but this was the one we were taken with when we first got involved with the project, of what was so special about the property. That's what we always look for in all of our projects, is what's special and unique about the property, so we can kind of celebrate that and preserve those resources. This is the conceptual plan. As staff mentioned, it's 370 acres. While that's not quite 3,000, it's still a fairly large tract. It takes several years to develop a property like this, and it does require a certain amount of flexibility to adjust to market changes. This next slide actually is representative of the lot mix that we are proposing, which staff mentioned. I should state, though, that the original lot mix that we proposed when we initially submitted was based on a market study that was prepared by Metro Study, which is a very reputable and renowned market analysis firm here in Houston. That's what we based those lot sizes on. After our initial meetings and submittal and discussions with staff, we did adjust our lot sizes or product mix on this last submittal, and that was actually based on some of the initial comments we received from staff back last fall. Also on this slide, though, I know staff certainly refer to several developments in Pearland, most of those which, however, happen to be 15 or more years old, and it's like looking in the rearview mirror. It's not representative of what the market is today. These are two projects that are active projects that are in the market area that have often been referenced in relation to this project. And you can look at the similarity in product mix, with Pomona being 50% 55s, 34% 65s, and 16% 75s. Meridiana, it has a broader spectrum of lot sizes, but again, that's partially because of the sheer size and scale of the community. But if you'll notice that everything under 65 feet in Meridiana represents 62% of the entire lot mix. So it's our firm belief that what we're proposing is consistent with where the market is today. This is the conceptual landscape amenity plan. Our goal all along is to try to tie these tracks together, which is a little bit challenging since they're across Harkey Road from one another. That's the primary reason for the Central Spine Road, which we see as an opportunity to connect the entire community with a trail system, which is what's been promoted within the PD itself, but also providing areas of amenities throughout the development so that every lot is within a quarter mile of an open space, and that is committed to in the PD document itself. That's the trail system map, so you can see there we've actually proposed a 10-foot wide trail along the entire Spine Road, also with other varying trails along the lake parks, through the green belt and the area we refer to as the groves. So there will be an extensive trail system that will connect all the amenities to the community. Our goal is always to have one cohesive master plan community, not a collection of subdivisions. These are kind of the primary areas of the amenities for the project. The first one is the entry. Of course, this is at McKeever Road. There are significant, in addition to what we call the alley, which is the old ranch road, there are also several other really phenomenal existing trees. It's always been our goal to preserve those, not just preserve them, but actually celebrate those trees and incorporate them into our open space areas. So we're doing everything we can in this plan to design around those. And some of the other imagery is just really to capture the ranching heritage of the property and also celebrate that. These are some conceptual ideas of the monument system. We want something that's very tasteful, and not overpowering or over the top. We want to, again, it's all about the trees, right? So we want this to really kind of be supportive of the trees. This is the alley. We're going to have to do some unique things here to preserve all these trees. They're actually about 75 to 80 feet on center. That's not going to allow your typical 60-foot right-of-way with utilities. It would kill all the trees with the standard utilities. So what we're proposing is a narrower right-of-way, and we'll have to look at bringing the utilities in from other areas in order to preserve those. That's a view of those trees as they are today. So you can certainly understand why we want to work hard to preserve all of those. That's actually the cross-section that we would be looking to do. Again, this is helpful because it allows you to see the root zones, which is critical not to tamper with if you want to, in fact, preserve those trees. The Grove is an area near the existing homestead, so as you would imagine, there are several existing mature trees there as well. So we're planning to design around those and save as many of those as possible. The trails in this area would actually be of decomposed granite, not concrete, again, just to minimize disruption of the root zones. We envision this as a much more passive area, not an active park, no sport courts or anything like that, but more of a passive, relaxing area for reflection. Massey Lake Park, this is really probably the primary or the focal point of the amenities for the community. This is the area that would have the meeting plaza, pavilion, playground, splash pad, parking areas, seating areas, fountains, as well as trails that do go around the detention areas. So this is envisioned as really one large park. You can also maybe notice that we've designed it and located it such that it is the focal point as one comes down the alley and enters into the community, so they can see this kind of as a destination in the distance. But also, you basically see it going and coming. It really is kind of the heart of the community. Then over to the Rogers tract, again, just in keeping with the same theme, we're looking for wet bottom detention with amenities located around those to provide the amenities for the Rogers tract as well. Again, all tied together with the trail along the main spine collector road. And these are just some of the imagery that we have included that inspired us and that will carry through the actual design of these spaces. Project character, that again, I mentioned kind of the farming, ranching history of the property. That's really what helps inform some of the materials that we would use throughout the common spaces. Sense of place is critical to a master plan community. It reinforces, everybody here is familiar with some of those communities, so I think you understand what I mean, but it's really something that we spend a lot of time thinking about, as well as plant palette, so that there's consistency throughout the entire development. So that concludes that. I guess I would just like to take a few minutes to address some of the comments staff made as far as some of their concerns or criticisms. One is lot size. Again, it's consistent with the market. We do this every day. We engage professionals to tell us what those what those conditions are, and we respect that. And I would also just reinforce that our shift in product by decreasing the amount of 55-foot lots and actually adding 80-foot lots was in response to one of staff's early comments to us. Secondly, the phasing. Staff seems to suggest that we should provide the equal amounts of each lot type in each phase, and I can tell you, as someone who's done this a long time, it's simply not practical. And the reason is, no matter how good we are, how hard we try, we will never get the mix exactly right. We might sell a little more of these lots and fewer of these lots in any given month, right? And so it's important to have the flexibility to be able to bring the product online that is in demand. And I can tell you, and Ron can speak to it more, but it's certainly in everybody's interest to be able to sell, and I think it's our intent to try to bring on, always have available, various products. That's good for velocity, that's good for everybody, that's good for sales, that keeps things moving. Nobody, I think, would ever intend in a successful master plan community to only develop one type of lot. It's just not feasible, or they won't do it for very long, I can tell you that. The amenities, we feel very good about this amenity package we're providing. We think it's consistent with developments of similar size. We're excited about it. We did put in the last revision of the PD several triggers that were listed in the phasing of the project that would assure when these various elements would be brought online. So I'm not sure where the disconnect is there, but we certainly did address that comment. The facade materials, I can let Ron speak to that if he'd like to. I can tell you from my perspective, what we see in our other communities, 50% on the side is more than enough. When you're talking about side facades, I don't know how Ron feels about that, but I don't think we see 90% on side elevations in any other community, even the best. Connectivity, this was also addressed in the last revision of the PD. In phasing, we are committed to doing that. We fully understand. I'm happy to draw some more arrows on the concept plan if that makes everybody feel better, but we understand that we need 2 points of access per the UDC as we work through the development. It's just hard for us at this stage, before we do a master plat, to know exactly where those might be at this time, but we're more than happy and willing to do that. The Greenway corridor, we've been in negotiation with CenterPoint for some time now. It's an interesting situation where you've got a corridor that actually is owned by the utility in fee instead of just an easement, although there's no facilities located in there. It's our intent to either actually purchase that or get some type of commitment for exclusive rights to it. Certainly appreciate staff's position on that. We respect that. Again, the UDC provides the protection for that, though, because we're required to provide the 20% of open space. So if for some reason we did not have access to that, we'd have to provide that open space elsewhere in the development, and we recognize that. And the school districts. We've also been in close conversation with both school districts for the past several weeks, if not months. It's a bit of an unfortunate circumstance, the way the boundary was originally drawn. It does create some challenges for us from a land planning standpoint. So I think everybody recognizes that it needs to get altered. It's just a matter of getting everybody comfortable with that. Ron's been more involved with those conversations, so he might be able to shed some more light on that. But anyway, again, so I think we've addressed a great number, if not all of the issues that staff brought up. I think that's all I have. Ron, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
So let me add a couple things. School district, we have not, I guess, irregardless of what the staff report says, we've been meeting with them for months. We have gone through multiple iterations based on input on both from the superintendents, based on lot numbers or number of lots, valuations, you name it. And everybody's sensitive to what has happened in the past at another development, as well as we are. We believe we have proposed now to the school districts a fair, based on valuations and lot count, a fair demonstration that will work for them. We are absolutely not naive to the point of annexing school districts is an easy thing. It took us 1 year, actually 13 months, to work with Denbury, which is, have some oil wells on the land, and we took us 13 months and we won. I hope they're not watching, and shoved them in a corner of the property, which is demonstrated on there. So we're going to make it right with the school districts. I believe what we have in front of them, we will work through and get that done. So we're confident that. The one subdivision that, there's been the little, I want to mess with your, is this? Oh, look at this. I can do this maybe. There was a demonstration up there, or an example of current lot sizes in this box, and forgive me, I don't know the street names that it was boxed in at, but we went through each and every one of those subdivisions. And it was clear that majority of them were 15 years and older. There were 2 that were 50 years old. And then there were 6 of them that were 50 years old, plus they were red flag communities. So I don't think it was a fair example, just a snapshot that area, because it just, I mean, it's old. And today has changed, the direction of the city, the growth. I mean, 15 years ago, look at the population today. So we wanted to try to look forward. Baker's Landing is one of the newest ones. There's 55 and 65s with townhomes. I think that's a good-looking quality development. And so with all that being said, I mean, the conditions, there was some disconnect. I don't know what happened, but there was some disconnect with staff and us, or my consultants. But I can assure you the connectivity, absolutely. We're actually even making a connection point to a trail that doesn't exist, that's on a master plan connectivity trail system that you guys have identified. So we have gone and tried to make the connectivity, the road systems, the utilities has been brought up a lot tonight. I can tell you that I don't know if there's engineers in the group, but we have agreed to commit to $19.7 million worth of the offsite infrastructures, being streets, utilities, water lines, sewer lines. The cost-sharing portion of that is only on the upside of, I believe, the water line. Correct me if I'm wrong. City will be obligated for the upsides, which is about $600,000. So we will be obligated to do everything else. The engineering groups are working through the phasing of those, how they all come on and what streets get open and all that. And so I believe we're going to be working together, and I think, quite frankly, engineers are actually getting along and well in the sandbox right now, so I think we're okay with that. We are actually, you guys, or the staff wanted us to do a bunch of studies, which I mentioned this last time. We spent a lot of money on studies before they would even meet with us, basically. And so one of those studies is a traffic study and a TIA. We are following that study. It was done by the city's consultant. We wrote the check. And so we're basically following that based on phasing. And I think that the engineers wanted some different directions and different loops and things like that. So I think they've worked through that. And so, with that, I could talk a lot on some of the things, but I've taken enough time. So I appreciate, and I'm certainly here to answer any questions.
Does that complete your comments?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate that. With that information in the record, does staff have any wrap-up comments at this point? Not at this point, okay. Let's move in our agenda to item number 4, which allow individuals who would like to speak in support of or in opposition to this proposed request. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to enter into the record a comment, statement, or testimony regarding this proposed zoning request? Thank you for being here tonight, sir.
Laurie Marcotte, 3606 Inverness Court, Pearland. I'm concerned that these people don't want to follow what the city has put down for lot sizes and so forth. We've seen this happen before, time and time again, and it just isn't right. We've got a city that's been developing with the larger lots, and we need to keep going that way. And certainly, Mr. Groman and Mr. Mueller, who's helping support this, well know what the city has planned and what the city has tried to do to build the community that we have today. And having been on council at the tail end of the Shadow Creek thing coming together, we worked through it. And we got a community with the larger lots, and we've got them filled, and people are coming here. Your studies and all that may say one thing, but Pearland is growing in the right direction, and squeezed on these little lots isn't the direction that the Pearland needs to be and needs to grow in. Thank you.
Good. I appreciate your comments. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to enter into the record a comment or statement regarding this proposed request? Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to enter into the record a comment, statement, or testimony regarding this proposed request? Thank you for being here tonight, sir.
My name is Charles Buck Stevens, 4701 West Orange, Pearland, Texas. I'm certainly supportive of the development out there. I think it's a great idea, and it's certainly a beautiful piece of property. I'm not too sure about the Rogers piece, but living here again, 53 years, I've seen quite a bit happen in that area. However, I also agree with the recent person as well that I think Pearland, I think one of the problems that we're having is that we keep reducing the size of the lots. I see this as I've always thought of it as a large ranch, and I'd like to see large ranch-style lots and homes be built out there as development grows in that area. There's a lot in between where this is going and to the east, as staff has pointed out. And I think, quite honestly, if you build it, they will come, and I think the right size for the right reasons would be prudent in this case. I know that one of the things we always seem to have an issue with in Pearland is that we compare ourselves to other cities where houses are very low in appraised value, and we try to get our tax rate to a presentation where it needs to be a little higher. And one of the things we need to do is to have citizens that come here and buy in Pearland, Texas, to buy a house that represents some of our tax value. And I know it's hard, I know it's a hard sell in some cases, but I think people are moving to Pearland for a reason and for a purpose. I think the size of the house and the size of the lot doesn't seem to matter in some case. And I think that if we do reasonably, if this is developed the way that I see it, I love what I saw as far as some of the proposals. I think if it's developed right, I think it's an easy sale for larger lots. And I think they ought to stick to the UDC. In fact, I'd like to even see it larger than what it is, but that's just myself.
Good. I appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to enter into the, yes, thank you. Thank you for being here today, and be sure and fill out one of those forms on the way out.
Oh, okay. Stacy Adams, 3301 Jacqueline. Well, as to the road names, that's going to get fixed. At 517 today, my county engineer is on it, so. To counter the last two speakers, and I'm glad it's y'all's decision and not mine, really. I'll be honest with you. I mean, to balance everything that y'all have to do. But one thing they need to keep in mind too, he's being asked to do $19 million worth of off-site improvements. Baker's Landing did 0. So I bet you he would have bigger lots if he wasn't required to do $19 million worth of improvements. I mean, that's my comment. It's not apples and apples. So I'm glad it's y'all's decision, not mine. Thank you.
I appreciate those comments. Be sure and fill out that form. Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight, sir.
Terry Gray, 2415 Texas. If you were here tonight to approve the original plat of the city of Pearland, you'd have to say no because they're all 25-foot lots, since we're talking about size.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to enter into the record a comment or statement regarding this proposed request? For the third and final time for the purpose of the record, before I move forward in the agenda, is there anyone in the audience who would like to enter into the record a comment, statement, or testimony regarding the proposed request? What do we call this? zone change 16-000-010. And hearing none, let us move in our agenda to item number 5 on our collective agendas, which will give the council, planning commission, and staff an opportunity to tune in on this. I'd like to make a few preliminary comments myself, and that is, this particular development has a challenge because it's sort of remote from Manville Highway and sort of out in sort of a semi-isolated area, and I realize that. And the challenges are such, but it's in an area that's inside of our city limits, which is not inside of our city limits, but within our 70 square mile footprint. And it's important that we make sure that all development in our 70 square mile footprint is something we can all be very proud of. Although it is sort of isolated in a sense, I remember well back in 2000 when there was a lot of land off west of 288, and we were going through the same process, and one of them turned out to be Southern Trails, and they didn't have to go to 25-foot lots to 50-foot lots to have people come in and want to buy their houses. As a matter of fact, you can't buy a house in that subdivision hardly because of the quality of the development. We have the same problem in other areas where we do have some isolated groupings where this road may be off the main highway, but all of it will eventually be folded into the city. It will all be a part of the city. One of the areas I think probably could have gone with in the turmoil was Lakes at Savannah, which is off of Highway 6. You think, well, that's way down there, nobody paying attention to it. But it's developed into something, a very special type of development, because they adhered to what needs to be the type of development that people want to come into Pearland and be a part of and buy. If you look at 25-foot, 50-foot lots, something like that, 55-foot lots, there are a lot of cities local that have them, and just another quarter of a mile to go down and get one, if that's what you really want. But that's not Pearland. So it's a challenge that we're trying to address. And I think that once this is developed, it's going to be an attractive area that will attract other subdivisions to come in, and it will be something that will tie all of us together. So it'll be even just sort of, when you drive west off of Manville Highway, you're going to be going through quite a few subdivisions out there. So you're sitting in style, and I think you need to set it where everybody say, man, I'm proud of that, instead of, I wish they hadn't done what they did. So I do think we do have an option here to be something very special in that particular area. And a lot of us knew the gentleman who used to be our commissioner had built the roads, and a lot of people don't know that Manville Highway is actually a concrete-based road. It was built that way because of the oil field. It's been asphalted over quite a few times over the years. I'd like to start with Councilmember Carbone.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'd invite Commissioner Adams to come up here if you want to join in the conversation. No. It comes down to density, I think, is the biggest deal. But, you know, it wasn't until the very end the applicant mentioned the offsite infrastructure. And, I mean, the way this development came about is they came to us, and we said, hey, pay for a study, we'll look at it. So they ponied up, they stroked a check. We got these studies made, or we had the studies done, we look at them, and we need all this offsite infrastructure. Hey, there's no way they're going to do that, it doesn't make sense. Let's punt it to them. Hey, if they'll pay for it, then we'll move on. So we punt it to you. Somehow your numbers work, and they come back, and they're putting almost $20 million into offsite infrastructure. That's roads, intersections, water, sewer, a great catalyst for this area of town. Then we give them a no objection letter to the MUD, and then we proceed with the annexation plan. I think we've kind of, from both sides, we've gone down this path in good faith. I don't know how much you've spent in consulting and engineering fees. I think in terms of the density and the lot width, you know, I understand what staff's saying. Staff's not putting a dime into this project. They're putting 20 million on the line of their money. So in terms of trusting markets and the studies and everything, I'm more inclined to lead on the party that's putting 20 million in offsite infrastructure, that they need the value, and this will be in the mud, and the only way the mud gets paid back is value on the ground. So we're not adversaries. It feels like we're adversaries in this deal. We're not. I think there's an opportunity for a great development. They're willing to put 20 million in offsite infrastructure. In terms of the lot widths, I'm more worried about value than the actual width. It was funny during the staff's presentation that we talk about the fact there's no 55-foot lots in the immediate area, and I'm sitting up here chuckling to myself because in the past, staff's told us we need diversity in lot widths. So this represents diversity in lot widths. If there's no 55s around, here's a different product coming to the market. And then I realize the example staff pulled, but then when I look at Meridiana and Pomona and some of the other neighboring developments, those are some pretty nice developments. Yeah, they're not in the city, but that's what's selling right now, which again kind of pushes me back towards the fact to lean towards the folks that are putting their money on the ground. I don't know where P&Z ends up on this tonight. I can see a decision to table it and not make a decision because there's a lot of things undone. I guess what I would hope that we could lean one direction or the other. They've spent I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of dollars on consultants. If we're gonna blow this deal up, blow it up tonight. I don't want to table it, have everybody spend more money, more staff's time. I think there's something here, and I think we need to figure out what makes sense for both sides and make it happen. But I kind of feel like, I mean, we've gone down this path already, and we need to work it out. And I'm fine leaning more towards the market study that they've provided in terms of what they think is going to sell to get the value on the ground. So that's my comments for right now.
Councilmember Reed.
Thank you, Mayor. So let's see where to start. I guess kind of going off of where we just left with Councilmember Carbone and the lot sizes, I am in agreement that it should just be called an R4 since it is that. I mean, it's between 50 and 60, and it conforms with the R4. So I say just keep it in conformity. And that chart, I don't know if you can pull that chart back up. I'm not sure who. The one that showed percentages?
Yes, sir.
It's staffs. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so I mean, it's just a name change, essentially. One of the neighborhoods that was just mentioned was Pomona, and from what I understand, to actually be true, Pomona couldn't, is it Pomona? Yeah, Pomona Lakes, and then what's the one right off of, you mentioned another one. No, not Meridiana. If you keep going down 288 to the left-hand side, Sedona, couldn't finish, or they could finish the build-out, but they ended up going down to smaller lot sizes. I'm not sure if staff is aware of anything that's going on over there. Obviously, that's not in the city, but they went down to some smaller lot sizes. They're still building quality homes over there, and so I don't see anything wrong with having the 55, the 55-foot width homes again, or lot sizes, as long as the homes and the product that's on there is decent. We could maybe change up the percentages, maybe lessen it, to 40%. I don't know, but I'm not going to make a big deal out of it if that's what it seems that's what's kind of going, and it puts you all in a place where you're also able to get profit out of this, because, you know, ultimately, that's the goal. I do still have a problem, though, with the school district thing. And the reason being is because there's two different tax brackets that you're looking at right there, and two considerably different tax brackets in Alvin ISD and Pearland ISD, which is going to do just what it's doing in Shadow Creek Ranch, which was the neighborhood that you mentioned. I mean, I think that should have been taken care of, with all due respect, when Shadow Creek Ranch was first planned out, and that, you know, Fort Bend and Alvin ISD worked out to where they don't have this huge fight and divide. And you have enough homes over there where you're essentially 950 is going, or I'm sorry, what, about 425, 475 going into, 475 and 475. Do you have the map of the mixture again that can be pulled up? Was that your presentation?
Of which, I'm sorry.
The mixture of Massey and the other track? Rogers. Yeah, so I'm assuming at the Rogers estate, is that going to be comprised of mostly the 85-foot, or is that going to be kind of a mix still of 85, 55, 65?
Man.
Yeah.
I think the goal is that we would like to see a mix of product throughout the entire development. We definitely, you don't want a front end or back end load with a complete product, right? A lot of it's just going to depend on kind of how the market ebbs and flows. But I think the goal would be to have a mixture throughout. We don't want to create, you know, a 55-foot district and an 85-foot district. We really like to try to support those.
To make sure.
Exactly.
And that's going to make for a great looking neighborhood. Again, I just fear, and obviously you have no control over the school districts, but, you know, anything else additionally that can be done, you know, it's been said by this body before that we don't want to put any pressure on any other governing body, and I respect that. And so, I mean, but anything else that you can possibly do to maybe kind of push that would be great, I think. Other than that, I think that's all I have for now.
Councilman Moore?
So I had some questions, just to start off with the school district. I do agree. I would like to have all of that done prior to any of this. I would like to have that all mapped out, know who's going where and how and all of that, because it does create an issue with, I mean, we dealt with this extensively not long ago for the Fort Bend versus Alvin ISD. So I would like to make sure that that's done, so when these people move in, they already know where their kids are going, and I would like it to not be so split up. And I don't, like everybody said, we don't want to tell another government body what to do, but maybe we can work with the ISD trustees and try to get that straightened out now on the front side. I too, on the lot size, looking at lot size, yes, it's not the width that it should be per the R1, 2, 3, and 4. But you've also added space on the front or the back side, so they're longer lots than what they are wider, considerably more than what they would be on the wider part. So I'm okay with that. I also thank you for, you know, putting in a lot of the money for the infrastructure to get this project off the ground. And I did have some concerns with the amenities for the utility easement, but I think you cleared that up for me tonight. So my real concern is the home value versus the lot size. And it looks like what's going on with Meridiana, the lots are a lot smaller than what these are being proposed, and y'all are getting that value for them. So that makes me feel good. And Meridiana is not too much different than what this development would be as far as like a location for me. Meridiana is kind of tucked out of the way with like one major roadway there. This one would be kind of the same way. It's a little further in, not as accessible as what Meridiana is, but it's not that much further off. So my one question is do we have, this is to staff, do we have all of the responses from the developer based upon what was in our packet that said we did not have that? I mean, do we have that now?
We've been going back and forth, obviously, but, this was their submittal at 3:17, and then we have not had any discussion after their 3:17 discussion.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Regarding the PD, we didn't obviously talk about the PD for the past 7 months. We only started talking about the PD again in February because we were working on the infrastructure comments. So these issues we've just started working on after, because we were, going to work and make sure we had a development agreement that we could all agree on first, and then we were going to work on the PD after that.
Okay. Okay.
You've talked, let us talk.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Or no?
Okay, start off, just so everybody in the room knows, my family does own a little under 300 acres that does touch this. So honestly, I should be all in favor of it. It's going to add a ton of value to land I own or my family owns. Let me make that real clear. My family owns, my mother and my aunt control that land. Anybody that knows them knows I don't have a vote.
Watch what you say then.
So, I will get things thrown at me. I can guarantee you when my mother hears what I'm about to say. My issue is threefold. Baker's Landing was brought up. I voted against Baker's Landing because density. I don't like the density we see coming. I don't think it pays for the impact it has to the community in the long run. I think it creates future traffic problems. And you can go back and listen to what I said on that development as far as density. So the small lots and the number of them is a huge concern for me. And again, I'm on the record for this, so when I come back later and we're trying to develop our land, I'm looking at Larry Marcotte. I know he'll bring that up and throw it in my face, and as you should if I do that. But I think I've proven up here that I speak my mind. I'm going to tell you what I think on it. We don't have any control over the school district line, but it does bother me because I know what realtors will do. We've seen what they did in Shadow Creek. We've seen what they've done in other places, and they sell something as a school district that it's not. And unfortunately, the way these lines were redrawn, it does make it confusing on where you are going to be in this development. If I did have say, I would say go back to original school district lines, run it down 100, and that makes it fairly simple until you get over to Veterans, where for some reason you run Alvin ISD up north along Veterans, and I don't know why that was done. I have a couple of ideas, but those are only historical rumors, and we haven't been around long enough for them to be historical facts, which does seem to happen at some point. My other issue is going to be with the mud, and I understand the value that's coming in here. You've got to make the numbers work. But this will be the first mud that Pearland allows with road powers. That changes the game somewhat. Staff has given us some estimates on what that mud tax would look like. I'd really like to see that because if what I'm hearing is right, it's going to be a shock. It's going to be higher than any mud tax we have. And what this body gets hit with is taxes are too high. Normally, when I sit down with somebody that says taxes are too high and I show them the percentage of where they pay taxes, that mud tax falls right at or above the city tax. Tonight, somebody was saying that there's talk in Austin of trying to limit MUDs. And that couldn't be retroactive because it would bankrupt I don't know how many. So that's really neither here nor there. But it is important to me what that mud rate generally would be. Also because I don't know how they'd escrow those properties. And do you get in a situation where somebody buys a home, come in, then the mud tax is assessed and they have trouble with those future payments? So there are concerns I have because this does attach to a very large piece of property. It attaches to a lot of areas to the south that I think we'll see redevelop. Not sure what will ever happen to Hastings Oil Field. I think that's a lost cause in our lifetimes, but once you move south, once you go west to 1128, I wish I could say that 100 I was going to see in my lifetime go from Dixie Farm all the way to 288, like the master plan says it should. I do think I'll see Dixie Farm to this property. I think we'll end at 1128 in my lifetime because you get into Manville and all kinds of other fun things. So, I mean, I do have some concerns, and from what I know at this point, I'll be honest, my vote's going to be no, even though it would honestly make my family a ton of money. It's just when I look, I'm looking 40 years down the road, and if we continue to build 55-foot lots, we need to relook at PD, we need to relook at fire, we need to relook at water. There's a lot of our plan that I don't think calls in the density that we're seeing. And if that's the way density is going, then we need to do that. But I want the taxpayers to understand that's going to mean higher tax rates, because there's no other way to get the increased services that higher density is going to require. And if that's the direction we're going, then we need to look at mixed use. Because when I look at value for tax, mixed use is what gives cities the most value per development type. And does this property fit in there? No, it doesn't. I'll be honest, I think this property is still 10 years away from development. And I say that as a landowner. I know that's not easy to hear. It's, you know, when you want to sell, you want to sell. And it's not that it's unsellable, it's just sellable at a whole lot lower value. There's a piece of property in the south end of the county I went and looked at last week, and it's amazing. Little piece sold for $9 a square foot. They're now building a commercial development there. The piece right next to it's now selling for $25. And I just looked at the guy that bought the property. I said, you wish you would have bought both now, don't you? So, you know, development does bring in money. It's just, for me, what I'm seeing, I have questions I need answers to. And really that mud and that tax rate is the biggest one. And I don't like 55-foot lots. I know people will buy them, but they're buying them because they're seeing the square foot of the house and the price they want to pay. But is that what's best for our development? You know, I don't think you'll ever see a 25-foot built again. I'm not sure if we have a 25-foot left in town. If so, they're somewhere around me. And I do have some little rental homes that might be on 25-foot lots out there by me. But, you know, that's not what people want today, because you can't put the square footage they want on that. You can put it on a 55. So those are my comments for now.
Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that the school district issue and the Greenway corridor Centerpoint property is probably going to need to get addressed. Sounds like y'all are working on that, but that's the big issue for me. As far as the lot size and everything, I think if you have value and you have amenities, Meridiana has shown that it'll work. And so I think it's all doable, but those two issues have to be addressed. And then I also agree that $19.7 million in offsite infrastructure is a pretty big deal. And I think that once we found out that the applicant and the developer was willing to do that, it was kind of a sticker shock, and you know, we had to come to Jesus, and that's where we're here today. So I think given that they're willing to do that, I think we ought to be willing to work with them. The slide earlier showed the initial proposal was 65%, and we fought on 55-foot wide lots. We fought and fought to get it down, and now we're at 50%. But then they came up on 75 from 15 to 20. So it came down on the smaller lots, which is what we wanted, and came up on the bigger lots, which is what we wanted, and then added 10% on the 85-foot wide lots at R1, which originally it was at 0%. So I think it's a nice mix. I think it's a good compromise given the $19.7 million in off-site infrastructure.
Perez.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of comments. One, I think echoing what several council members said, we need to. I don't think I'm comfortable. I'm not comfortable putting it as a condition to the development that you at least our approval of development. You figure out what's going on with the school district. I don't know if we don't have a mechanism to really force them to make a decision. And if y'all are stuck in a quandary trying to work out a deal between two school districts, who wants you, who doesn't want you, and we're holding you essentially hostage until you work that out, I think that while that's trying to get figured out, y'all could end up deciding y'all don't want to deal with this anymore. I do think it's important you work it out. I do think it's important that the entirety of this development, in my opinion, be within one school district. And I would be happy to, at some point, propose a resolution that we support one of the school districts wholly annexing it. But I don't think making it a condition of approval of the of the development agreement or the PD is appropriate. The green space, look, it's a fee strip. I can't take credit for if I was developing my piece of land and I wanted to go over the impervious cover requirements, I couldn't say, well, I meet the impervious requirements because my neighbor next door, their lot's empty, so aggregately I meet it. Y'all got to own the land to be able to take credit for it. And I don't think having an agreement with CenterPoint is enough. I think y'all need to own it. If y'all don't control it, then at some point CenterPoint could go in there and take it away and throw the development off kilter. So I think that should be a requirement of y'all continuing forward. As far as R3, R4, I mean, I don't care what you call it. I mean, it's a 6,000 square foot lot. It's 55 foot, but it's a little deeper. We call it R4, we call it R3. I'm fine with the 55 foot lots. I know that's what the market is allowing. I know it's allowing it in not just the southern part of the Houston metropolitan area, but on the western part and the northern part. I mean, the market wants 55 foot lots. That may not be the case forever. In 10 years, everybody will want 90 foot lots. Who knows? And then y'all will adjust because the 55s won't sell, but the 90s will. You'll come back to us, want to amend the PD. That's just how the development process goes. I'm working on a development in the southern part of the county where somebody platted it and just abandoned the whole development because the lots won't sell. And now we have an opportunity to come in there and replat it to something more conducive to the market in that area. These things happen. So I think, if y'all are willing to put, the better part of $20 million in our community and offsite infrastructure, then we should be willing to give you closer to what you want. I think you've shown a willingness to negotiate with us. I think the 55 foot lots are fine by me. I think the percentages are fine by me. And I've said this to a number of people. I don't really care as much about the lot size. I care about the quality of the home. So the facade requirements, I don't know if I'm 100% on board with you that the 50% is okay on the side and the rear. I wouldn't say that I'm going to prescribe that you have a different solution, but take a look and see if there's a higher quality product that can give us improved value. Obviously not 100% masonry, but maybe a greater masonry requirement on the other sides and not just conditional on visibility from a public street. Again, what we're trying to find here is disconnecting the lot size from the quality of the home. One of the things that the developer or home builders use to cheapen the home is they'll throw a brick face on it and then wrap the rest of it in hardy board or some other cheaper product. And those houses don't hold up and they lose their value. I mean, they don't throw rebar in the driveways because we don't require it. I wouldn't hold you to that. That's something we need to fix in our code. But, put some rebar in the driveway so the driveways don't shift and break and the neighborhood looks like it's going to heck in 10 or 15 years. And there goes the value of the home. So there was a comment about the CenterPoint power. And I don't think I quite got an understanding of what it is y'all were proposing. Are y'all proposing that all service lines, non-distribution lines, are you proposing that those be underground in this development?
We certainly intend to minimize what's above ground. It's impossible for a project of this scale to have everything underground. It's just because the three-phase has to be above ground. And so, but we always look to try to locate those, off at the rear of a property or maybe along, power line corridors, et cetera, so they're not, kind of front and center to the community. We try to kind of hide the overhead as much as we can and then loop the individual pods off, and all that would be underground.
Could we get some clarity on that as far as transmission versus distribution? That, possibly that y'all want to take all the transmission line, which is CenterPoint won't bury, y'all won't bury, but all the distribution lines that can be buried, y'all will bury, and we'll get a little bit more solidification of what y'all's intent.
Certainly happy to work with you on that. Obviously, we're at the mercy of CenterPoint on a lot of those issues.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, right.
But a little bit. It's alluded to, but it's not clear. Personally, I'd like to see more clarity in that. I'm not going to hold you to it, but I'd like to see more clarity in that. Other than that, I think you're doing good. I want to echo what Councilmember Carbone said. To P&Z, to staff. Staff, I appreciate all that you do. These things are difficult. I know we have existing criteria, which is what y'all are mandated to judge this by. At some point, we may, as a council, need to talk about if the market's showing smaller lots, do we need to change our UDC to be more forgiving of smaller lots? That's kind of a decision. Y'all have the tools. You must judge it against those tools. You're doing what you're supposed to do, in my opinion. But I'd like us to get to a point where at the end of this night, these guys have clear direction as to what it is they need to do to come back and get approval upon their next submission. We've seen too many of these developments go through protracted approval processes where they're just dumping money in consulting fees, addressing comment after comment. I know that's not cheap. And I know dumping all that kind of money in there and not knowing at the tail end of it whether you're even going to get approved or not is too substantial a risk for a lot of people. So if P&Z, if we could get to a point where we're not tabling it, we're getting them some clear instruction, some unified instruction, maybe some compromise, and tell them this is what we're willing to move forward with. That way when they come back, staff knows what it is they need to address in the PD. We know what we need to cover in the development agreement in the future. These guys can feel comfortable when they come back that they're going to get something approved. Or they know, hey, there's nothing here that we can do, so we might as well pack up and leave. But I think that's, for somebody who's going to dump $20 million into us, I think that's, they deserve at least that deference. That's all my comments, Mayor.
Good. I just wanted to add a comment that I drove out through there, not this Easter weekend, but the weekend before that, Saturday, I had to go out and to visit some people. And I looked at that piece of property, and you have a possibility of making something very special. And I look at the ads in the paper once in a while, talk about move up the hill country, find a location where it's a subdivision, a retreat for you to come over the weekends and live in an area that is really special. And here it is right in the middle of a big city. We're the 8th fastest growing city in the nation. We've just found that out. And we're going to be growing. All that's going to fill up out here. All the vacant land we have will be filled at some point over the coming years, not real soon, but as we develop. So that could be a nice retreat within a big city that's growing as fast as we are. And I think you need to be careful. I know that a couple of my cohorts from previous years, both from city council and from the former mayor, former city managers' positions, we look for these particular type subdivisions where people want to come. And we've got a lot of medically oriented and people that are high-valued salaries that are looking for these type environments. And you're looking at close to $40 billion worth of development taking place down in Freeport area down Lake Jackson, Freeport area. Those people are not going to live down there if we had something nice up here. They're going to come up here where the shopping is good and the restaurants are good. So you've got a potential to make it happen. And I just hate for you to start sloughing off the quality of the property with smaller, lesser valued type of development. So I think something very special could happen there. I like the property. It looks pretty good. Hastings Road is sort of in an old-fashioned access to the oil fields, and I think Mr. Massey would remember that real well too. I think we have a good input from the council. We probably need to tune into the planning commission with Chairman.
Yeah, for me, some demographers estimate that the population of Pearland can double in the next decade or two. I mean, we can have 240,000 people in Pearland, and some people think that's a good thing, but I don't. I think that's not the quality of life that I want, and maybe not the quality of life of a lot of people that I know. And I think the things that help contribute to that are apartments, 55-foot lots, and other mechanisms. So it's not something that I'm inclined to want to agree with. But also, there's a number that came up a few months ago at one of our meetings that homes that are under $300,000 tend to draw from the tax base for the services that they receive from the city. And homes over $300,000 contribute to the tax base. And that number may have moved, but it sounds like it would still be in the ballpark. So I'm also more in favor of wider lots, not just to reduce the density and align with UDC, but I think it goes to Councilman Ordino's point before about what it can do to the tax base and what we have to do to the tax rate in order to keep the city running in a very healthy way. And I don't think that going to 55 lots and increasing density favors everything we're trying to accomplish.
Mary?
Well, I'm kind of inclined to disagree with you. Having seen what's going on in some of the other areas, Meridiana is a long way out. But these people have done the planning on Meridiana also, and there is not anymore every day practically on our MLS reports another house is sold in Meridiana, and I have seen nothing come up under $300,000. And there's a lot of 55-foot lots out there. I have been out there and looked at them. Pomona is the same way. People's lifestyle has changed. It's not the same as it used to be. They do not want to spend all weekend in the yard. They would rather go to their soccer games and baseball games and football games and spend time with them instead of working in the yard. And that was what was the big deal when I came to Pearland in 1979. People wanted big lots. The funny thing was, people would come out and ask for, oh, we want to live on an acre. You show them something on an acre and they'd go, oh, no, we can't take care of that, that's too big. And the whole thing was, they didn't understand what an acre really was. So you're not going to see a house in that subdivision, I don't think. By the time I start building houses out there, it will be under $300,000. They are willing to spend almost $20 million in infrastructure that the city is going to have to put in eventually anyway. I think we need to take advantage of what's going on. We need to come up to 2017. That's my opinion. I think it's a good deal.
Yeah, you know, if I could also add one more comment about the school district, since I do live on the west side of town, it is a very, very serious matter. There are people that are selling their homes for less than they'd like because of the school district that they're in. There were schools that are closer to their home than the school that they're zoned to, and it's pulling neighbors apart. People argue, people stop speaking to each other. It's a very serious matter, and to Councilman Perez's point, I don't know what influence we have over, you know, asking another body how to govern and whether we should even do that. But When I look at Shadow Creek, it seems like the developer made out great, but the people that are left holding the bag, some of them aren't doing as well.
Any more? I just want to touch on a couple things because I think I've been given the near impossible task of taking this through P and Z without tabling it. What we've seen previously with PDs that are not complete when they come to P and Z is that's what normally happens, is they're tabled. The information involved in a PD is pretty extensive, so we like to see them at least ironed out, and I'm hearing that there's a lot of issues that would probably not be resolved tonight in reality. I've got a couple questions on large items that have been brought up today, and not necessarily the power easements within the property, but I'm talking about the existing, if whoever can speak on this could answer the question. The HLMP overhead and pipeline easements that run to the northeast, northwest, and southeast, and north-south on this property, do they have on them active pipelines and active power lines?
That's a mixed bag. On the center point, the.
Would you introduce yourself?
Yes, sir. Paul Groman, 4201 West Broadway.
I know who you are, but.
By the way, 25 years this month.
Recorder doesn't.
The answer on the center point piece, there's like several acres there that doesn't touch any other center point facility. It is truly an island, so it's not even, and its own fee simple. It's not part of a right of way. So in order to connect it, CenterPoint would have to go and acquire properties both to the north and to the south. That's that diagonal one you see on the map. That's not connected to anything else. When we first started working with First Capital several months ago, 6-7 months ago, we talked to CenterPoint about trying to acquire it, and they really didn't want us to acquire it. They said, you know, it's great for you to cross it. We'll sign cross agreements, maintaining it, but there's liability issues, and we're not really interested in selling it. That doesn't mean Mr. Cobb has said he's adamant about trying to purchase it, but again, you can't force somebody to sell you something they won't sell. So that on the pipeline, there are pipelines in the area, and you know, of course, there's pipelines in almost every subdivision in town. Right, wrong, or indifferent, they're there, and they're owned by multiple different ones. I think the diagonal one that I think has two. Does it have two crossings, Alan?
Two pipelines?
Two pipelines.
I believe so.
I think there's two. And they're in the same easement, but the easement's a little wider than typical.
I understand, but I think the words, we can go back on the record and say that it was unused. The easements were unused. I think I heard that.
Oh, I assume they're talking about the center point easement. It is unused. It's an island. It doesn't connect to any other center point
But the
facility.
easement also has a pipeline on it. There's pipelines.
The pipeline's just right on the edge of it. I'm sorry, when I was talking about that, if you were talking about what I said, CenterPoint does not use it. There's no CenterPoint facilities in the CenterPoint owned property. Say it one more time.
Let me point here a
Sure.
little bit. Can you see the pointer? Here it is. So the one that Mr. Grome is referring, the one that's in the middle right here that runs north and south, that's kind of an orphan piece of land that CenterPoint just owns, but there's no facilities there. There's no overhead, there's no pipelines or
So
anything.
the pipeline markers that are on,
In this,
So it shows both the center-foot fee strip through there, and then it shows an easement along the western side of the fee strip.
there's an active pipeline on that property.
Running north and south, we just got word within the last month or so that easement's actually been abandoned. It's not there. The CenterPoint easement is, the CenterPoint fee strip is here. There was an easement to the west side that has been abandoned. There's an easement here that I believe does have a pipeline. There's an easement up here that has a pipeline and the overhead. Is that succinct enough?
Yeah, I'll leave this to staff and legal as far as whether that property can be used in open space dedication or not. The UDC is pretty clear. for that reason alone, I would recommend a no vote tonight on my part. It's not clear what they're bringing us, definitely does not address this UDC issue among other items. You know, we've had this before where these come to, and Derek, you've been there, they come and it's not complete. It takes a lot of time with staff to get one of these things complete for us to be able to review it and basically be the back checker that everything is in place, not to build them. I've been on record saying that before. We're not here to build a PD tonight. And if there's large issues that aren't worked out with staff, unfortunately, it leaves P&Z in a predicament. Council wants us to give a recommendation, and they don't like to hear, at least two that I know of, possibly more, don't like to hear that we tabled it just to put it off. But to the developer, when we deny it, that's a huge deal as well. So we will work on it as much as possible tonight. But we're going to have to go through item by item that staff has concerns with. And whether or not we can work them out tonight and the developer can agree to it or not, you know, that's probably not going to happen. That's all I've got.
Does staff have any wrap-up comments at this point?
I would maybe just ask Ron or Peter, think you're close with CenterPoint? Are you getting conversation? Is there dialogue? Is it a non-starter? Yes? You know, I mean, where do you stand right now in your negotiations with CenterPoint?
I'm a determined human being.
Oh, I know that.
Apparently. Hey, I mean, we think we're going to be successful. It's all about the money. I'm already committed so much already, but I think it's a simple equation. I either provide that 13 acres of open space, CenterPoint open space, or I don't. And if I don't, I got to provide 13 acres of somewhere else. And so, to me, as a condition, and I don't know how you all do it, but as a condition, I'm going to provide it either CenterPoint or somewhere on those two tracks to meet the 20% open space, period. And I'll wait for
If I could interrupt and just read the UDC real quick so everybody can hear it. Drainage ditches, power line easements, pipeline easements, and similar sites shall not be accepted for parkland dedication unless the Planning and Zoning Commission finds after consultation with the Director of Parks and Recreation that the land has exceptional recreational value that warrants its acceptance as parkland or open space. If this finding is made, such areas may account for a maximum of 50% of the parkland dedication. Just to be on the record, so we will.
And to clarify, and correct me if I'm understanding, basically you're saying you're gonna buy that fee simple land and it's gonna be parkland, and if you can't, you're gonna put it somewhere else.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not, they're not asking to leave it as owned or an easement or anything and count it. They're saying either they're gonna buy it and that'll be parkland or they won't. And
this is unusual, have CenterPoint have a basically orphaned, fee simple piece of dirt that doesn't go anywhere. It's like a bridge to nowhere. I know it's an unusual circumstance, that's why I think we're gonna be successful, but we're either gonna own it, so we can do whatever we want to do with it, make a, which is the park, or we're gonna have to provide 13 acres of open space elsewhere on the land.
Just to clarify, if moving forward, if there is a contingency built into the approval, that must be acquired in order to count toward the open space requirement. And it's not acquired, because that's the way it's currently designed in the PD. Then ultimately, if they have to use it elsewhere, they'll have to come back to amend the PD, because they're going to have to show where that property is going to be accounted for.
If I may, I would like to add another section from the PD requirement that says that the open space has to be within the PD. So I'm a little concerned when the developer says if they can't get that strip, that they will dedicate open space. It is important that since it's a PD, the open space is within the PD and integrated so that that is usable open space for the residents of the PD. So the concern is that the PD would have to be redesigned to make room for that 13.6 acres of open space, which is a substantial change, or could be considered as a substantial change to the PD, which may require another PD approval and another joint public hearing process. So that is the concern that I would just like to bring up too. A detention facility can be considered as a usable open space if it is amenitized and has facilities for the public to use. So detention lakes can be, it's up to the discretion of the council and the P&Z to determine if it is amenitized enough as with amenities for the citizens to use there.
That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Complete your comment? Okay. Does the council have any further wrap-up comments? Councilman Carbone?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. I know several folks talked about the school district issue. I don't think that we're going to get all the property into one district or the other. And like Councilman Moore said that it needs to be done. I guess, can we clarify what our expectations are with the ISD, just so that staff and the applicant have something to go with? From my opinion, I don't want half a house in one school district, half in the other. Ideally, how they have the pods or whatever, if all of those could be in one school district, that way, if you live on one side of the street, you're in Alvin, the other side in Pearland. I'd hate to see that. So that's, I guess, in terms of clarification, or from what I'd like to see in terms of the ISD being resolved, if it's specific pods, something of that sort. Because I guess it's a tough battle, dealing with the ISD. So I'd like to get some other input in terms of what council will be willing to work with. And all that with the caveat, anytime I buy a property, I'm looking at what school district I'm in, so I know what taxes I'm paying, and I'm looking at the MUD district and what that rate is. So I understand that we want to be sensitive to that, but at the same time, we can't protect everybody from everything. And whenever you buy something, you need to know what districts you're in. That being said, realtors were horrible saying, you can go to the award-winning PISD. Well, they might mean Pasadena, they might mean Pearland. I'm sure Pasadena won some award, so they can say that. If there's some way to clarify that, that'd be awesome. But at the end of the day, whoever's stroking the check and signing on the dotted line for the mortgage has to take some responsibility, because we can only do so much.
Okay.
Yep, I agree. I mean, not to sound insensitive, but you can't protect someone from their own stupidity. I mean, when it comes to, well, I just said it, but.
He's about to get off council.
But so I think from what I just looked at earlier tonight in terms of the school district, and you all might have some of this readily available, but it seems like if we can put that slide back up that's got the actual picture of the development, with the phasing and the road and all that stuff. It's my understanding that if the ISDs would agree to this, which is, from what I'm told, has been proposed, then it would work for me. So everything there you see on the property to the left, from what I'm looking at it, that first phase 1, 2, 3, 4. So then everything south of the two detention spots would be Alvin ISD, and then over, of course, to phase 5, 6, 7, the second property, that's Alvin ISD. So it was proposed, from what I understand, that the PISD would take the top 3 single-family areas. Is that correct?
Yeah,
top 4?
Yeah,
top 4, I'm sorry, that's right, top 4.
So Councilman Hill, we have some handouts that show that our proposed iteration right now to both the school districts. I can pass out, they said they ran out of paper, so I don't have enough. Apparently I'm not paying the consultant enough. Wow. But Councilman Hilt, you're correct. That bottom half of the Massey Ranch, those 3 pods are. I think that's how it ended up in the Alvin School District. Mayor, if I could speak just a minute on school district. Hey, I don't know what happened over at the other development. I mean, somebody, the developer or whatever, took their eye off the ball and messed up. Oh, so we want to be successful. You know, we're going to do a lot of stuff there. So the one good thing is this. You got Alvin School District and you got Pearland School District. It's not apples and oranges, it's apples and apples. It's, you know, the schools of Alvin are that these kids will be zoned are not as, you know, they're certainly not Fort Bend schools over there. Pearland School District, I can tell you every market study that we've had, it adds $20,000 a house to have a P in front of that ISD. And so we certainly want that. We are pushing, probably going to push a little harder on Pearland to champion this, to get it done for a couple of reasons. One is, you know, back in the 80s or whatever, the matriarch, and some of you know her or knew her, Marguerite Massey, she pushed pretty hard to get her homesteads in the Pearland School District. She was, you know, a early pioneer of early childhood learning, so education and educating our kids were important. So I want to point that out because the upper part we hope to keep in Pearland, the lower part will be in Alvin. And then one thing for you, Mayor, I did something, and all of you, the evaluation is, we heard your message loud and clear, Mayor, when you mentioned in the workshop that if you want affordable homes or affordability, go next door. And so I can tell you the homes in this development, now even inclusive of the new 85-foot lots, to Commissioner Starr, there will not be any under 300. There will be the meat and the potatoes, if I call it, will be between $300,000 and $500,000 homes. And from some guy that his family comes from Stockdale, Texas, that I could have bought half of Stockdale for $500,000. That's, you know, that's affordable over there. This is going to be those refinery workers that are making a lot of money that want to live in a good town. So 300 to 500 will probably reach by the time they get done, you know, 600-ish on the big 85-foot lots with the garage, you know, detached garage, the whole kind of thing that I think Galen builds. So I appreciate it, and we'll be here for any more questions.
I had one more, Mayor, concerning fire coverage for this, fire and EMS coverage for this neighborhood. We had some discussion about that via memo. Will this be all within Pearland coverage and we will be able to cover this neighborhood?
I think what the study said is that there's going to be a challenge there to cover it. At some point, you know, a new fire station will be built. It's whether we, at this point, are going to require them to dedicate land or put a trigger on there for them to build a fire station as part of the PD, or whether we just acknowledge the fact that we're going to need a fire station in this area at some point to get the fire coverage we need. I think we've had mixed success with requiring the developer to build the fire station. I think that memo came out pretty late. My opinion is that it's a little arduous at this point to require them to dedicate about 3 acres of land out of the PD, specifically for a fire station, specifically when there's a lot of empty land around the development. That's simply my opinion.
We have a master plan when it comes to fire stations, and there's, I think, 13 or something on there eventually. It doesn't mean it's just a master plan that we adopted. So it might not, there might not be adequate coverage now, but I mean, that's the way it'll always be as we grow. So that's what the master plan's for. It doesn't mean, in my opinion, I don't think the developer has to go build a fire station, and that's not what it means. It just means that we have to attune ourselves to the master plan that we've already proposed and adopted.
One other question, I guess, for staff. Can the school district issue be a condition of approval?
Well, before you answer that, I think, can we ask staff to also go back and maybe research the school district issue themselves? In other words, I guess, talk to both districts and just kind of see where their position is. At this point, we're only, I guess we're only going off of the developer, and not saying that you haven't done everything that you could, but at the end of the day, maybe having staff kind of get involved might assist with, some. Basically, school district has come up with several council members, and so, and probably with some P&Z when you guys get to the P&Z stage, and so, I'd hate to see this thing fail after all of the effort and, so much time and everything, $20 million, blah, 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 just because of a school district deal. Yeah, so is that possible? Can staff go back and research that issue?
We could do that.
Thank you.
Well, this was kind of, I think Councilmember Carbone was trying to get a consensus, and I think we derailed that at some point on the school district. And again, we have no control over that. And I can tell you they have been talking to the school districts. I know that. Right.
Staff.
I mean, again, full disclosure, I work for one of them, but I don't like one government entity pressuring another one. But, for me, that's not the live die on this. Honestly, I was counting. I can count to 6. I think I was only no. Now, the interesting thing, and I hope everybody understands, there is an election and there will be at least one seat that changes in between first reading and second reading. So that could be interesting on how that goes, because right now, if I'm hearing what I think I am, it may be a no from P&Z, which would require all but 2 of the council members up here. And, we can talk about the issues I had as far as mud taxes and things of that nature, but at this point, you need every vote other than mine.
I would just say, my personal opinion is, I think we as a city we need to express a desire that we have some clear resolution, but it needs to be disconnected from the PD or even the development agreement, because there's just no way we can enforce it. If you can't get to an agreement with the school district, there's nothing we can do. We can pass a resolution and they can look at it and say, that's great. There's nothing we can do. So I'm not desirous to have that. I want y'all to continue to work with them and try and come up with a resolution. I just don't think it's our purview to try and put that as a requirement a condition to the approval of this PD. But Gil, staff, please work with them to try and encourage there be a reasonable agreement.
And just so I'm clear, everyone's okay with the condition 7, though, that we had, that there be no lot. That's,
yeah.
You're fine with the plating part of it, and we can control plating in the lot line.
And if P&Z cannot find consensus to approve it, which I understand, it's a difficulty. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to negotiate. What I would hope is that we give them clarity, both staff and the developer, of what it is it's going to take to get them approval. So that by the time they come back to y'all, that they have a high expectation that what they're presenting is going to get approved. If they come back and they don't present something that is in conformance with what the instructions y'all gave them, then yeah, they're at risk. But if we give them a consensus and tell them these are the things that we want to require you as a body, and then they can come back and they show that they've adhered to that, then they should have at least a feeling of certainty that they're going to get approval. At least that's what I would like to see from P&Z.
Okay. Any further comment, wrap-up comment here? I think we've reached a period of run out of something to say, which is good. But the school district issue, we overlay, our 70 square miles overlays 6 different school districts. So it's an issue that we look at in the Gulf Coast area. But, so with no further comment from council, I'm going to move down to item number 6 on our agenda, which lets me adjourn this zone 16-00010. And I'll close out the public hearing portion. It's 9:26. A little information for all of you. The city council will leave the council chamber. The planning commission will move up into our chairs. And if you'll wait, we'll get about a 5-minute recess.
thank you all. I'm going to go ahead and call the regular meeting of Planning and Zoning Commission for Monday, April 17th at 9:43 PM. Let the record show Ginger McFadden is not present. Moving on to item 2, the consent agenda. We have 3 items on tonight's consent agenda. Item A, excuse absences of Vice President, I'm giving you a little bit of extra credit there.
Get pay raise.
Vice Chairman Thomas Duncan and Commissioner Troy Paradia for April 3, and approve the P and Z regular minutes from April 3, 2017. Item B, consideration and possible action, final plat of Shadow Grove, Section 6. And item C, consideration and possible action, preliminary plat of Shadow Grove, Section 7. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to accept and send it in.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by raising your right hand. Motion passes 6-0. Okay, moving on to item 3, new business. Item A, consideration and possible action, final plat of Baker's Landing, Section 3. Do I hear a motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second, and I understand the applicant has a statement to make regarding.
Yes, sir. Alan Mueller, Gromax Development, 4201 Broadway, on behalf of D.R. Horton. So we would just ask that we can withdraw this plat for this evening. The process of getting the bond for the amenities that are required is still in process, and so it took a little longer than we expected. So if we could just withdraw this evening and maybe 30 days, reschedule or two meetings is what we would request.
Okay, so
Excuse
Chair
me.
Wish, I'm sorry.
If I could clarify, are you asking to withdraw or postpone?
Whatever the right thing to do is. Postpone. We'd like to postpone.
Let me think about this
I
one.
think we'd like to postpone.
The chair wishes to revise to postpone this item for 2 meeting cycles.
That would be to May 15th.
May 15th. All in favor of amending the motion, signify by raising your right hand. Motion passes to amend 6-0. Okay, so
Thank you.
this will be postponed until May
15th.
15th. All in favor, signify by raising your right hand. Motion passes. Okay, moving on to item B, consideration possible action, conditional use permit application CUP 17-00004. This is a request of Richard Greenwalt for Limerick Spirits LLC applicant on behalf of Pearland SC Ltd. owner for approval of a conditional use permit CUP to allow for a liquor package store in the general business GB zoning district on approximately 2.832 acres of land. This is 3320 East Broadway. Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
So we have a motion and a second to approve with staff recommendations. We're in discussion. Nothing. So if you could pull up the screen with the staff recommendations, just so we could read them into the record. Okay, for the sake of reading this into the record, the motion was to include 2 conditions: that bars over or behind the windows would be prohibited, and that neon and LED strip lighting around the doors or windows would be prohibited. Do the commissioners have any other comments or questions for staff or the applicant? No. No questions? Okay, we'll go and vote on it. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed? Motion passes 5-1.
Even though the vote's been made, can I ask why you opposed?
You can. For the record, I don't think that's the best use for that property. Moving on to item C. Consideration and possible action, conditional use permit, application number CUP 17-00005. Likewise, this is a request of Michael Kreft, applicant on behalf of Dairy Bell LP, owner, represented by Kyle Tausch, manager, for the approval of conditional use permit CUP to allow for a liquor package store in the general business GB zoning district on approximately 0.4968 acres of land. General location 3291 East Broadway Street. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move to approve with staff recommendations.
We have a motion and a second to approve with staff recommendations. They're in front of me. The recommendations for the record are: 1, bars over and behind windows would be prohibited. 2, neon and LED strip lighting around doors and windows would be prohibited. And 3, the bollards will be removed on the east side of the parcel to allow cross access with Walgreens to the east. Does staff have any comments? Commissioners have any questions for staff?
I don't have any questions. One thing that was said by the owner about just painting the outside, the one thing about that piece of property that's bothered me, it is an eyesore to a certain extent. I would hope that they would go in there and do a little bit more than just throw some paint on the outside of that building, because right now it looks like an old dilapidated building. And personally, I mean, if you're going to be successful and you're going to have direct competition, it looks like that you'd put a little bit more in and just throw some paint on it.
One question for staff. Has this building been occupied continuously, or is it sat without a tenant?
I don't know how long it has or has not had a tenant.
That was just
with
a
it.
question for me personally. I was just curious.
I'd say at least a year.
And to address the painting, it would fall within the corridor overlay color palette, so any facade improvements would have to meet those requirements.
So was the parking lot designed to be connected and the bollards were installed? Is that, I can't say that I remember exactly what that looked like.
It's designed for cross-access.
It appears there was cross-access at one time and the bollards were put in. So I don't know, maybe when the stoplight got put in that they wanted to keep people from driving through, but that's the only explanation we thought of why there
So
are.
is the driveway access at the corner an issue? Would that be allowed under current?
Well, it's going to be grandfathered in. I mean, if the development was done today again, it would not be allowed the way it is
And
now.
that's a question for my own.
Yeah, they wouldn't allow it right now.
In response to your question, Commissioner Tunstall, engineering may be better able to address this, but because this second CUP application is a change of use and occupancy, and it is on a TxDOT corridor, my understanding is TxDOT may review that, but I may have a misunderstanding of that, and engineering would be the most competent people to address that issue. So even though the city may approve a CUP issue, TxDOT might review that driveway configuration and determine whether or not the driveway on 518 and the driveway on Berry Rose is appropriate. But I'll ask Matthew to come on up, and I see him shaking his head, but you know, we of course want to have him let his wife know that he's actually here tonight. So.
That is correct. And the TxDOT will approve or take a look at those driveways. They may require to close one, but we asked to remove those bollards because any time we can take movements off of the main road, that's a plus sign in the safety side of things.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? All those in favor, signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed, none. Motion passes 6-0. Moving on to item D, consideration and possible action, conditional use permit application number zone 16-00007. This is a request of Sheila Taylor, applicant on behalf of ST Shadow Creek LLC owner, represented by Tri Wynn, for approval of a conditional use permit CUP to allow for an auto wash self-service in the planned development PD zoning district on approximately 1.4012 acres of land. This is at 11213 and 11233 Shadow Creek Parkway. Do I hear a motion?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. I believe we're going to have some questions for staff. If we could bring up the plat, or the
Site plan.
site plan drawing. Does anybody want to start with any questions?
I have a question for, I guess, the applicant. I'm looking at this site plan, and I'm looking at cars coming out of a car wash and making a direct U-turn to get back to the street, to get back out. I mean, where I see the traffic problems is not necessarily going to be on Shadow Creek Parkway, but whenever cars are making the U-turn maneuver, if somebody else is coming in, you start blocking driveways, that's when you have the opportunity to back up on the Shadow Creek Ranch Parkway. I think the turning maneuvers internal into the site need to be really relooked at.
Any questions?
I can answer. I can help.
Okay, just state your name and address for the record, please.
Ziad Kakouche, 580 Westlake Park Boulevard, Suite 1000. It's in Houston, Texas, 77079. We are the Stantec. I represent the owner, and we're the engineers on that site. If you don't mind, I'll show you how the process goes. So if man, this is kind of, maybe this is easier. Nope, that's fine. So the process is somebody would drive in, come through. They have two options. Either one, vacuum the cars and then come back out and then drive through, in the drive lane, and then pay at the pay station, and then drive in through the building, get their car washed, and then drive out. Now, whether they, do a U-turn and come out, or, however they choose, right? So that's how it is. Or that second option is, just go through the wash and then come back, do the vacuum, and then drive out.
So if a driver wants to make a U-turn to get out and you have landscaping in that area, how can they see cars coming into the driveway as they're pulling out of the car wash?
That landscape area right here, the shrubs or the trees.
How tall are they?
We're planning on putting them not more than 3 feet high. The reason for that is
driver eye height is 3.5 feet to 7.5 feet for a car.
Pardon me?
Because of driver eye height for a vehicle.
That's correct. So
they're still making a blind U-turn into oncoming traffic. And have you run auto turn on the site to make sure you can even make the U-turn maneuver without cutting into your parking spaces?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
Okay, just for staff and maybe the applicant too. So we are looking at one parcel of property for this layout, for this approval. The second item on this plat is future, correct? Okay. So this current arrangement we're looking at, does this meet the UDC requirements for all UDC requirements? I think there was some discussion about a landscaping width.
the discussion was we have right now currently on this site plan, we have a 3-foot side yard, and that's the issue that staff has an issue with. And the recommendation is if it does go through approval, staff recommends having a 6-foot, and we will comply with that.
Okay.
No issue with that. Other than that, we'll be in compliance with the codes.
We agree?
3 foot doesn't provide a good space for something to.
But 6 foot would.
6 foot is
Okay.
something that can grow on.
So
yes.
that condition, if we backed up to that slide, would be acceptable to the applicant and to the city to make this good?
Yes, sir.
I think the concern then comes if you allow that additional 3 foot there at that landscaping along that portion. That means the 3 foot has to come from somewhere else. And then if it comes from somewhere else, will the U-turn that Commissioner Duncan was just discussing be adequate? Or will the space between the last parking space and the, I don't know how to describe it, the curb for the people going through the drive-through, I think that there's a radius on there. Will that radius be sufficient for whatever the sufficient movements are? I don't know that. Again, I think that that's going to be possibly an engineering question or a parking spot question that for the minimum dimensions for pullouts. And of course, there are engineers here. He may already have addressed that after receiving staff's
And
comments. But
just to answer that question, yes, we have. And it does work. We have a new site plan. I can show it to you guys if you wish. But we have that site plan already set up.
And staff has not looked at that new site plan.
That is correct.
This
We have
is
not
the only
submitted
site
that.
plan that we have reviewed.
That is correct. We have not submitted that, but we just, once we got
Did
the
you
comment.
shift everything over 3 feet, or did you take it out somewhere else?
Actually, we changed it a little bit. The width here, right here, we have a little bit more space, so I was able to minimize a little bit of that. And, you know, I adjusted the site plan a little bit so that we can have actually, as a matter of fact, 10 feet on this side.
Is that your dumpster back there?
That is correct.
And when you skinny it up, you're still gonna be able to get a dump truck or a garbage
ran-
truck to back in and pull out and
We had
all those
We
maneuvers?
had auto turn run on that, and yes, it does.
Okay. It looks really tight.
And at the end of the day, this is the only site plan that staff has been able to review.
So to try to get everybody on a acceptable path, I wish it was easy as us just saying shift everything over 3 feet and give that extra 6 feet. But I understand that you're trying to minimize the impact to the unused portion of the property.
I had 10 feet, not 3 feet.
This arrangement, site layout we're looking at now is what we have to base our decision and comments on and recommendations, if there's any recommendations. Unfortunately, the site plan y'all have with the changes had to be turned in prior to the meeting. So we can't use that as a basis to say, this is the new one. If you can help, Lana, we're trying to, I think everybody here agrees that, and I'm just speculating here, that we have an approval wish here, and we
So,
want to make sure that the staff.
What staff
recommendations
would recommend is, since we know what the issue is, have the applicant work and bring back a site plan that we can review in totality, because we can't review a site plan standing right here, not even having seen a revised drawing. Typically, that is then sent to engineering, planning. Both departments will review for their requirements. That's when they'll look at turning radius and curb cuts and size of curbs. It's a very tight site, as you know, and that is the concern here. So our staff recommendation is to make sure that we get a site plan that we review and then come back to P&Z for approval. Thank you.
How much time does staff need to do that? If they receive it tomorrow morning?
So the question would be, would we come back on the next P and Z meeting or the May P and Z? Wait, what's today?
May 15th would be the next meeting then.
Can I just interject one more thing? I don't think it's going to change staff's recommendation. I think we're getting too focused on the 3 feet. I mean, this site plan is too much. I mean, would we support a car wash at this site? Yes. But the way it's configured now with the car wash and then trying to put another facility next door to it, it's just too much for the lot. I mean, the turning radius is a great point. I mean, we don't think about it that way, but obviously that's a very busy road. That's the frontage road for all these developments. If you want to go either way, If you want to get to a stoplight, you're on that frontage road. I mean, because if you pull out, you can't go the other direction. If you want to go westbound, you have to go to one of the lights. This will be open here pretty soon now, because now you can't get to the stoplight there at Buc-ee's because there's no way, but it soon will be open in front of the daycare. So I don't want to delay it just for maybe the 3 feet. It would be nice for us to be able to review it, but we're still going to have the problem with this site plan is not the car wash. The problem with this site plan is there's too much trying to be put on too small of a lot.
Comments? No.
I think what he's saying is staff's going to recommend denial regardless.
Oh, okay.
But if you're going to approve, staff's recommended condition of approval is to address the landscape issue. To address that, in order for staff to have an adequate time to review that site plan, you would need to postpone until the May 15th meeting. But even at the May 15th meeting, staff report, while the UDC comment in regards to landscaping is going to be the same, while that issue will be addressed, the staff recommendation is actually denial because it's just too tight on this site in conjunction with the development that's supposed to be on the remainder of the site. Yeah, if I'm understanding planning correctly. So.
And currently, that recommendation, if we can ask engineering to speak or staff, your recommendation was for denial, correct? Can you read that recommendation in full for the record?
All right, the proposed staff recommends denial of the requested CUP for an auto wash self-service on the approximate 1.4012 acre site for the following reasons. The proposed development proposes to place 2 retail uses on 1 lot. The combination of uses on a single lot has the potential to exacerbate traffic concerns as the uses share an access passage parallel to Shadow Creek Parkway. While the services provided are worthwhile, the density and the location leaves little room for landscape and additional measures to help mitigate the site and surrounding developments. The service nature of the proposed use is compatible with the existing office to the rear of the development. However, the concentration of uses is too dense for the site. The 2 retail uses are proposed on a single lot that is approximately only 12 feet larger than a similar lot just down the street where a proposed Chick-fil-A will be the only user. If the CUP is considered for approval, staff recommends the following conditions. The attached site plan be amended to have a 6-foot minimum planting strip be provided against the access drive along the west property line for adequate landscaping to be provided. The site plan proposes 3 feet, which is inadequate for plant life to prosper in.
So hearing counsel, I didn't hear opposition to the use in concert with staff on this one. I think the question was raised about it being, if it conformed to the UDC, and the answer was no, based on the 3-foot versus 6-foot. All other aspects of it do conform. I want to be clear, the arrangement has to pass engineering approval after the approval, correct? Of the site plan? The actual building permit and that for this, is there any other staff review that would, I'm hearing that it, just clarify, when we talked with council, just hours ago, actually. There was a UDC, it was stated that the UDC was met.
This is land use urban development. This is the previous
Staff's recommending denial on this one
Because
because.
of the two commercial uses.
Yes, those two commercial uses are too tight for the site, for the traffic expected to go there. Of course, the only one in front of you tonight is the CUP, but you leave the remainder on the same parcel. And the question is, what's going to fit on that remainder with the traffic in this area? The other one is not going to require a CUP unless they also have an auto-related use. But you as a body have a criteria of approval that you get to consider for a CUP. And in that criteria, traffic flows are part of the things that you can look at. So that's where staff's recommendation is coming from. And, you know, the question then comes from council, as I heard it, and, you know, I don't want to misquote my bosses, but they think that when we put auto-related uses on CUPs, we weren't looking at if I understood them correctly, we weren't looking at the traffic on the site, which is what staff is addressing today. They were looking at a proliferation of auto-related uses being across the street from each other or within a certain configuration. And to look at the traffic on this one isn't what they were concerned about. Therefore, they didn't need to, they weren't going to consider that for this CUP application. They would only consider how many other, the reasons why they put it in a CUP is what they would focus on if they're going to approve a CUP. Separate from the criteria, I suppose it could be in addition to the criteria, but that's the reason why this use is in the land use and urban, that's why this use is in the land use table the way that it is.
So we can approve the first parcel and put a condition on the second parcel?
No, sir. Well, only if it's a parcel that also has a CUP. So there won't be an opportunity to address the traffic concerns that staff is addressing on the remainder parcel. The only thing.
What I'm hearing is if this wasn't a car wash, we wouldn't even be seeing this right now. They'd be doing
Correct.
whatever we wanted, and there'd be two businesses operating on one parcel, which the UDC allows.
But staff
Or the
could-
land use and urban
Which the UDC
development
allows,
code,
right?
but yeah,
But
you could
because
have
it's a
two
CUP.
fast food restaurants on this site if you can fit them in there and meet your parking requirements and all the other requirements accordingly. The only reason why this one's being
Auto-related.
reviewed by you is because this use requires a CUP.
Right, but because we get a look at it, an opportunity to look at it a little more expansively and say, but there's something else there and it's too tight and maybe we don't want it for that reason.
Yes.
We can look beyond the reason that it was determined to be a CUP in the first place.
Yes, so you could look at the criteria for approval, and the traffic on site is one of those things, and then its impact on traffic off-site is one of those things.
So let me just ask a procedure question. Could a condition of approval be that this parcel of property only be used for one commercial use?
I don't believe that we would have the ability to, we as the city would have the ability to do that, because theoretically, they can have a second use on the second half that has low to no impact, or it could be something that would fit in that particular area, and it would still allow them to expand the footprint of this site plan and still meet those requirements. So essentially, you would be doing the city, at the end of the day, would be doing a regulatory taking for the remainder parcel. And we don't like to do those things.
They would have to come back for a different CUP on the second parcel, right?
It depends on what the proposed use is. Today, they're saying that it's
They
a
would have to change.
fast food restaurant, but it could be something else. The question is, what will ultimately be there, and does it require a CUP pursuant to the land use table?
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just say one thing?
Sure.
So the site plan that you see, the second use has been purely hypothetical. There's nothing set in stone. We don't know, like you said, we don't know what we're gonna do there. But what we do know, what we want to do is bring Blue Wave to the city of Pearland. We've got 12 locations currently in Houston. We've doubled in the last year. We'll probably have over 20 at the end of this year. We're in multiple communities around the greater Houston area, Cinco Ranch, the Woodlands, Cypress. We would love to bring one to Pearland. You know, we ran into some roadblocks with the variances at the last go around. You know, we're stepping up and we're going to purchase the entire 1.4 acres, which truly is larger than what we need, and it's a little bit more expensive, but we're willing to take the risk. You know, as far as traffic into the site, you know, an average Blue Wave probably only brings in, and this is average, so it's going to vary on a day, maybe 500 cars a day. Maybe. You know, ironically, I represent Chick-fil-A here in Houston. And I can, you know, confirm, yes, we are looking at that site down the street, but, you know, the average Chick-fil-A is going to bring in over 2,000 cars a day. So when you want to talk about, I mean, when we sit here and compare traffic into a site, you know, the Chick-fil-A site is actually smaller than this one too.
Yeah, and frankly, for me, it's not the traffic that I'm concerned about. It's about what might be on the other half of that property. And
right.
Crunch will it.
No, and we want, and we, trust me, I mean, the last thing we want to do, we want to try to, you know, uphold the integrity of the site. We're not trying to crowd anybody. I mean, the last thing anybody wants to do with commercial use is create a traffic frenzy. I mean, we've got stores, you know, Chick-fil-A stores we've done in the past where, you know, we didn't lay them out correctly and they, you know, created just frenzies, you know, within shopping centers, and that's something that we take into consideration, and that's something that Blue Wave is going to take into consideration with this development as well.
I appreciate your comments. I think the chair.
If I could just ask real quick, I know that it was on the same night, but it was in front of a different hearing. If you could identify yourself for the purposes of this hearing's records.
My name is Brian Mallett. I'm the real estate broker for Blue Wave Express here in Houston.
Okay, thank you. The chair wishes to make a motion to revise our original motion and postpone this until the May 15th P&Z meeting. And it's my, adding on to that, it's my hope that this would come back to staff and that they have a positive recommendation for approval. I have to lean on myself as on our staff, and if there's issues with this, those need to be worked out prior to this meeting. And what I'm hearing is we've got a drawing in front of us that's not correct per the UDC. It's not. And there's issues with the traffic flow that need to be worked out first. And I also hear from you that you're buying the entire 1.4 acre site. So something needs to be worked out. It's not for us to work out that agreement between the city and the applicant.
Can I ask one more question? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Where's the staff getting its data in reference to when they say there's too much traffic that's going to come to the site? I don't think that they're necessarily concerned with volume. I think they're concerned with the maneuvers. And because and also not knowing what you're putting on the other side. If you put a high volume type fast food restaurant like a Chick-fil-A, now you have 2,500 cars going to this 1.5 acre instead of just 500 cars a day going to this 1.5 acre. Right. With the new daycare that's on the side, with now you have this giant open access roadway where you're making U-turn maneuvers into it that, in my opinion, will be blind U-turns into it. I think there's a lot of those types of issues. I don't think they're necessarily talking about your car wash generating too much traffic. By itself, the car wash probably wouldn't require a TIA, most likely, or a traffic study, most likely, but your internal site circulation is giving them heartburn. That's where the traffic concern is. So,
So would it be beneficial for my engineers to bring in their auto turn?
and I would suggest using a Suburban instead of a single or regular personal vehicle, just because Suburbans are very prevalent in this area, and there's going to be a lot of soccer moms running them through car washes.
That's what we use when we do auto turns,
Okay.
especially for the car wash.
Okay,
Because not just small cars go through it.
right. So,
We have to make sure that.
So just to be clear, so we need to bring in,
well, and I'm not engineering staff.
so did engineering
So-
staff, did engineer, did engineering staff make its recommendations on?
I do this, play one on TV? No.
Was it engineering staff that made its recommendation on this
I
internal
think-
traffic flow?
I think that it is, you take it back to planning, because they're the ones running the permit, the CUP through the process. And they will definitely bring the appropriate people to the meetings that you need.
Yeah, but, I don't disagree, but in all fairness, if he makes these changes and he comes back and then we.
Oh, I agree with you.
Something else, then we're kind of just torturing people here, right?
No, I agree with
So-
you.
So I think we have to give them some indication, and we don't have to, but.
I mean, we're, yeah.
No, I'm sorry, let me
No,
just finish.
yeah,
I think it would just be respectful, if we can give them some indication that if these things were kind of aligned to UDC, that
Right.
he'd be more inclined to get that approval when he came back on this.
Right.
So let me step in here as the chair.
One more question. So if we move this to May 15th, what does that do to you?
To me,
Yes.
probably means I gotta go put down more money hard on the site so the seller doesn't pull out.
So I think what the chair is saying is that if you could work this out with staff, and then we wouldn't have to vote on this tonight, and you guys come up with some kind of solution,
Yeah.
but we don't want to put you in a bind, so we just want to know from you, would that put you in a bind, moving it to May 15th?
Yeah, I mean, my extension's gonna run out here probably at the end of April. So I'm gonna have to go back and put more money up hard for these guys, which we've gotten to the point now where it's non-refundable. So, we'd gotten, I think, when did we get comments? Did you say we got comments back on Friday? So, we got comments back on Friday, and just with Easter weekend and whatnot, it was a little bit difficult for us to turn around and get plans
Yeah,
back
yeah.
to.
So can we get some input from staff?
And we have plans that do comply currently on hand.
You good with comments? Thank you. So,
Staff would like to recommend postponement. We actually haven't reviewed the most recent site plan, and that site plan needs to go through a multi-level department review, and at which time that departments, and allow each department to make comments on. So we haven't reviewed the updated site plan, and the issues have been addressed. We don't know that because we haven't had the opportunity to review it. And also, staff would like to read a section of the UDC.
So for the CUP, based on conditions, the city council may require such modifications in the proposed use and attach such conditions to the conditional use permit as the city council deems necessary to mitigate adverse effects of the proposed use and to carry out the spirit and intent of the section. Conditions and modifications may include but are not limited to limitations on building size or height, increased open space, limitations on impervious surface, enhanced loading and parking requirements, additional landscaping, curbing, sidewalks, vehicular access, and parking improvements, or placement or orientation of buildings and entryways, buffer yards, landscaping and screening, signage restrictions and design, maintenance of buildings, and or outdoor areas or duration of the permit and hours of operation. So these are just some of the ways that the site could potentially be modified to come into some better compliance to potentially mitigate the overcrowding of the site.
thank you. So the chair has a motion on the floor to postpone to May 15th. There has not been a second. The other option is for a vote tonight, so that's on the table. Does anybody second my motion to postpone? So we have a motion and a second to revise the original. All those in favor of Revising the motion to postpone, signify by raising your right hand. Okay, that motion passes 6-0.
I mean, just to give you a bit of a steer, if you come back UDC compliant and you can still make the auto turn with the Suburban, I mean, I'm inclined to go.
Okay, thank you.
I would say the same.
Okay.
We have a revised motion on the floor. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand.
The motion to postpone itself doesn't need a second
Doesn't need
vote,
it.
so.
Okay, sorry, I'm just used to doing it. Here we go. Moving on to item E, consideration possible action, zone change application number zone 16-00010. This is a request of Peter Bosher, applicant, on behalf of Lois Summers and Rogers Families, owners, for approval of a change in zoning from single-family estate RE to planned development PD for the development of Massey Oaks, a single-family residential development, on a portion of which will be annexed into the city prior to final consideration of the zone change on approximately 370.482 acres of land. I will not read the general location, but the general location is McKeever at Harkey Roads.
I'll move to approve zone change application 16-00010.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. We've had quite a bit of debate with city council or comments from city council. I believe everybody heard the directive or request, not directive, but request from them to do our best to work this zone change application out tonight. If staff could go over a list of items that the city has an issue with, that would have to be worked out at some time or tonight to allow us to have a vote on this PD. I would like to attempt to do what the city council asked us to do. My experience is that it's probably not going to happen, but if those items are something we can discuss one by one, if we can get them out on the table and discuss them, I think it'll help the process, and then we can ask one by one questions about each item.
Sure. What maybe we would recommend is just going through the 7 things we had that are the, if the zone change is considered for approval, staff recommends the following conditions from the staff part, and just go through them one by one. And take them, yeah.
You just want to see my fancy slide
I wanted to
presentation.
say, yeah, exactly. I'm just impressed I can run this.
Ron, you need to sit down. We have people here to run the computer.
It's a little dangerous, actually. Did I pass it? No.
Yeah, you already passed it. I see. It's only 8 o'clock in Reno, so he's still fresh. So that's why it's 8:30, you know, it's his time.
That's
That's not the.
I was
that's
gonna
not it.
start, yeah.
Yeah, that's not where you want to go. I know where you, yeah, you want to go to, oop, there you go, just 2 up. You want to go, that one. Okay.
Okay, so
If you want to lead, all right, go ahead, sir.
I can read it into the record. So item 1 that we have issue with is the lot sizes and density. Minimum lot size needs to be increased from the current UDC R4 to R3 to conform with the city's UDC requirements for R1, R2, and R3 with the distribution of no more than 35% 60-foot wide lots, no less than 45% 70-foot wide lots and no less than 20% of 80-foot wide lots, and increase the minimum lot depth.
Chairman, did you want to read each one and then respond to each one, or how did you want to do that?
We want to talk about each one and try to come up with
Okay.
either a solution or whether or not we can, if there's a way forward out of this meeting or not.
Okay.
So I think to help this along, I almost feel like a judge.
Not guilty.
Have the applicant give their opinion of what it needs to be, and then staff give their.
To be honest, I defer, if you guys just want to say what you're thinking, I think we've both gone through our case, so I don't know if you want to hear our case again. That's up to you, Council. If you want us to go through it again, I mean, we can, but I prefer.
I would just add one thing, with all due respect, is as far as the nomenclature here of R1, 2, 3, I don't know that we have a preference, right? That,
And that might, you want to just touch on that? I think the table, we found the table to be confusing.
Okay.
And I think that's bad for both of us. If going forward, that table's confusing, because as you know, in a year or two, someone will be here submitting a plat. If we don't both understand and don't think we both understand, I think we thought that was a logical first thing regardless of the lot size.
I think myself on these, R4 is something, R4, I do not like R4 lots. It's just too small of a lot for, this is gonna be a primo subdivision. The entrance is something you don't see. The last entrance we had from old property that I think of is West Oaks, one of the sections in West Oaks that had the entrance with all the trees that were existing from the existing ranch. And this one is amazing. It's got huge trees, you know, so R4, I just see that as the most dense that we have. And the developments that we've seen that I personally like the most is when you have some, I personally live on a 70-foot lot. And all the lots in our neighborhood are 70 feet minimum. I see what that's looked at, what that lot looks like after 10 years. I've also lived here in Pearland in an R4 that we moved out here, and see what that looks like now 17 years later. And truthfully, the long-term R3 and above look better after 17 years. Understand, you're saying this is what sells. The city's saying this is the mix we want to see. That final number will be up to council. It will not be up to this commission. We can put a number down in there, and the council will more than likely change those numbers. Yeah. And that'll be discussions that happen after our discussion about it.
So Chairman, if I could direct the commission to like Chris was saying, the R3, R4, obviously it needs to probably be cleaned up on a staff or a ordinance level. We would prefer to stick with our graph, our 50, 20, 2010, I think it was. And that didn't come, let me tell you, that didn't come just out of blue sky saying, hey, I think this is what it works. I spent a lot of money with people that do sensitivity modeling, which is way over my pay grade, that figures out what was the highest and best mix from a valuation standpoint, from an individual standpoint, from a absorption standpoint, what the market says. Hey, I've been doing this 35 years. I've seen, any lot can go to crap. All of our, well, at least the last 20 years have been HOA-controlled developments. And not one of them has gone to crap because they won't allow it. And so we don't have, somebody's Pontiac parked in the front lawn changing oil. So that just doesn't happen in an HOA-controlled environment. So we would, obviously like to go forward with our mix, if you will.
Let me jump in there, because I think you're putting words into my mouth as far as
I'm sorry I'm doing
aging. The 17 years I'm talking about is how that property ages. The landscaping, the trees, because of density, trees grow. 17 years later, those two trees that are required by our UDC look a whole lot different. And things have to be done because there's not enough space on that front lot for what's required in the aging there. So you see removal of trees, things like that. This is why I do not like the 55-foot lot. It's not because these homes are still in existence here. The homes still look great. However, there's not enough space in the front yards for what's there. So that's one reason. It's all house, no yard, and after 17 years, you're looking at a very dense piece of property. What I'm looking at, and let the other commissioners weigh in on theirs, is what are the numbers for tonight that staff is recommending based on lot widths? My recommendation, I would personally would recommend and back our staff on their numbers. The developers are going to have to work with staff, and those numbers are going to y'all are going to have to agree.
Can I ask you for an interpretation of what you said? Does that mean if it went to a vote right now, you're a no based on their
I'm a no based on their
lot
numbers.
distribution?
My recommendation would be to follow staff's recommended lot distribution.
And that's right.
So, we have worked with staff. Quite frankly, I spent $80,000 on studies before they would let us work with staff. And so, which doesn't come into your decision kind of circle, which I understand. But, in order to do regional improvements to all these things that we're doing, from roads to utilities, you name it, it takes a certain amount of density. I mean, that is just simple math. That's what it takes. To cut down to their number, be it raising the minimum size to 65, I think it is, it reduces what can be done offsite. And I can tell you the $19.7 million that we will be writing will not only service existing thousands of residents of the city of Pearland, it will also service thousands in the future, including our 370 acres. And so in order to do that, and in order to be the pioneer, like I kind of stated earlier, there's a balance. And the balance is we're following marketing studies. We're following people that are much smarter than I am that tells me third party everything. I understand and then truly, absolutely respect, not only from the Massey family, to do it right. I don't want a deteriorated, neighborhood. And nor does the city of Pearland. I mean, we're $300,000 to $500,000 houses. So there is a balance to get what the city wants and deserves, because you guys aren't the 8th fastest growing city in the country for nothing. It's that's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing because they're coming. And we better figure out how to do this correctly. I don't live on a 55-foot lot. I get it. But I have, I don't know, maybe 10 or 20,000 people that do live on smaller lots that we've developed in developments across the country. So we've been working with them. We don't see eye to eye.
Okay.
Simple as that.
Oh, and go ahead.
Those 55-foot lots, so they're comparable to the ones in Pomona and Sedona Lakes?
Is that the two that?
Just for the record, Sedona Lakes has their 60s, 70s, and 80s, so there's no 50-foot lots in Sedona Lakes.
So
They don't have any 55-foot width lots? No, okay.
According to their website site plan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think,
Oh.
The new sections are only 60-foot lots.
If you're, can I ask if somebody's going to
Paul,
address
do you
the
want to
commission,
come
that
up
they
here and
come to
explain
the
that?
podium and give us
I'll
your name
defer
and
to him.
address.
I brought up Baker's Landing earlier tonight. That's 55, 65s and townhomes. So, and that's a new one. You can explain that.
Sedona, Paul Grumman, again, 4201 West Broadway, Pearland, also 2116 Kildare, Pearland. Sedona, The latest two sections are only 60-foot lots. The original sections were 80. They came back and said, we cannot do any more 80s, we cannot do 70s, it is all 60s. City of Manville approved it.
So, the commissioners, let me just step in here for the sake of getting us down the road of something here. If I could recommend to our commissioners, comment on the density and lot size, and then let's together find a path forward recommendation for this item, or determine that this is an item that's a deal breaker and it's something we can't resolve tonight, because tonight we have to do one of two things, well, possibly three. We have to come up with a list of recommendations to council for approval, or denial, or postponement. That's our three options. So if we go through these items, everybody has to have an opinion of what that item needs to be to be addressed. I'm of the opinion, and I would do this at a later time after we've went through the 7, it's my opinion that I would recommend staff's recommendations. That doesn't mean that's going to be the final outcome of this PD with city council, but that will be what this body would recommend if everybody agreed, so that could be worked out with council and staff at a later reading. Am I out? Did I say anything out of line there? I think that pretty much states how it would happen.
Yes, fundamentally, I think what you're doing tonight is telling council what type of vote they need, or the developer how to change the development. That's coming down to cutting it down to the chase. That's what it ends up happening. So if you're looking to give direction to the developer, as council asked, we know that there are two people who would prefer to follow staff's recommendations in regards to density, and we don't know how the other four folks feel about that particular issue. But I think what the plan was to go down these 7 issues and give direction one way or the other where you are, and then after we have everybody's direction on each of those 7 issues, you'll cast a final ballot, so to speak, as to what we need to do.
So if this makes sense, can we ask our questions, formulate your opinion, and then see if we need to make an amendment to the motion for each of these as we go along? Would that be acceptable?
You want to amend it 7 times?
Yeah, I think staff is going to keep a tally of where y'all are, and then at the end of the day, staff will try to recite back what it thinks it has heard as recommendations for conditional approval or changes to be made in order to get a yes vote. Or staff will say, based on what we're hearing that there's no way that this could go forward, and you're going with a denial.
Is there a way to poll the commission without taking a vote by item?
Yeah, we go and give our opinions all the way down.
Just as in council meetings, the chair will turn to each, the mayor will turn to each council member and say, so-and-so, what are your thoughts? You can choose what order to go in and ask people.
Let's try to get through this that way, and we'll start with Daryl.
We're only talking about
Lot size.
lot size
Number
at this time.
Okay. Well, while we were on break, I looked up on the internet about lot sizes and such, and a lot of the areas up around the Dallas area and here in the Houston area are going to more of these smaller lots. I don't like them. I'm not going to live on one, so I'm going to pay more not to live on one, but there are families out there that will live on them. And the way that I feel about it, this man's willing to put up $19.7 million worth of infrastructure to help the rest of the city. Now, if we sit there and we hold him to this 65 lot minimum, I'm thinking that is going to sorely diminish the $19.7 million that he's willing to put in order to do this. So we got to think about that. I think that it's something that, but, you know, that's something that the staff and him are going to have to work out. Whether y'all are willing to take that smaller lot size and come up with a lot size that we can all be with. Like I said, I don't like the 55-foot lots. I'm not going to live on one, but there are people that will. Now, take into consideration, not only did he did go with 55-foot lots, but he also went with a longer lot. You know, I've seen some of his developments. We put in most of the utilities for his developments here in the Houston area, and he does put in a quality product. You know, that's really all I got to say.
I understand staff's recommendation, but I believe in this developer and the 19 million that you're going to put in our community. I believe that the smaller lots will have more amenities in them, which will cost more, and I think it'll be a good fit for Pearland. So I believe in the developer. So.
Yeah, to me, the 19 million is certainly a pain point. I mean, I don't see the amenities that you're referring to, because a lot of it is just a retention pond that nobody can play football on. So I don't really see the amenity side of it. I think Pearland is one of the fastest growing cities in the country, largely, in my opinion, because it's next to one of the largest cities in the continent. And I'm not convinced that we have to downsize things in Pearland to get people to move here. So I'm not in favor of density. We want something a little more sprawling and larger lots.
I have one comment on the $19 million. Could you explain that $19 million and how that works into the mud and the streets being part of the mud? Is that the $19 million we're discussing?
I'll give it some explanation, but I'm sure they'll give it some too. Obviously, when we began this development, we recognized that these roads in this area, as we talked at the workshop, could not handle the amount of traffic that they were going to be, you know, needing to handle. So we requested the developer both on water and sewer, and obviously our water lines are up at Bailey and Street, so they're over a mile away from the site. So if not for this development, we would not be extending utilities down to this area. So it was, you know, going to need to be a burden of the development to extend those utilities and to improve the roadways. Some of these roadways are also not in our jurisdiction. You know, going west on 1128 is in Manville's jurisdiction, and on the south side, they're going to be in Alvin, City of Alvin's jurisdictions. So by doing, requiring them to do them, that's where we come to the $19 million is the water that will loop all the way from Bailey in 1128 all the way around to Veterans in 1128 eventually. And then the sewer will be extended down Harkey from just north of Bailey all the way to the site. And then the roadways, they're going to be improving the roadways on County Road 100 from 1128, creating an interchange there with the traffic signal for safety there at 1128, and then extending 2 lanes of concrete back to Harkey, and then Harkey, 2 lanes of concrete all the way back up to Bailey. So as a addition, we've given them road powers, which no MUD's ever been given before in our community, so that they can get recouped for some of the roads inside their development. But I think what they'll tell you is what drives it at the end of the day is the amount of value that they have in total to be able to generate money to reimburse them. So they're not going to be reimbursed for all this, but there will be portions of this off-site that they will be, but then they'll also be able to recover more money on-site if the value's there to.
So along those lines, the sewage line is part of the $19 million, but
Correct.
No extra capacity. Is there capacity in our system to cover this?
So I would, capacity, the sewer treatment plant would eventually someday, we do currently have capacity to serve this development. But the sewer line would be able to serve additional development, so they will be able to recover some of those when other people hook into it. I can't tell you how much of that sewer treatment line, the sewer line that they'll be able to recover, but they will be able to recover a portion of that. But their risk is when it won't be until the other side of the street develops that they'll be able to recover some of that $19 million. The majority of the money's in the roads, and it's not in the water and sewer line. The majority of the money's in the roads.
I just wanted
Is that fair?
the commission to hear where that $19 million.
Yeah, we had
number is
RG
coming
Miller, which is our engineering consultant, and unfortunately, he's not here. He's got a sick kid in the hospital, so we've spent a lot of time, RG Miller has spent a lot of time analyzing everything. That's why the city, I think it's Waterline wants us to go from what we require for our development, a 12-inch, and I think they want to go to 16-inch, right? Or 18-inch, and that delta, the city that's our cost sharing part, which is about $600,000. But I did want to mention this. Hey, I thought I was the luckiest man on earth to find this ranch, where it was at. It was beautiful. This is 3 years ago. And so I started my early due diligence and got on the City of Pearland site, or Pearland, City of Pearland website, and saw that a CIP program had been approved some years prior that had a water line extension down here, had, I think, Pearland Park Boulevard came through there, all done by 2016, 17, and 18. And I thought, I'm the luckiest guy around having this beautiful ranch, and the CIP program was approved that all bring all that through there. Guess what? It's not coming. The city can't afford to get it, so somebody's got to, and that's, again, Pioneer developer is going to bring it. Am I going to get reimbursed for some? Yes. Who knows how much, but it's all based on tax base and valuations. The mayor clearly sent a message to me, no affordability. I can't have affordability. We got to have a great product to afford the roads that we're all going to, so it is a balancing act.
Thank you. We'll move on.
My opinion is that outside of cleaning up making sure that y'all's naming of different categories matches the city's naming of different categories, I think the developer has actually come closer to the city and the city hasn't budged. I think that if they're willing to put their money on their bet that this thing's gonna sell and that they're gonna be able to sell 55-foot lots, I think they've kind of moved enough already.
Okay. I agree with that the city needs to go along with the developer on this one. I do know a little bit about what sells, and the 55-foot lots are definitely what's selling. They have done some of the work on Meridiana and Pomona, and they know what's going on out there. That's what the 55-foot lots are, what are selling out there too. So that really is where the market is. I've got a house that I know it's overpriced because the sellers won't give it up, but they've got it on 3/4 of an acre. It's about 4,500 square feet, and they think it's worth, it's not over here, it's not in Pearland, but they think it's worth about $600,000. It's worth around $475,000. It's 4,500 square feet, it's a custom home, and it's on a big lot, and we have had one showing. And it's in Clear Lake. So there's a lot of houses over there that size in Clear Lake, and they're not really moving real rapidly. So I think they do a good job. I think the advantage of the $19 million plus that they're giving to the city, even if they recoup half of it or 75% of it over 20, 25 years, that's okay. That area out there is going to develop, and if we've got somebody that's working on some of these new big developments that are going on in our area, and they're willing to come in here and work on these, we need to work with these kind of people. There's not going to be a house out there that's under $300,000. It's impossible to build them anymore. It's just We need to go along with them and come up to what's going on in today's market. They want to sell them. We want people to move to Pearland because it's a great place to live. We have to provide what the public wants as well as what the city wants.
So if I'm understanding the comments from P&Z correctly, and I apologize if I'm stepping out of line, and if y'all don't want me to do this, I'll find another way for y'all to figure it out. But looking at the comments just on the density issue, the majority of the P&Z Commission wants the tables to reflect the staff tables that are used. We look at width as the primary driver. I'm sorry. I haven't finished. I think y'all were expecting something differently. I realize that now. The majority of P&Z wants them to use the tables that we use in regards to width for classification. Say that this is R3 because the width is, I'm sorry, say that this is R4 because your width is in our R4 category. But as far as distribution for percentages, the majority of P&Z is okay with the developer using the R4 category that we refer to. Did that make sense? So clean the table up.
Clean the table up,
Yeah.
Do you want what the developer proposed, or do you want what the city's proposed? I mean, make it simple.
I think the distinction is we're going to go with what the developer has for percentage of lots, but we're going to call the R3 lot an R4 lot.
Right.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
But it'll be in the PD reflecting a R4.
R3, R2, and R1.
Yeah.
And R4 will be 50% maximum. R3 will be 20%, or you can move those 20% to R2. R2 will be 20%. Those 20%, that 20% can go up to, and a minimum of R1 will be minimum of 10%.
That's what I heard, but that's issue one, and we have 7 more. So
Could we, the developer numbers you just stated, please note them for later, for later. So developer numbers, from what I heard from council, they're okay with the numbers from the developer. That's what I've heard. What I like doesn't matter. It's what council is giving us direction on.
Commissioner Tunstall, what you like does matter. You can dictate how council's vote turns out at the end, or what number of them.
But in this issue, when we're talking about the number, when we go further down the road and they actually divide this up into plats, those numbers can change, and they probably will change when we talk about other items on the agenda. For the sake of getting through this meeting, the numbers that I believe need to be in the PD as we see it, I would go with the developer's numbers here to let it move further down the road.
The second issue that staff has is in regards to phasing, and it appears as though there's still a disagreement between staff and the developer on what they mean by phasing.
Lawrence, do you want to let Lotta go through phasing?
Let me clarify that.
Hang on, let me clarify one thing on the R numbers. The R tied to the width of the lot has been something that's always kind of gotten this commission into issues, because a narrower lot can be deeper and be the same square footage of the next number up. And then cul-de-sac lots can be R1s, even though their frontage are, the square. So I'm good with the numbers where we're at on this development, being we're in the initial part of the PD. I'm okay with it. So moving on to item 2, phasing.
Okay, so so the item 2 is about phasing, phasing as related to what can staff expect in each phase in terms of what are the lot sizes that are being built, how many lots approximately, what is the distribution, and what kind of amenities. Very important, because as you're the ones who approve plats, and every time they come for a plat, we need to make sure that the plat is done as per phasing. So what we are saying is there is an Exhibit N in their PD which talks about the phasing plan. That Exhibit N needs to be tied to the list of amenities that is in their PUD, in their PD, and at one time, there was a conceptual plan that said phase one, this section would have 60 footers, another section would have 70 footers, 80 footers. So each phase, we would like to see what the lot distribution is. In other words, what staff would not encourage is building all 50 footers in phase 1 and 2 and 3. We need to see a little bit of more even distribution. I know the applicant has said that it's hard for them to pinpoint. We're not asking them to pinpoint, but we would like some idea with some flexibility written in so that there is a comfort level that they will try their best to provide a mix of lots in every phase and tie each phase to the amenity. As you all know, we just did Baker's Landing prior to this. When they come for a final plat, we need an SIA. Before a CO is issued, we need to go out and inspect the site for amenities, and all those things stem from the PD. So it's very important that the PD document is clear for staff who will be implementing this 4 or 5 or 10 years down the road. So that is our concern. We are not clear as to the phasing, and we would like to see some kind of lot distribution in each phase.
Go ahead. So I guess a couple things, and we certainly appreciate where staff is on that issue. I can tell you that there's no intention to I think I said this in the presentation, to either front load or back load, with all 50s. I mean, it's our goal to deliver a variety of products, as the development progresses. One thing I should have keyed in on earlier, I want to be sure that everybody understands is the lot mix that we have proposed has flexibility built in it. We're not saying that we will do exactly 50% of 55s. The 50% was actually set as a maximum, so we cannot exceed 50% of the lots in the development we cannot exceed 50% at the 55s. We might end up doing 40% or 35. That kind of depends on the market. Whereas the 85s, the 10% is a minimum. So that was designed specifically to allow some flexibility in there to adjust with the market. But we can guarantee you won't see more than 50% of the smaller lots, and you'll see a minimum of 10% of the larger lots, with the 65s and 75s being kind of that shock absorber, if you will, right? So that's one reason why it would be impossible for us to tell you that we're going to do that exact mix with every phase, because it really has to do with where the market is, what's selling. But what we did do, two things. Staff had suggested that we incorporate or include a table with each plat, which we agreed to do. We put it in the PD that basically states, what the acreage of each plat is and how many lots have been platted to date, so that it's easy for staff to understand, and you all on the Planning Commission understand where we are in the development and how many of each lots have been platted of each size to date. So we're totally agreeable with that. We also, under the phasing section of the PD, we put some other things in there to help hopefully address staff's concern. For instance, we said under phasing F number 2, lot mix in table 1 for overall property does not need to be achieved with each plat. However, beginning with phase 2, the R3 lots, or the 55-foot lots, shall at no time comprise more than 75% of the total platted lots to ensure that there's not an imbalance. So we are trying to put some triggers in there so that we couldn't come in and do 100% of 55s and none of the other lots. So we've tried to build that in, but while retaining some flexibility. It's just, on a project of this size at 370 acres, it is impossible for us to tell you exactly how it's going to phase out, how many lots are going to be included in each plat. It's going to take, this project could take 8 to 10 years to build out. If this was 20 acres, no problem, right? So, but we've tried to address those things here in the phasing portion of the PD.
Go ahead.
No, I'll respond to all your comments.
If I can add to that, we have a division as home building division, and they build about, 400 or 500 homes a year. And I met with a bunch of home builders here in the city of Pearland in the last month and a half. And what I'd like to do, and I'm not the guy that wordsmith this thing, but is what I did hear from the home builders is some of them will build, the whatever, 55, 65, and, 55, 60, 65s. Some of them will only build 75, 85s. Like, I think there's one builder here that has a detached garage in the back, he's got to build on a 75-foot lot. He didn't want any 60-foot lots. So we got to be careful to allow the flexibility of what's being built out there, but also having a mix of the 55, 60, 65, or whatever the numbers, within those little pods, because we want different size houses, we want different size lots, we want, you know, little front moving. That's why we got them 10 or 15 feet deeper, is because we wanted them kind of, I'm really sensitive about streetscape. So what I'm hoping, if it's our proposed language or staff, we can come up to allow that flexibility, I guess, or that movement of lots, because there are some builders that won't build on 75-foot lots, period. So.
Let me ask this question. When Lada before was articulating what she was looking for in a phasing, she actually didn't say exact. She said, I don't remember her exact word, but it sounded like she was open to a bandwidth around the.
Like a range, I guess,
So
yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's fine too, as long as we, I mean, if you, or just for lack of better examples, if they want, you know, 25% 55s, 25, 65, you know, and split it up that way, in the same pod, that's not gonna work, because the builder that wants to build the 55, 65s, he's not gonna want those 85s. So we gotta be careful. The 75, 85s, no problem, we can put those into a pod. We have some.
Well, let me understand you correctly. You said that you have an internal number there of 75% of 55, so as not to trigger your overall number can only be a certain number of 55.
I think our table is 50%, yeah.
Max. So you're gonna have to balance your load of
Exactly.
of homes, no matter what.
No
or
matter
you're gonna
what.
end up with nothing but 65 and 75s left on the tail end.
Exactly. And that's I mean, you know, with the process, you know, we gotta work, when we come through the plotting phase of it, we have to work with staff, and it's the little chart or something that Chris was showing to kind of keep a ledger of it, if
So
you
what I
will.
also heard Lana mention is that we need a list of amenities for each of those pods, so that when they're
Yeah.
built, those are built first.
So for example, right now, can I just say one, so like on phasing on number 5, Massey Lake Park, which to me is the park where, that's where the swing set is, that's really where the only amenities are on the west side. The Massey Lake Park with recreational amenities and noted as above will be completed prior to the issuance of the CO for no more than 300 homes. So that means you'll be a third of the way through before you would even have a park in the development.
I don't agree with that at all.
Well,
Much like in Baker's Landing,
if I could, if that's item 5, but in item 1, I'm sorry, or item 3, the entry and alley, that'll be done with phase 1. The Grove, which is actually the first park area, would be done with phase 2. And then we did put the lot trigger in there. So we.
Could you pull up the Grove, just so, I mean, because right now the only amenity shown in the Grove is a bench.
Well, it's trails in a passive park. I mean,
Right.
there's no pool, but it is an open space area. So, but the point is.
This kind of goes into number 3 with the amenities, you know, the amenities, if you want to compare
needs
to
to be
Pomona, you know, and I realize, what are we, half the size of Pomona or two, or just,
Maybe half, yeah.
we take half the amenities that Pomona has in this development.
so from my perspective, and that's of a resident in a neighborhood that always went with, bought a house, the developer said, hey, phase 2, you're gonna get this, high in the sky, buy a lot, you're gonna love it. I love my house, but guess what? That pool never made it, because that developer went under, and that second section never came. So what I like is these developments that build the amenities first, it helps them, and helps us make decisions for future residents, which is what I see a part of my job being here on this board, to represent residents that don't live here yet, the ones that are coming. So there needs to be a balance with the city staff on what is required, and so that the protection is there. You're gonna build this, when you do section 1, the park is gonna be built first. You're gonna have your drainage in anyway, so that part could be part of phase 1. We're not seeing that phasing plan in front of us that we're gonna see a little later down the road, because we're in the initial part of the PD. And just going back to what I said during the city council meeting, I don't like building these things the night of the P and Z meeting, because we're gonna be here after 12 o'clock tonight. I gotta go to work tomorrow, so. This is the reason I don't like coming here and building these, but I told them I would try. So my opinion on the phasing is we need a plan on paper saying each section is gonna have a mix, whatever that is. It needs to be presented to staff, and the amenities that go with that section, by section, needs to be presented to staff so that we can move forward.
Do we have any of that like that on that phasing? Chairman, I totally agree. As you guys may remember, I spent 12 years being a planning commissioner, 6 being a chairman, and last thing I want to do is get up here and go back and forth, or being on that side and go back and forth. So I appreciate you following council's direction. On the, and Matt and Lotta, on the lot width or the size phasing, I think we can get to something. I think we all know that we gotta accommodate the widths and the nice little what a combination. I don't know if it's a percentage and I'll look to my consultants to maybe help draft something quickly, but the amenity aspect, which is kind of I think it's the next, number 3. You're right. I currently have a development in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Bought it from broke developer back in 2012. He put in a half a clubhouse. He had 94 homes already built and occupied. Residents I thought they'd be my best friends since I walked in there and I bought it. They hated me right off because they wanted their amenities. So I get that. We have historically built a lot of amenities prior to it because it's simple math, marketing. They see it. I have and I'm going to go against my consultants. They did a great job with all these, how many ever things, you guys seen this, right, staff?
The list, yes.
Well, that's phasing, but I don't mind going through, obviously that alleyway, that's gonna get done 100%, right? I mean, I have to. The ponds, I gotta dig them anyways. So I'm gonna have the passive park around there. So I'll commit tonight to get trying to get through this because I don't wanna be here till midnight either. But I will commit to do through, I don't know what you call it, that lake park? Is that what it's called, Massey Lake Park? I'll commit to go there or complete that on the first phase. So that's physically halfway through the property. I don't know where the phases are going, but can I change this?
I think what we'd like to see is them by number of lots too. To me, that's
Yeah,
easier than
I mean,
because you don't know the phases now, so let's just
I think
break
we
it
have-
down to lots like we're doing in the development agreement. So to me,
Yeah,
that
we have
makes
300 lots, which is,
You should have an idea of how many lots you're gonna have.
yeah, I mean, so I don't mind doing that. Hey, it helps
Lots is
us.
easier, it's easily to measure,
I'm fine with if we have it here for, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. I left my seeing night dog at home. Right?
So what do you looking for?
The timing
Lake
of
Park?
Massey Lake, part.
Yeah, I mean, we had said in the document, no more than 300 homes, which gave you the flexibility to do it before that, you just couldn't go beyond 300.
So, that's what's written in the staff has. So we're definitely willing to do that. It puts them a trigger, I guess. And so, I don't know if staff is good, ugly, bad, okay.
At least one member of staff still has a concern about the phasing plan, and that is if you look at the actual PD submitted section F, number 8 of the phasing plan gives the developer the right to make any changes it wants to that phasing plan, at their complete discretion, which from my world, the legal world, means that if they decide, regardless of what the other things say, once it's approved, they can make the changes however they want, and staff would no longer be able to enforce the plan that y'all are trying to develop now.
I don't wanna be in that position as Which one is that? City, that's my personal.
Let me get up there.
Phase one could be one lot or.
Right, that's, nobody's trying to pull a fast one there, right?
I completely, I know
so
that that's not the intent, but that's the way it's written.
that- It's, I understand. So it's that, it is, again, with a development of this scale, it's impossible to draw hard lines on a map today because they'll be out of date next
We
week.
understand there, you've presented, and this is where the commission is at a disadvantage. We present pictures, and we know those pictures aren't correct for what we're gonna end up with.
Right.
What matters is the numbers that are on the paper. Because like Shadow Creek Ranch, you go by the numbers. You don't show a map showing apartments all along Business Center Drive. And everybody that comes and looks at the subdivision goes, there's gonna be apartments all along Business Center Drive? I don't wanna buy there. They're numbers. So that started a long time ago. So those numbers now are coming to fruition and maxing out, and everybody's going, why do they approve so many apartments? Well, they've always approved them. They've been in the numbers all along. That pre-map of Shadow Creek Ranch a long time ago just had different big open spaces up there where the apartments are now. So I understand what you're trying to do with the wording. We have to be careful what we approve in the wording, not the pretty picture.
So the recommendation from this staff member's perspective would be to allow them the flexibility that they need, but to tie a flexibility to a percentage reflecting the other percentages. So they have their phase plan that we've already talked about with the number of lots, and it could be a range or it could be a minimum of X number of lots in that, R3, R4, whatever, or that range that you just talked about. And we already talked about the amenities that get tied to those types of things. You could allow the flexibility in number 8, give the developer that flexibility to make changes so long as it's within an X percentage of those numbers for those other things. So if they have the flexibility to put more R4s in or R3s in or however many in whatever pods or phases, that's fine, but you're not giving them complete flexibility, you're tying that to a percentage. You could deviate by 15%. I don't know what the number is, I'm just saying, I've seen PDs that allow a deviation and they put a percentage for that deviation.
And just to add to that, that's how we have done it in the past, PUDs, that the PDs that we have approved, that there is ability to build in that deviation and flexibility. However, we need a place to start with, and I agree with Lawrence, and that was one of our comments in the detailed comments, that sentence there, all this discussion that's happening, that one sentence throws it out of the window, so.
Can I try to approach this from a little different angle? We're kind of mixing up two separate issues. One is the issue of how many lots of each type are going to be in each phase. And then the other issue is what amenities are going to happen with each phase. So we're kind of weaving in and out and mixing up two issues. So if I can try to just focus on the first one first, the number of lot types in each phase.
I think we solved that already.
No, we didn't solve the phasing portion. We solved the overall.
So.
Well, and I don't think anything's proposed. I think what is on the table for the recommendation is to work with staff and provide a plan that's acceptable.
Yeah, and I just want to try to explain so F2, our attempt that was in here, I just want to make sure that we fully explain that. So at the end of the day, we're going to have that 50, 20, 20, 10% is the idea. So the way we understood the staff's concern about getting overloaded with all 55s, building all of those. Trying to recognize that concern, but also trying to recognize what Chris was saying in that from a phase to phase, you just never know exactly how those are going to balance because you build different lot sizes in different pods. And so in order to keep a consistent percentage or even a band all the way through, you're almost always going to have to be building 4 pods at a time because each lot size is separated in different pods. So we tried to address that in a little different way, but hopefully addressing the concern that the 55s don't get out of balance by saying that the 55s at no point in time can ever be more than 75% of the total of the plat. So if you get to a point where you have 75% of the mix at any time is 75% 55s, you can't plat any more 55s until that comes back down. So that's how we tried to address issue number one. So issue number two, in terms of what.
We discussed that the way the language is written, and we might be reading it wrong, Alan, so correct me. It says, beginning with phase 2, R3 lots shall not comprise more than 75% of the total lots. So obviously, the way we read it is phase 1 can be 100% of those 55-footers. So you're only committing to phase 2, saying from then onwards, 75% is the limit. So that was one thing that we did discuss internally. Why is it not phase 1?
We'll change that to phase 1.
Okay.
We can do that. We'll change that to phase 1.
And then I guess the second question is, are we okay with 75%? So, fine.
Phase, excuse me for losing track of this. How many phases do we have total?
There's 9 that are shown.
I think 7.
7?
And that's, go ahead.
So there's 7 shown. And again, the line in there about, the developer has the right to change the number. I mean, just because, it's hard to predict out 8 or 10 years. So again, to kind of circle back to, okay, what amenities are within each phase? So we said phase 1. So that could be 1 lot or 1,000, not 1,000, but 500 lot. It's not saying how big phase 1 is, but we're saying with phase 1, however big or small it is, you're going to get the entryway and the elite. And we just made the change tonight that you'd also get Massey Lake Park. So you'll get those 3 things with phase 1, whether it's 1 lot or 500 lots. So that's what we're saying. You'll get the Grove with phase 2. Regardless of however many lots it is. Or before. So that's item number 4. And then when you get to number 6, it just says that anytime from that point forward, number 6, F6, it just says other than any other amenities other than those that are called out, if they're within the boundary of a plat going forward, you're going to get whatever those amenities are with that plat going forward. So again, as Chris said, nobody's trying to pull a fast one. We're just trying to.
No, and I'm not implying that you are. I just like to see those things on paper.
Well, and that's what we try to do.
And ensure that those are going to get built first. The major amenities of the subdivision as a whole, by section, will be built first.
And that's what's on
section.
And that's what's on page 12. So other than the way it was, the changes we've talked about tonight on number 2, we would change the lot split of the 55s, that would start with phase 1. And then on item number 5, instead of 300 homes, that would change to phase 1. And then that takes care of all the major amenities. And then all the other stuff is going to come as each section gets platted.
The Rogers, I would still think we want to have some number on the Rogers track too.
Excuse me?
Some number on the Rogers track. So the Greenway corridor, the parks that are in these sections over here?
Those would come anytime the way we intended it, the way it's written, anytime something gets platted adjacent to one of those spots, it's going to get platted and developed at the same concurrently.
The word adjacent can cause issues because you can plat the residential and leave the amenities as a separate plat or a reserve. So I think if you're tight with the lots, it's cleaner and better to implement it. Or draw a phase line that shows.
You can think about these. I mean, you don't have to sit here on the fly and try to figure this out. I mean, there's a logic that I'm sure you'll go, well, that makes sense.
And I would just add that we are committed to having open space within a quarter mile of all the lots too. So that's another kind of trigger, right? We're not going to be able to get so many lots without open space.
So adjacency just makes sense because you're already there.
Right.
And you've got such a preponderance of your amenities already in the first phase.
Groman, if you'd be so kind as to stand up and come up to the podium. I'll ask you every time, I know Mike's over there trying to zoom in and move the camera.
Paul Groman, you're getting the bulk of the amenities in phase 1. And as what we've said, the reason that we did it, the adjacency, was because that's a simple way to do it. You're going to get them as you go. you can't build the next phase unless the amenities are part of it. That seemed to be a reasonable way to
So
do
if I
it.
could-
Because again, you got probably 35 or 40% of them in phase one anyway.
If I could interrupt and get our commissioners' input, if you have any input to this, but what I'm hearing is that the developer and staff will work out a phasing plan that includes amenities, number of lots per section. And it sounds like y'all just need to talk a
Fair
little
enough.
further.
Fair enough.
To get
I
that
mean,
lined out.
we're certainly committed to doing everything we're showing to you. It's just a matter, I think, of getting everybody comfortable about the timing.
Yeah, and if I could add something, Lotta's comment on, or I'm not sure if it was Matt's, but, I'm not gonna say
Almost
anything.
midnight now, yeah.
I don't know if this could be legal language, but I mean, as soon as we get to the Rogers side of the fence, if you will, if that's, because we don't know if it's 600 lots, 700 lots, whatever, but as soon as we plot something on that side of the line, I'm good to go with the amenity package.
Okay.
So however you want to do that.
We concur with that.
Anyone? Yeah, item A,
I just don't understand what it means. The developer reserves the right to modify the number of phases phased out.
What that means is, and that's actually exactly why we started trying to tie some of these things to lot count instead of phase, because the market can expand, contract. One phase might be 100 lots, and then we see things contract. Your next phase might be 50 lots. And so that might force you to kind of redraw those phase boundaries. And so that's why I think we're more comfortable tying things to, the initial phase we don't mind tying things to because as I guess Alan said, it could be one lot, could be 50 lots. Phase one is phase one. But when we get into phase 4, 5, 6, where those are, the exact boundaries, it's just almost impossible for me to tell you right now.
And staff, that's okay with you, that one line?
Well, I think we're going to modify that sentence and then tie it the way they're saying they would.
To the number of lots.
Yeah, to the number of lots. So that
okay, so
sentence will
Matt,
change.
we have something we can all agree upon here to put in a recommendation.
Yep.
That we're gonna talk about after we get to the end of these 7. Does anybody have any questions regarding phasing for staff or amenities? I just think my comment there is it sure seems it would be a whole lot easier to sell houses if you got an amenity sitting out there with nobody using it. You're gonna sell houses a lot faster. That was one of the problems with my developer is he didn't build what he said he was gonna build, and then his houses didn't sell for some reason.
Imagine.
Imagine that. Anyway, moving on to item 3.
Click the slide down.
If you just.
Hey, y'all gotta earn your pay up there.
Let me do my job. I think
I think we've,
yeah, I think we.
Well, actually, the one thing I do want to clarify on here, we say the LA, the Grove, and/or Massey Lake Park, which I think we all agree to that, but this language says completed before the first final plat. That's not possible. I mean, because we'll have to plat the areas that contain these areas. So they won't be able to be completed prior to the first final plat. They'll be able to be completed with the acceptance of phase one, essentially. Is that?
Are you reading this, or, I'm sorry, where are you reading that from?
Yeah, staff report. So I just want to clarify that. We're happy to do it with the acceptance of phase one, just not prior to the final plat of phase one. We'd be prairie building at that point. We wouldn't have access to the site.
And the intent was final plat.
Well, I think the preliminary plat gives you the authority to do those, are you talking about the amenities?
Yes, but.
Let me just, so in the, not on the screen, but in the staff report, it says the LE, the Grove, and/or Massey Lake Park should be completed before the first final plat. Okay? The plat happens before you build anything, any subdivision, any infrastructure, or anything like that. So we're just saying.
your first plat is gonna have to include all those amenities.
So I think what it's saying is it says first final plat. So either you do it or you do an SIA. It's just kind of going back to the subdivision process.
Which is fine, the way it was written, it just says completed before the first final plat, which means you'd be actually, I think it's just wording, but it means you'd actually be building all of these amenities before you had a plat approved, which is not what really happens.
Well, that is the requirement of the Unified Development Code. Preliminary plat, completion of improvements, final plat recordation. However, there is an SIA process that allows you to do your final plat if you have surety in place, and I think that's what the report was referring to. Follow
it.
the UDC.
Okay,
So-
so now we just need to
Okay.
clarify the 30
If we can
versus
clarify
the
that, okay.
20 feet, so.
So Massey Lake and Rogers Lake are part of 20%.
I'm sorry?
Usable open space requirement of 20%?
Lake are part of 20%.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you said something about if they're amenitized, but I didn't know what that meant.
So the Unified Development Code says, say you have a detention, and sometimes detentions are just hole in the ground, no landscaping, no walkways. They don't even have access sometimes. They're fenced off. And those are not considered as open spaces in the calculation. But like them, if the detention has spaces around where people can walk and the parks next to it, like Shadow Creek did a good job with some of their detentions, then that is eligible to be considered as an open space and counts towards the 20% count. So especially if you have a wet bottom lake, that is an amenity. A dry detention is not considered an amenity. So you need to have a lake for it to be an amenity.
Okay, so
Yeah.
along those lines of your amenitized detention space, wet bottom, I'm assuming,
That's correct.
Yes.
what was done at Baker's Landing, I liked. The only thing that I would like more is if a safety ledge was built into that pond. It's, managing an HOA with a wet bottom pond with a 4-to-1 slope, that's something that I personally see as an improvement. The city doesn't have a standard, I understand it.
We
The
typically,
drainage district doesn't have a standard on it,
we typically do those on our projects.
but that's something that makes it a little nicer.
But yeah, let's.
Define
let's-
what you call a safety
Yeah, let's-
edge versus what.
Yeah, we're talking, yeah, right. It's a shelf, so, the depth of the pond doesn't just drop off, so if someone were to, sorry,
in-
he asked me the question.
I've seen it defined as numerous things. That's not just a bulkhead, that's a flat area, should anybody
Right.
fall off into that water at that pond's edge, that they don't go continue down that 4-to-1 slope
Correct.
to the bottom. Baker's Landing has a 4-to-1 slope, and
Not a
that's-
safety ledge.
and there's not a safety ledge built into it. I thought for a minute while they were doing it, they were gonna put one in, a slight one, but it disappeared. That's a personal preference, just, knowing that kids play around them and kids fall off into them, seeing it happen.
Absolutely.
But of course, there's not a standard for that. That would be something I would prefer to add to that, but if you're telling me you're doing it, it's on record that y'all are gonna do that, so.
I was gonna say, that could be the condition for it to be considered an amenitized lake, for, to be considered usable open space. You can
This is-
require that there be piers, you could require that there be something that makes the pond
this is-
itself be usable,
this is
or
certainly-
amenitize it in a way that you think is appropriate.
Yeah, the list of amenities should be in this document for that section 1 park.
It is. It
All in-
shows
all
walkways,
inclusive.
it shows benches, it shows gazebos, it shows splash park. I mean, I met a guy tonight, I'm gonna plant some bass in there.
So I've heard that.
So we're gonna amenitize it.
So I've heard that you will build a safety ledge into. the
We won't,
detention.
hey, it's all about
So
managing
let's-
liability.
Let's add that into the PD document.
Yeah, it'll be
And you'll
through the design, yeah.
And you'll be the first one in the city to do it, and I appreciate
What was the
that.
last thing you just said about paying bass rates?
I met a guy here that has a bass farm.
We are
So-
not gonna get into the details of what kind of bass and size tonight.
Secret- That's my secret fishing spot, by the way.
Where I thought you were going is, I thought you were gonna say that these lakes were gonna be intentional for fishing and invite that. I wasn't sure if that's.
It will, if there happens to be fish end up in that pond, there'd be some fishing.
Okay, so does anybody have anything else on amenities to discuss with either staff or the applicants?
Just, this slide has a few more things that I just wanted to bring up. No, this slide. It also talks about landscaping standards for McKeever, Harkey, and Hastings cannons. McKeever is a corridor overlay district, but Harkey and Hastings Canaan roads are not. So one of the things that the staff had recommended that both Hastings Canaan and Harkey include a 30-foot landscape buffer along the street and meet the corridor overlay district standards for just the spacing and caliper inches for street trees and ornamental trees.
Is
And-
Hastings Canyon a city street, though? Isn't that the one that has to be City of Alvin or Missouri County standards?
so-
It's the boundary line, excuse me, it's the boundary line between Pearland and Alvin. The current road is split between the Pearland ETJ and Alvin ETJ.
So all this would be inside their side.
So on this, this is something that planning and zoning doesn't normally deal with, on large-scale city roads being part of the PD. That's unique, not totally unheard of, but it is unique. I haven't seen that in,
Well,
actually mentioned in, with the
this-
exception of maybe one of our ETJ subdivisions where that was done. So on this one, I really have to yield to staff on opinion of, and the developer, in my opinion, y'all need to work that out.
What the one place we did talk about this is Baker's Landing along State Highway 35, where instead of 30-foot, they actually gave a
But they're actually
40-foot
gonna,
buffer.
they're actually gonna
So-
improve these streets we're talking about, correct?
No, they're building these
They're
streets.
building them.
In
Right.
certain cases.
In-
So
in
this is-
35, we talked about what the offset was, 30-foot
Right, so
buffer.
this will pertain to what is outside the right-of-way of the street. So even though they're building the street, but what happens between the street right-of-way and the first fence that goes up is what this is talking
So
about.
is that right away there right now, or would they have to obtain it to build this road?
Especially on Harkey. Is the Harkey right away y'all's property now, or is it city's property now? Y'all are dedicating,
It's both. We would be dedicating in certain locations.
Yeah, so south of McKeever.
Right.
Where they would build 100, so the property line is basically what would be the middle of the right-of-way. So in order to build the road, they're gonna have to acquire some right-of-way from the people to the east in order to be able to build the road and the utilities that have to go in there.
so,
Does that make sense?
so what's the final right-of-way of Harkey through the property?
It's 100.
100.
It's 100 feet
So
wide.
it's gonna be 100 feet, and then you want 30 feet on each side of it?
One side. Well, yeah, one side partially, and then as you go south on both sides as landscape buffers.
Right, so that's,
a
yeah,
lot.
so it'll be 100-foot right-of-way. We're asking for 20 feet with landscaping. The staff wants 30 feet on top of the 100-foot right-of-way. And
That's
Peter's-
our
Peter's the guy
standards
on
for
this one.
corridor overlay, and we're saying treat these roads as corridor overlay districts because of the density of the development and the traffic that's going to be on this road.
If I could, my name is Peter Bosher with RVI. On the corridor overlay district, what we did is follow the UDC. The UDC identifies McKeever, i.e. Massey Ranch Road, as subject to the corridor overlay district. So along McKeever Road, we not only just have 30 feet, we have a 40-foot buffer. We're going bigger than that because that's our front door to the development. But Harkey Road is not even a major thoroughfare. It's a secondary thoroughfare, but we're still calling out for a 20-foot landscape buffer on our own initiative. Hastings Canyon is a major thoroughfare, but is not identified and listed currently in the UDC as subject to the corridor overlay district. To me, Hastings Canyon isn't because it's the backside of Pearland, but the entire, not just the backside of our development, but the backside of the city.
Yeah.
And so we thought the emphasis needed to be up front, but we still have 20 feet along Hastings Canyon, but we wanted to have the emphasis on our front door. That's why we went greater than 30 on McKeever.
Did that answer y'all's question?
Seems like where that road is right now, and it's at the back of the property. Oh, sorry. Let's keep going. 20 feet versus 30 foot where that road is, and 8 years from now, I don't have any heartburn over it being 20 feet. That's just my personal opinion.
I mean, we'd rather have the open space within a development. Anything else?
I'd rather just follow the UDC on the ones that are already called out as corridor overlay district roads, and if they're building the street anyway, I don't know why we're trying to get an extra 20 feet total on one side of or one section. And
I can tell you why we as planners look ahead.
I know.
I just want to let you know, McCord Road, Bailey Road were all major thoroughfares. 10, 15 years ago, we used to talk about this and people would be very skeptical. But then the fact that those were designated as major thoroughfares helped the city get right-of-way dedication during planning. And that's what we are trying to do.
So you think?
Hastings Canyon is designated as a major thoroughfare, so when it eventually develops as a 4-lane road with the median just like Bailey, that additional landscaping buffer on both sides will add to the aesthetic value of the road. And that's what we are looking at. And I understand that the timing gets premature, but the thought is, when we plan, something that is reversible, you can't go back.
Yeah,
and
you're never going to take houses from people to get
Exactly.
roadway.
You're not gonna,
Or try not to.
take a house to build a landscape buffer 10 years down the road. And that's why some of these are written in and some of these we just try to plan ahead. There might be a time when Hastings Canyon and Hartford both may be designated as corridor overlays because of the traffic. When we started in 2006, there was only one corridor overlay, Fairland Parkway, Euler. That was the only corridor. In 2006, all of a sudden, 9 more corridor overlay districts were added, including Broadway and 35. And you can see the difference that has made in the past 10 years in terms of design standards, landscaping standards. So that's what we are looking at. What is it going to be 10 years down the road?
Yeah.
Thoroughfare plan already has said it's going to be a major thoroughfare.
I understand, and, hindsight's 20/20, Magnolia. It gets used by a lot of cyclists, and it doesn't have cycling lanes. So we didn't have the forward thought to put those on that entire strip of lane that's now used for that purpose. So I don't have heartburn over the 20 feet, and I hate to add something there where it's not mentioned in the UDC currently.
I think we can work the rest of the thing out on amenities, but then I think we definitely need to talk about the Greenway corridor and the Center Point property, if we could move on to that one.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Matt. It's getting way past my bedtime.
I was going to say we can move on to the next one.
So did we?
Can we skip connectivity real quick?
Easy, next, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
So,
I'm sorry, I'm just,
You're
flip to the
trying to
next
speed
slide.
things up.
Oh, no, I'm just trying to, I'm going
Oh,
to the
you want
next
me to do
slide.
my job?
The slides are a little bit different, and I think probably because it's amenities, it'd be better to talk about Greenway now and then go to facade and connectivity next. So I'm sorry, because the staff report has it, but we grouped them here because it's all amenities. Do you want to discuss the issue with the property and,
the Center Point.
You want to tell them on Center Point?
yeah, do you want,
Did we wear them out? Sorry. Do we have to wait for the chairman? No?
No, he can step out just as anybody else can. We still have a quorum here, so, and he didn't,
well, we'll let them say what they want to do on the
Yeah,
Center Point, yeah.
So obviously, we've been working with Center Point. You guys heard that earlier tonight. So Center Point, sorry, no demonstration, is right now is 150 feet wide by whatever the length of the property is. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna widen that to 300 feet, add 150 feet right beside it, length of the property, and be done with it. That's 13.6 acres, and then if I make the deal, if I buy the Center Point land, we'll deal with it down the road. So we'll just increase that to a 300 or a 150-foot easement, or what do you call it, green park, right beside Center Point's land, right?
Correct. You'll either do it or replace it with.
Yeah. Do it or
So I think
replace
for the
it.
purposes of the PD, the exhibit would be modified to show the strip inside the boundary and to the east side of the center existing strip.
Good staff? You could say yes. It's late, man.
If that is CenterPoint's property, and it's right in the middle of your development and stuff, who's gonna be maintaining all of that?
We I mean, right today, I mean, you know, the Rogers family, they have crossover and all that easement. We have approached them to, you know, we wanted to use, or I think it'd be the exclusive use, so we could do and all that. Then with discussion of staff, as of late, we obviously have to own it. And so we're gonna either own it, or we're gonna own it and do it that way, and have then have that, or we're gonna put a 150-foot strip right next to it and maintain theirs, and obviously maintain ours.
Okay.
So it'll have, I think we're gonna be covered one way or the other.
Can I ask a couple of questions? HL&P owns, let's talk about the northeast or northwest, southeast corridor, which is on the northeast corner of your first section.
Go forward.
Is that a good one?
Okay, so the one that cuts the corner.
Up bottom
has
right or top?
Top right of that,
Yep,
of
right
Massey
there.
Ranch.
Yep.
Currently shows on having overhead power lines.
Correct.
And underground pipelines in that easement.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how wide the pipeline easement is?
Are we talking about the one that clips us?
8 feet. Miss Lois just told me.
Okay, that 8 feet strip, it's my opinion, you cannot count that for open space.
We haven't counted any of the pipeline easements as open space. And I think there's been some confusion about Center Point, because that's no different than if I owned it. It's not an easement, there are no facilities in it. It just happens to be owned by that entity. But as far as the pipeline easements and any
Wait a
other.
second, you said it doesn't have any facilities.
That's right. It's a piece of raw land.
Why are
Not
there,
that-
why are
not
there?
that
pow-
one,
why
not the
are there-
diagonal one.
Not the diagonal one, I'm talking about the north-south one.
The strip.
Am I going in the right direction?
South does not have any above ground.
It
I was
has,
trying to find an overall.
it doesn't have anything. It is just, it's property that happens to be owned by CenterPoint
So the
Energy.
pipeline markers that showed.
No, I'm talking about the CenterPoint fee strip, the north-south fee strip.
Mr. Tunstall was speaking about
The diagonal
That's what he was
facilities,
talking about.
those are easements with facilities in them. None of those areas have been counted in our open space area because they're not allowed per the UDC.
So if you go to table 2 on page 5 and 6, you'll see that they have separated out, they have the open space, which includes the CenterPoint fee strip. But then you'll see they have existing easements of 22 acres, which is 6%, which they don't count
Those
in
have
their
been
open
excluded
space.
because they're encumbered with easements.
But I just want to be clear, because on McKeever Road, lined up with your Greenway corridor, and shown on the TNRCC GIS map, shows pipelines going through that property,
North and south.
north and south.
And there is a pipeline easement on the west side of the Center Point 150-foot fee strip,
Immediately adjacent to.
but it's outside that 150-foot piece that they own.
I just
But you
need,
stated earlier that was vacated. It was
I was
abandoned.
I was corrected, I'm sorry, it was actually the bottom right one that was vacated. So that was
so
my.
the dashed line that's on this drawing,
I'm trying to find one that, the overall map.
That
Am I
one.
Going forward?
this
or
one right here, it's
Which
got
way
the
do I need
dashed
to go?
line
up.
with the, right,
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
you're on it.
Right, there.
Yeah, that one's a better one. Okay.
Okay, the dashed lines right here,
So-
bottom right property, Greenway area, the dashed lines that continue, you can see the pipeline easement in the grass north of there that crosses.
That is a
Yeah.
pipeline easement.
Okay, just want to be clear.
Yeah.
Those are not included in the calculation.
That's correct.
And that's 8 feet wide.
It's,
Well, I
No,
think the
the-
8
the
feet,
diagonal one's
that's
the
the
8 feet.
diagonal one up here.
How wide is that pipeline
I want to say
easement?
20.
This one?
I want to say 20 without looking at the survey. But it is immediately adjacent to and abuts.
And while we're talking about this, and Alan's probably heard me speak of it numerous times before, our UDC and its direction to this body to act on lots that back up to the easement. Do y'all have any plans to offset your lots that back up to the easement any further than the edge of the pipeline easement?
We typically, in a situation like that, do make those lots deeper than the typical lot.
I don't mean deeper to include the easement, but.
No. We
So
would
lesser.
never, we would never encumber a lot with an easement like that.
So for this, if I'm understanding the proposed recommendation that y'all have tonight, you're going to add 150 strip. Is that going to be on the east or the west?
The east.
It's going to be on the east,
Well,
okay.
you're going to get either or, right? If
So-
we can acquire the property from CenterPoint, you're going to get this 150 strip as shown. If we are unable to acquire that or secure that, you're basically going to get a 300-foot strip.
So to make this commissioner happy anyways,
If we
you're
move that-
gonna produce you're gonna add greenway corridor there of a certain amount.
Put it on the west
You are
side.
not counting the pipeline easement. I would like you to split the difference and put 25 or 30 feet of that on the west side of that pipeline to offset that fence line to the pipeline easement.
So that I think I hear what you're saying. So the 150-foot wide fee strip starts at the dotted line and goes here.
Correct.
And then let's just call that a 20-foot easement here. So what we're saying right now is that we understand that 20-foot, this 150 feet can't be counted as open space because it's not owned. So if we just flipped that 150 feet to the west side, that would create.
Or it sounds like you might
Or
be willing to
split it.
split the difference.
Okay.
I want to put enough there to offset the property line
Understood.
from the pipeline easement line, but still allow that corridor to have amenities on it that are not on top of the pipeline.
Understood.
I suppose the only question then would be usable.
It would have the same developments that we had shown on the drawing. It's just going to be outside.
And the reason I'm saying this, a 20-foot or 25-foot space there would allow enough space that you're not, when they do any work on that pipeline corridor, or it's not going to affect the homeowner's fence, right? Allow some buffer there between their fence and the pipeline.
No, I certainly understand the concern. I guess the one thing I would mention is do we create a situation where it may not be as usable or, and the reason is we deal with this all the time and it's very frustrating working with some of the pipeline companies to get trail crossings across it. And so if we isolate a piece over there, it might be open, it may be difficult to incorporate it into.
Well, again, from what we've seen, and we can use some of the subdivisions on Dixie Farm Road as examples, where you have homes within 16 feet of the pipeline easement line. I personally don't like that. Some towns are making changes to their UDCs to have offsets there. Austin's one of them.
We'll make it
work. Just give us a little extra space there. I'll be happy that we did something there to offset that property line.
Absolutely, and we'll work with staff to, if it's whatever it happens to be, 50 feet, 100 feet, or whatever, we'll make, I mean, even if, quite frankly, I'll make the commitment here, even if we are able to be successful with CenterPoint and purchase that land, we'll still recognize that buffer on that west side of that
I understand on the CenterPoint overhead, I don't really have an issue with the overhead if y'all have to get more space. It would be nice if you could get the overhead, but your pipeline easement, you're not going to touch it anyway, and it's not included. The overhead easement's a lot like in Shadow Creek Ranch, where you have the overhead easement. It's just out there, and you can put things under it if there wasn't pipelines, but there's pipelines in that one too.
Yeah.
And I would be happy with that, and that would be a good.
It's a good compromise. So you're going to resubmit to us one option that would probably be this, which hopefully you'll still be successful in, or an option B, this would be A, and then a B showing whatever it is you're adding.
Right? Yeah.
I have a question for.
Yeah, that's option A.
So,
I have a question for legal in terms of ownership of that strip, and when the PD gets approved, the PDC says that it can be approved on land that's owned by the applicant,
Got it. That works. I'm with you now. Why not? Okay, so, and I may defer to the Developers Council Reed on this one, but I think that the way that we would attempt to address that is to require the acquisition of that center point easement by a date certain. So you're going to have option A and option B, and we're going to say that the option A of acquisition of center point is going to be done prior to the, yeah, so that's going to be prior to the approval. Well, if we're not talking about the second reading happening until sometime in July, I would think that since that's one of the dates that some of the things for the development agreement have to be done by, we could tie it to a date sometime in that time frame. So what, for us, if they're going to go with A or B, we need a date certain for the option that has the center point easement being acquired by y'all.
So let me just throw this, I'm on the KISS method at 5 to 12. What if we just do option A, meaning we put 50 feet on the west side of the pipeline and we put 100 feet on the east side of the center point easement, done. And then
we're talking about the HLMP easement.
That's what we're talking about. Yeah, well, I don't know what you guys call it, but I mean, the fee strip.
North-south or the slanted one?
No, north-south.
Is there HLMP easement on that one as well?
No, that's a fee, right? Am I?
There's no facilities in that. It's
Right.
just, it's a piece of land that they own.
Okay, so if, it's my opinion, if that fee strip is included in your calculation, y'all need to get that property or give us the equipment.
No, exactly what I'm saying. Because we don't have it today, I'm offering today to do, because it's 150 feet wide.
Just show it in there.
50% or 50 feet on the west side of the pipeline that I can't touch, and 100 feet on the center point east boundary line, period. So that really is going to be 320-foot swath through that land. And then when I get there, because that's like, remember, this is phases 6, 7, and 8, or 5, 6, and 7, we'll come back and adjust it. Because I can tell you, trying to put a date certain on dealing with Center Point, I would love to have a date certain, but that's not gonna happen.
I haven't seen us get too much from Center Point, so I question whether or not you're gonna be
I
able to do
am
it.
pretty persuasive.
So staff's identified concern was that if you couldn't get that 13.6 acres, you need to account for it somewhere else, and they're saying they've accounted for it somewhere else, 50 feet going down that strip on the left, 100 feet on the right. And that should address the 20% usable open space concern.
Exactly, but
they're excluding the HLMPs right now, and they're gonna give us on the map.
That's correct.
And if we happen to be successful securing it, we may come back and readdress that later down the road, but that'd be an amendment. Which would be an amendment to the PD.
Anyway. Thank you, I thought we were gonna be on that one a lot longer.
Are we still going in the order?
No, I think we
Sorry.
So the only three that I show left is facade, connectivity, which in my opinion is just revising maps, showing more, and then the ISD issue.
Is that the right place?
That's for facade, yeah.
Facade's the next big one.
And
Actually, I think.
The applicant is recommending 90% masonry for the front and then 50% for the side and the rear. What staff is saying is that 90% is preferred for all portions of the building, and masonry would include masonry, stone, or glass. And then they can use ephes or stucco or something else for decorative, the 10% that's left, trim and stuff like
So,
that.
let me ask you a question. Where does hardy plank fall into our UDC?
Not considered, in the way we are writing this, it won't be permitted
Builder's
Because this is
license,
specifically
17 years ago.
masonry, stone, or glass. If you want to add hardy plank, you need to add that.
The hardy plank would fall into 10%.
Correct.
Correct,
Just
correct.
not the 90.
Right.
I do want to clarify one thing. So the 90%, the way we have this drafted, it's 90% certainly on the front facade, but also on any elevation that faces a street or an open space. So if one of the homes, backs up to the lake, that facade has to have 90%. So it's really just the rears that, aren't visible from a street or an open space, and or the sides that aren't visible from a street or open space.
And you're still 50% on the sides and the rears.
Correct. On those, yes, on those elevations.
50 or 60% on the
50.
others.
50. So essentially, if it's visible, it's 90%. Or facing.
Visible or facing a street.
Or an open space
Or
area.
open space.
That's on page 10.
The newer subdivisions, the one on Fight Road, I think it's called Pearland Farms, they have 100% all four sides. There are a lot of newer subdivisions.
They're not 100% on all four sides.
Pearland Estates on.
Pearland Estates on
Pearland
Fight.
Estates is.
On Fight, sorry, my mistake. The one on Fight. And then there are other subdivisions in the Houston area where they are, a lot of cities have a masonry ordinance for residential. Pearland is one of the cities that does not have any ordinance for facades. But a number of cities in Houston area have adopted masonry ordinances for facade requirements.
Is their wording acceptable?
No, well, most of it is, except for the 50% for the sides and the rear, which are not visible, and we are saying 90% for all portions of the building.
Hey, Lotta, what if we keep our language, change the 50% to 75, would you split the baby there for me?
With the difference.
It's getting late. All right, 75% instead of 50% on,
A non-facing.
on what's
the
visible,
left.
I think it's called,
Yeah, everything.
right?
No,
Sides and the rears.
75%, yeah.
for others, so the 90% for the front and
Front.
facades that are visible will stay, and all the others, instead of 50, will be 75.
I'm good with that.
So
Next.
Connectivity,
Connectivity,
revise exhibits and text.
well, and I'm open to revising exhibits. We do have it in the text, though, if I can find it. It's under phasing, and what we say is each phase may require more than one point of ingress egress in order to meet the access requirements of the UDC and fire code. Additional street connections to McKeever, Harkey, and Hastings Canyon roads may be needed and shall be shown on the master plat. So I don't have a problem showing them on the exhibits with the understanding that it's conceptual in nature and the actual location may vary when we come
on
through.
the final design.
But we fully always intended to provide those connections as appropriate.
To adjacent tracts of undeveloped land. So you just leave stub
Stub
out.
streets,
That's a requirement of the subdivision ordinance too, but we just wanted to make sure that they understood that.
Well, we can add
It's just
and
updating
adjacent
a few
lands to
maps
that.
and some arrows.
Yep, fair enough.
Final one is the ISD issue.
I had to go there.
Well, okay.
So
I don't think we need to go deeply into the ISD issue. I mean, obviously, this is what we can require, and that's, we can control plating, so we're just would make sure that no lot would be on two separate.
This is
school
acceptable.
districts.
And knowing for the public, I mean, we're obviously going to continue down the road we are with the, both school districts.
Now, if
And
you don't want to approve this because of this issue, that's your issue, but this is obviously the thing we can regulate.
but if you want to approve it, I'm good.
Or vice versa.
certainly, whatever district picks this subdivision or picks parts of this subdivision is gonna be affected by how many homes are in here. And we can certainly build homes faster than we can build schools and fire stations. That's my
Absolutely.
opinion.
The both school districts actually, with talks with not only Ms. Lois, but our consultants, both schools want the valuation, just no kids.
Right.
So, not sure what that looks like in a house, maybe a
Senior
little
living.
600 square foot condo or something, but,
So I won't be personally affected by this, but at the time when this goes through, but the elementary schools, that service the southern side of Pearland, you know, we got an elementary school, 1,000 enrollment right now. You know, 1,000 kids. And so this isn't our body's decision here, just discussion. I would hope that y'all have really good talks with either district and we're able to get them to pick up both of these properties, because it would, thinking about moving into this and having half of your subdivision in one school district and a half in another is kind of weird.
How far away is
The Alvin, we did this to the, about 6 miles on the Alvin Elementary School.
It's less than 10 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, the Pearland Elementary, that one, that one's a lot closer, unfortunately.
You know,
Massey Elementary is the closest one.
It's definitely a plus for y'all to have PISD, so whatever y'all can do to make that happen, more power to you.
So-
We're going to do our best.
One of the options that I think that are available for the school district issue, and I don't know if y'all are able to design it the way that we would ask, but can you make it so that all pods, as y'all are calling that, all pods are in separate school districts?
Yes, sir. We had
That's their
it actually went with the
Yeah,
council
So-
people.
They're
Yeah, we designed it in
proposing
pods.
whole
Okay, so the
pods
staff's
and-
recommendation was that no lot be divided by 2 school districts. Y'all can go further and say no pods or
Oh, hang on.
streets will be.
The way,
Hang on, let's do this one at a time here.
Alan, you want to go?
Yeah, so nobody can guarantee that the school district lines are gonna get moved. So they are what they are. But what Mr. Cobb is agreeing to do is to agree to say that no lot will be platted that crosses a school district boundary, and that's something that isn't within the purview of the city to control platting. Now, he can agree to that because he fully intends to complete the agreements between the 2 school districts, and we have an exhibit in front of them, and I have more copies if I can find them, where the lines, the removed lines will follow pod lines. But that's not something that we can agree to in the PD, because that's not up to us to control whether that happens or not.
It's beyond
So
our.
he will agree to that language right there.
Correct. Just for further clarification, the school districts, we've proposed those change in boundaries, and we've gotten a lot of, well, we don't know, and you have to go to TEA, and of course, on our end, TEA is going to do what's best for students, and what's best for students is to have kids in the same pod go to the same schools, because it'll be a whole lot less confusing.
We have a couple copies of it. All right, so.
I have a couple more if anybody needs one.
I'll
take one.
I don't have a comment there, I just hope it ends up in PISD.
Me too.
And they'll build another.
Me too.
and- So we'll ask,
Just next meeting, we'll just have to ask the applicant when they can get all this back to us.
Well, did I?
Well, it's still
Yeah,
on
did I miss something?
it's still on the table tonight, so the question is there going to be a motion to approve with the conditions that we've discussed as P and Z regarding these 7 issues? Or even with these 7 issues, I'm watching head nods, but I'm not seeing 6 head nods from each one. I'll grant that Mary over there, every now and then I have to reach a little bit further over to see what she's doing, but.
let's do this.
If I look at all 7 issues, I think the heaviest one was probably the density. And from what I'm seeing, the density is winning for it too anyway.
So, when we make a motion to approve with conditions, and the conditions aren't specific, the adder is with staff's approval of the that the applicant and the staff get together with our, that's a.
I appreciate the applicants want to get this approved tonight, but I would say the only difficulty is having 13.6 acres that you have to move within a PD, I would say is a major change.
If it's adjacent, I mean, you're getting.
Well, I mean,
So,
In totality of this, I mean, but it's, you know.
Chairman, I mean, obviously, we stayed here till 12:05 to debate each one of these 7 conditions for a reason by direction of city council and mayor. I think we can.
Request, not direction.
Request, or how, yeah, I'm sorry. It is way, yeah. Hey, I think we can get, obviously, we have recorded, we got recording, we got everything to make sure that we're clear on each condition. Some of them are easier than others, of course. I think I would like to hit it as best we can tonight on the 7 conditions. Obviously, the density one is the whatever the apparent difference, and vote tonight. And then between tonight and May 8th, which is our city council first reading, proposed city council first reading, then obviously we'll have the legals tighten up, and staff, of course, tighten up that language, and we can present what you guys had approved or voted on tonight to them on May 8th. It is imperative, obviously, I'm coming up against some dates. We've been at this a long, long time. I really want to take action tonight if you so feel that we can get just the best minutes that we can.
I'll give you the God's honest truth. When I started this, I didn't think we would get further along on the items than we did. So I think we made some pretty good comments as a commission to what needs to be addressed. How we grant approval of the PD without those ironed out is, but this is an issue we've dealt with before. How do we give our direction to staff to work this out with the developer agents and grant that approval?
Can I try to, let me try to make a motion and see if legal can accept it. Would that work?
I mean, let's ask the question of if this is feasible, but not try to make the motion. I mean, you have the opportunity to ask Lawrence any question you like.
It's definitely feasible.
Setting that aside, there are still changes to the other 7 things that incorporate the discussion for conditional approval. So if you're going to approve, it's a conditional approval with those amendments to the PD, and the motion would have to reflect those amendments.
One by one, or can they be pulled out of the recording? They're recorded.
Can we, I mean, do the best job if Commissioner Starr would like to take a stab at it, and then defer to the recorded minutes to finalize documentation?
We can make an attempt to do that, but I think that for some of these issues, we've said, I think we've got it, we need to discuss it further, but we're now closer to meeting of the minds on it. So it wasn't an exact, it's more staff, and the 2 of us still need to continue working on finalizing that language. And if we're going to continue to finalize that language, I don't know how we can make a motion to approve without specificity on how we're approving it.
Because I think if we approve it, and then over the next few weeks, as you try to figure out the details, if it comes to some odds, how do you correct it?
No, let me throw in this. Typically, when these come before this commission and they're not ready to go, we postpone it without any further discussion. We don't talk about it item by item. So if y'all can have this ready to go in 2 weeks, because we give pretty clear direction, or close to clear direction, we can postpone with direction that those items are addressed in the next 2 weeks before it comes back here. And then if they are, which they should be, we approve it and it moves on. I understand that this is something we haven't done a lot of times, at least as long as I've been up here.
We recognize that, but, I thought there was relatively clear points. The major point obviously is density. We see 4 nods on density. The other items from phasing, both on item 2 and item 5, I thought we came to a very clear accord. On the facades, we came to a very clear accord, 90 and 75. I mean, that seemed to be okay with everybody. On the thoroughfares, we agreed to go to the UDC, and that y'all were gonna accept the 20-foot, which is not even in the UDC, and that we hit 100 or Massey Ranch with 40-foot, which is more than the UDC required. And the only thing that Matt mentioned specifically, which was a large difference, was the center point easement, which we've said will give you 150-foot adjacent to it, which I don't know how that could be really considered a real big change. If it's here or here, it's still in the middle of the project.
I think the direction was you need to own it if you're gonna use it for that.
We didn't disagree with that. There was no disagreement. The question was, could we own it? If we couldn't, Mr. Cobb said he would give you the adjacent in kind.
Okay, so let me,
I don't think it's unreasonable for the commission, since we have a PD here tonight where they don't have the property they own, that they submitted for the PD, for you to ask to give time to submit it in a timely manner, and we'll review it and then get it back on the commission's agenda. I don't think we should approve a PD that you don't have a final document on.
You may not have a quorum on the 8th.
If I could, my name is Reed Wilson. I'm the counsel for the developer. So one thing we seem to be forgetting is that y'all are a recommending body, and the actual final document is presented to the city council. City council makes the decisions. So this is a recommendation. So it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect until it goes to city council, at which point it absolutely has to be perfect. So I think that we don't have to get it down to any more specificity than what has been proposed, which is the document that's been presented with all of the comments that y'all have made that is on the record. City Council has asked for a decision to be made tonight so we can stay on our timeline. There's some very significant economic ramifications if we're not on that timeline. So although this may be a little bit unusual, I think under the circumstances, it is important that we get a final recommendation tonight.
Well, if I may, the second reading of this zone change cannot be approved until the annexation proceedings are done. So no matter what, this cannot be approved.
Right, we understand
in May.
that, but unfortunately, we live in the real world, which means there's a lot of money being spent. There's a lot of money being committed. So we recognize that it won't be final and legal, which again supports the fact that we just need to move forward.
wait, so let me stop you there. Because there's a lot of money being changed, it's okay for it to not be final and legal. Did you just say that?
It's going to be final and legal at city council. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that the city council makes the final decision. That's all. That's
I understand. I understand that. I understand we're a recommending body. Trust me, we've went further than this body normally goes, because we haven't been here past 12 o'clock in a long time. I would like to, well, I'm going to go down here and start with Mary and get an opinion of what we should do tonight.
My opinion is we need to move forward and approve it with the recommendations that have been accepted by both sides and forward it to the council for their consideration.
I guess the question I'm asking.
Did you want a motion or not?
Is, do you?
That wasn't a motion. I can word it differently if that's what you want.
Let me ask Steph one question, Lotta. Are there any items that we've discussed tonight that you haven't gotten clear direction of where this body thinks we need to go?
So the process is, even with clear directions, we go back and forth with the applicant. It's a 13-page document with about 7 or 8 pages of exhibits. And when the document is resubmitted, staff needs to go through the entire document and make sure that anything that's changed makes it to all the pages. So it takes a lot of time. And then if there is a little bit of a disagreement or a question, then it's hard for staff not having a clear set of direction or just basing it on what the interpretation was. So that's why I know in the past P&Z has always recommended that they see the document so that they also know that that's what they had requested out of the applicant. So it's hard for me to really answer that question, not having even seen a revised document in front of me.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, the way I'm looking at it is that rules and protocols are built on the mistakes of others, right? So I don't know if we want to shortcut these things.
And to clarify, I can probably, Commissioner Duncan can understand if it was a simple comment like the north arrow is missing or the scale should be 1:500 versus 1:200. Those are easy things. And we will come and tell you on plats, hey, you're okay, let's recommend approval. We can work with those things. But these are a little bit more complicated things that we're talking about here, so.
Can y'all get it done by the next P&Z meeting?
First ask the applicant.
So, first of all, that's not the problem. I mean, I think we'll have, it's
It is
the city
tomorrow.
council meeting that,
So the resubmittal deadline is actually today. It's after midnight. Tuesday is the deadline.
There's the 23 hours and
5 o'clock.
40 minutes left.
right?
Yeah, but, man, I've watched this guy here bend over backwards tonight. I don't know about y'all, but I mean, I've sat there and I've seen it. Every time that we come up with a point or something on this guy here has come in here and said, I'll do this and I'll do this much more. I mean, it
I
looks
don't think
like,
anyone's arguing that, Mr. Eisenberg. I think we're just arguing that there's a process and we have to have a written document that we've.
I understand that, but, I mean, if we're trying to hurry this thing along, because like he said, they have money and stuff invested in this, then why, I mean, it's clearer that he's got money invested in, but I mean, there's even more money fixing to come into it. Why can't a development as large as this, why can't there be some leeway with city staff working with these people and try to get this done in 2 weeks? We're not saying we need to vote on it tonight. We're saying that in 2 weeks, when we come back, have it ready to go then. I mean, it might mean that staff has to stay a little later or something like that, but I mean, to me, if we're trying to get a large development going, that's gonna mean a big tax boom to us as a city, it just makes sense to me. We do everything we can to work it in and work out with these people.
I appreciate those comments. Yeah, we think we've come not only to the middle, but we've come all the way on the other side on a lot of things. I mean, to spend $19.7 million on offsites, to, you know, from everything that we've talked about. But at the end of the day, we want a good development. And I can tell you, yes, I've spent a lot of money today. But if you guys wait, if you don't vote on it tonight, it turns into absolute procedures and things. And I can't have the documents that they're looking for today because it's midnight and my poor consultants have been up a long time. So I missed this intake date for the next meeting. So then my city council meeting on May 8th gets bumped. And then I can tell you, June 1st, like it or not, I got to write a $2.5 million check with or without your approval. And I can tell you, if I don't have city council's first reading approval, not the second reading, the first reading, then I'm out. And that's my responsibility. It's you guys can't make a decision on that. But that's why, you know, we're here at midnight or 12:30, and I would like a decision. And I'm going somewhat against the lawyer, but at the end of the day, so we have minutes, go to that. I commit 100%. My consultants will be with the staff, maybe not tomorrow, or today, but maybe the next day, to get it worked out before the May 8th city council.
So I appreciate that. Let me ask a few questions to our staff and see if I can do this. Personally, I'm in support of this with revising our amendments to include all the conditions we discussed and P and Z were together on. If we need to vote on each of those tonight, that it's included or not, we can do that separately. But I'm okay with going over that list, amending our original motion and voting this tonight. I understand they're gonna have to come back with that document, and it's gonna have all the i's and t's crossed with the approval of staff based on our recommendations to go to council. That all those comments are incorporated in the PD document, and your exhibits and examples, maps, and all that are updated to show this. That's where I'm at on it. I do understand that our council has asked us to do due diligence here and work on it. I believe we have done that. And the PD, I don't understand the timeline with the annexation. As far as how that goes, I'm not really concerned about it, because I believe there's a lot more to this. But as far as our input to the recommendation, I believe we've pretty much lined it up as much as this body has ever done in our last few years' history. That's where I'm at on it.
So let me ask you this, so if we approve it with these conditions, in the next few weeks, staff and the developer working together and they run into some kind of impasse, what happens?
The council decides, if the council.
I appreciate that, but the question's to our legal staff, not.
Your vote is going to dictate how many of council votes are required to pass it. If you don't add the conditions, then theoretically, if you don't make any changes right now, and you just pass it as it's written, then theoretically, council can also pass it as it's written without these changes that we've laboriously discussed throughout the evening. If you want these conditions on it, and those weren't conditions that council didn't consider, they are going to require a higher percentage of council vote to override your recommendation for those conditions that you've discussed, even though the developer has agreed to those tonight, or there's agreement on, I think, concept for a lot of them, and even specific numbers for the other ones. At the end of the day, they're going to only have to adhere to the standards of what has been agreed to and that what's in the motion. So the example of the one that I think is, and I may be wrong, but I mean, I've been trying to track the comments here, but the phasing plan, I think we were like, okay, well, we're going to have a range where you're going to have to commit to those types of things, or a minimum percentage of the lots of this size and there. And we haven't seen that yet. We know that there's going to be a range, and we know that they're going to not have all 55-foot lots, but it's also going to be tied to the number of houses, I think, at 300. So as I tried to track those things, I knew that there's going to be concessions by both staff and the developer, but I didn't think that there was an absolute certainty. And that lack of certainty is going to be what makes it difficult for us to present it to council. And either they're going to go with what's written or what your motion tonight reflects as a condition, or it's going to require an override. So again, you are a recommending body, but the question is, how many votes by council is it going to be required to override your recommendation?
Right, but I'm asking, if we approve it with these conditions, and in the next few weeks, staff and the developer reach an impasse in interpreting something, what happens?
Well, if there's an ambiguity in the conditions that you're left with, I guess it's up to city council to determine what that ambiguity meant.
Correct.
And I don't have an issue with that.
Sir?
They could review the minutes of the meeting, absolutely. Yeah. And I'm not discounting that. I'm saying that I think that there were some things that there's still a discussion to come down with the numbers on whatever that particular issue is.
We agreed on each point before.
Yeah, I thought we were on accord on every issue. I mean, like phasing, it couldn't exceed 75% from phase one, not phase two, as the original document said. We agreed to that, and we got all the head shaking on that, or at least the bulk of the ones nodding that that was correct. And I think we did it on every single issue.
And while we started this evening with everybody saying on the first issue, you know, we got direction from each person, that trailed off pretty quickly, and we didn't do, okay, I mean, we didn't hear opposition, but I didn't see head nods for every single person. Maybe that reflects differently. Maybe they can see a little bit better than I can from their vantage point, or maybe that's recorded better on the thing, but your head nod is not your direction. At least for me, from an enforcement mechanism. Then there were some additional things that I don't think we addressed yet. For example, we talked about the landscaping, and I understand where staff is on that, and where they are and where y'all are. We talked about the amenities. That section also talked about the signage. And I didn't hear any discussion tonight about the sign. I heard that staff was asking for clarification on the size for the sign, and that's in the section that has the staff recommendation. So I can't say that everything is in agreement at this point. So I don't know how to make a motion that could be clear to City Council as to where y'all are on each and every issue where there's a difference between staff or where there's still some discussion that's happening.
Could we vote on each one separately?
Theoretically, yes, ma'am. Or we can try to summarize where everybody thinks we are now, and then.
That's what we've been doing.
But I think that we've overlooked things as the night's gone on. Maybe overlooked's not the right word for it, but there have been things that, while they have conceded on several things, and I'm not trying to negate that, just saying I don't know what the language is going to look like.
According to the document, there were 7 things that the staff wanted us to address. I think we can address those. If you'll give me a shot, I think I can give you a motion that would be crystal clear. With the chairman's permission, I could do that. We're trying to hurry you along.
Well, we can go through each one. You can summarize each one. Y'all can entertain a motion from or proposed wording for a motion from the developer side. It's your prerogative, but at the end of the day, staff is charged with coming up with a report to council as to what your recommendation is. And without that specificity, at the end of the day, I think that they can present to City Council more on their side than on staff's side if we don't have that specificity that they've agreed to tonight.
So, Counselor, if I could ask a question of you. So it is not, and is it not appropriate for the motion to be subject to the amended condition as recorded? And then, because I think all this discussion that we've had is actually good. I'm not sure how to shorten it into an actual condition, but that's all good information on the recording, and then vote on, whatever, on the individual or the bulk. And then vote, and if it's whatever it is, what is, and then it goes up to City Council. Then, you're right, then it becomes the staff's responsibility to take those minutes, put it in language, certainly meet with us. Hopefully, we're so far down the road on this that we've already, and I just went through them. I think we're pretty close on everything. I mean, a little bit of language, I think the only little language is on the phasing, the 75% or whatever it was. But would that not be a legal procedure to depend on the minutes? I don't know. I mean, I just got 12 years of planning commission. I know how I did it at midnight.
Right. We've never done something in that manner. I think that it could be done, but I think at the end of the day, if it's not been agreed to, or if there's still we think we're saying the same thing, and at the end of the day, we find out we're not saying the same thing, I don't know how to address that.
I think the worst thing that could happen is council may have to make decisions that we were supposed to make here. And I don't think they'll be big decisions, I think they'll be small.
That's right.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
So that being the case, you would make a motion to approve with the agreements between staff and the developer as discussed and reflected in the minutes or in the recording.
Yes. Sounded good.
I'll take it. For one clarification, if I may, with agreement, because we haven't gotten the agreement from the staff, is the lot size and density obviously is a big deal to the council because the almost $20 million of off-site improvements. We noticed, or at least we felt like we could read faces and comments. If that comment could be specifically that you would accept the developer lot mix, that would help. Because that's kind of the predicate of all things.
So rather than the agreement between the developer and staff on how to address those issues, for the first issue in staff report, it would be as reflected by P&Z's preference, not staff's preference, regarding the land, the use table categorization and the density requirements or proportions of those density requirements. And then for the remaining 7 issues identified in the staff report as agreed to and reflected in the minutes of tonight's meeting between staff and the developer. I don't know what those are. I know that we can go back and we can look at those minutes. We can look at this recording. I don't know what it looks like. I can't say that we have an agreement on all of those issues and there's still some outstanding things, but if you think that those are relatively minor things and the big issues are resolved, I understand y'all's perspective, and we can do nothing but respect your perspective and do the best we can. But I mean, at the end of the day, we're charged with providing specificity so that we can have enforcement. Rather, that's going to be what council has to do when they do the entire PD, but for your issues with your recommendation, if there is ambiguity, how many votes on council does it require to resolve that ambiguity is what it comes down to.
Yes. 50% of the 55 with lots, and then they're gonna spread it out evenly as the phases moved on.
It's a maximum of 50%, and that's why yes. Well, the distribution, the 75% is for the phasing plan, but yes.
Yes, the 55-foot lots would be a maximum of 50%, but then they will never exceed 75% of the total thing. To ensure that
we're mixing the phasing and the lot density.
Yeah, you're kind of blending those two.
So let me jump in here. The chair wants to recess for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Recess for 5?
Recess for 5 minutes.
Glad I don't have that.
Because they're doing off the minutes, and if there's, I mean, look, the big issue is this.
Trained for 15 years to delay. And so they're getting different directions.
I think the best point was, sounds to me like council doesn't have a minor stuff, like,
Right.
We just need to get a motion.
Yeah, he's making it worse. He's just twisting it. Hey, turn it on. Guess it doesn't turn it off.
I think we just got a motion, we're good to go. Oh, well. Yes, yes, and no. Yeah, he's confused. They want to delay. Not necessarily. Peter was becoming blue, where I thought that Darren was saying, I said, all Darren was saying is we're being development. Incredibly close. Staff is being resistant. That's what's Chair was doing, he was almost there. He was almost there. I don't think there's a situation where council's kind of pushing it. Go ahead.
Is that barbecue joint still open now?
Problem.
Is anything in Pearland open?
I don't really think he's.
They're cooking for tomorrow.
Well, they were a lot more. 19 million. These are the most uncomfortable chairs that I sit in many a night. And they, they give you a backache. I guess they're just too long. I like the fact that someone, Ron, who's been stretched out for years, that's okay. We have a procedure. No, I'm sorry, we can't get it submitted, so we're gonna have to come up with money. Well, it'd be interesting to see when they're trying to get the staff to come in and chair. Yeah, so there'll be some telling them about how this is. Mr. Chairman. Yeah, but the rest of these guys are pretty good. This one you don't eat supper.
Is this y'all's normal time now?
About midway through the season, I would kick myself and ask myself, why do I tie mental well-being?
Now I'm debating, do I just not? Make it Taco Bell.
I guess that's motivation to get out of here, right?
Okay, we'll reconvene the meeting at 12:47. I mean, yeah, 12:47.
AM.
AM. AM. I'll wait for Lotta to come back to her chair. Okay, I have a question for staff. Does staff have a list of all of our action items from tonight's meeting, 1 through 7?
Actually, Martin can read them
Martin.
out.
All right, so I've been paying attention. And let's break this down part by part.
Okay.
So first we have lot size and density. We were basically in agreement that we should use the UDC nomenclature for lot types. So if we're going to call it, if it's going to be a 55-foot wide lot, let's call it R4, not call it R3. The second part with phasing, move the phasing to start with phase one, not to start with phase two. Keep the 75% rule in place, but to have it start with phase one. For amenities, because I went slide by slide, keep the UDC corridor overlay as shown, or corridor overlay district as shown, and where the applicant is proposing enhancements, keep those enhancements, but don't mess with anything else. For the Greenway corridor overlay, or corridor center point property, either to resolve the issue, gain the property, own the property, or resolve it by adding in other spaces. For facade,
so we would need this decision has to be made before they bring in back the drawings for the first reading. What we take to the first reading will be the final plan that gets approved by the council.
Right.
It'll be, the way it'll be shown is center point will be excluded and it
Okay.
will be.
Okay.
Yes. Y'all are providing it somewhere else.
correct. Either one of those solutions, do it before the first reading.
Gotcha.
For facade, do 75% masonry, glass, or stone on the sides, keeping all of the other 90% on the front, 90% for anything that's on a street or seen from a public right-of-way.
Sides and rear.
Sides and rear. And then for connectivity, address that both in the text and the exhibits. And then for the school districts, to basically agree with staff, keep the lots separated by school district.
On the amenities, we discussed one addition, and that's the safety ledge in the pond. I want to make sure that was added.
Correct.
Only thing, on number one, you didn't specifically say that the density lot mix was the developer's proposal.
No, he was specific to mention what we had agreed upon and omit what didn't need to be included in the recommendation.
And use the UDC.
Which is why I didn't say that.
So you did take it.
Use the UDC nomenclature.
Yeah.
That's the final recommendation.
I only heard one item that we did not discuss, and that was signage.
I believe that the signage comment was basically provide additional information on the size of the signage.
Or we just said meet the UDC
Or meet
requirements.
UC requirements.
So
I think
that's it.
We will meet the UDC. Okay, so in reference to signage specifically, we need to add for, to meet the UDC requirements,
Meet the UGC requirements, correct.
which is a given in anyway, but since it was mentioned, we just add that for grins.
And meeting the UDC requirements is already a statement that's built into the PD.
Correct. Okay, so the chair wishes to, we're getting really good at this. To amend the original motion to improve all of staff's, or all of the recommendation from this body to staff be hold on. Wait,
I do
time
have
out.
one more that you had mentioned, which is deeper lots along pipeline easement.
Okay.
If,
Resolved with the 50-foot on the left side of the pipeline and the 100-foot on the other
So-
side of the
Okay,
pipeline.
so
But if they-
let me just go
does it
over these
matter?
real quick. We've got the phasing, 1 and 2 items there. We're good on that one. Amenities, we're good. We added the safety ledge. The greenway along the pipeline easement at least 25 feet between the pipeline easement line and the fencing property line of whatever lots are there. Going once? Anything else from staff? Okay, so the chair wishes to amend the original motion to include all of staff's recommendations, or all of our body's recommendations to staff and the applicant, as we've discussed in the minutes and as we just went over for approval. All those in.
I'll second.
Need a second. Getting late. Do we have a motion and a second to amend the original motion? All those in favor of the amended motion, signify by raising your right hand. We have 5. All those opposed? 5-1. Motion passes. So on the amended motion, do we have any further discussion?
I may have missed it, and I apologize, because
Right.
I do miss a lot of things, but as I understood it, with Martin's list of things that have been agreed to, the inclusion of the signing complying with the UDC and with the safety ledge is reflected there. The one issue that Martin did not discuss was the density issue, and I didn't hear that incorporated in the motion to amend. Maybe I missed that. Okay. Got it.
It was in the
I knew I overlooked something. Thank
It
you.
was the nomenclature that we use, the UDC nomenclature.
Okay.
Is everybody okay with the amended motion per the vote, 5-1? Okay, so that passed. So we have an amended motion on the table. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed? Motion passes 5-1.
Thank you.
I know,
Thank
we
you
got the
very
rest of the
much.
meeting to go through.
We're not done. Good morning.
We are not done yet. So now we're gonna start a workshop. I'm just kidding, just kidding, just kidding.
Hey, we gotta finish.
Excuse me, could we gavel?
We gotta
If y'all would be
finish
so
our meeting,
kind, we
guys.
still have a meeting to continue, so.
Okay, so that was item 3. Rest of the meeting going on, sorry. Nope, we're not done yet. Item 4, discussion items, Commissioner's Activity Report.
I think we're good.
I think we're good. Item 2, our next regular P and Z meeting, May 1st, 2017. Does anybody know they're not going to be here? Mary? May 1st. Troy may not be here. If you can find out, just, we'll be here. Okay, item 3, meeting location change for July through September.
They're about to tell you.
From July 2017 to September 2017, there'll be a meeting change. It'll be at the Municipal Court Building on Cullen Boulevard. We just want to remind commissioners of that.
You have to wear a robe. Okay, so that's a little bit different for us. Hearing no other comments, we will adjourn at 12:57 a.m.